वाह, cut it.
Thank you everyone.
ठीक है.
I would also request Professor Chetan Chitre, the faculty member of Center of Entrepreneurship, on the stage to present the inaugural address.
Yes, good morning everyone. Good morning, sir. Yes, students, dignitaries and startups, the stars of the show today, and my faculty colleagues. I must admit it takes a great entrepreneurial spirit to come here at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday morning. And with this, in February, the Amritsar weather is at its best, right? So, by coming here and being here, you have already shown your entrepreneurial spirit. So, congratulations. I'll start by saying that, I of course welcome all of you here and thank you for being part of this, our investors and mentors and startups and founders. And also, let me also start by pointing out, as you must have experienced, this is all a student-driven activity, right? And that shows the kind of entrepreneurial spirit that our students have. They're kind of, the faculty here in most of the activities is there just to say yes, right? Everything else is done by the students, and we encourage. So while there are a few entrepreneurs within the student community as well, according to me, it's the idea of entrepreneurship is basically the core of it is to say that, well, I'm self-driven, right? It's not about whether you get into a venture or are you willing to get up and do something without the danda of somebody, some professor or some boss saying you to do something, right? That's essentially being responsible for your own actions. According to us, is more kind of an entrepreneurship, right? So, and we would like this spirit to be, and I'm sure it does, is inculcated in every single student that graduates from IIM Amritsar. Right? So, with that, I won't say much. Academicians are not necessarily known for their entrepreneurial spirit, right? But having seen a few entrepreneurs in whatever little I know, I think one thing that I like about this particular space is that this is a space where we do both. We compete as well as we cooperate. Right? While all of you, I'm sure, are very possessive about your ideas, this is in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. There is also the spirit of helping each other. Right? There are mentors who come forward and guide you. There are investors. You may say they come for the returns that they make, but not necessarily. Right? I'm sure people sitting here would have 1,000 other avenues to invest, and they know that out of the 10 ventures that they are going to fund, probably 7-8 of them are not really going to make it big, right? But still, they are behind you. They are going to sit on your heads and ensure that make all possible efforts that you succeed. Right? So the spirit of cooperation, the spirit of holding each other and bringing each other up together is something that we like about this whole entrepreneurial ecosystem. And as a result of that, IIM Amritsar on its own has, this is an area of interest for us. Right? We have a very active Center for Entrepreneurship. As and when we move to our campus, we already have demarcated some space for an incubation center. Right? About 30,000 square foot of space for an incubation center. We have Professor Ashwati here is heading what is called as the MSME host institution. We are a host institution recognized by the Ministry of MSME, and Professor Ashwati is heading that. The activities will start very soon. So we like this space, and we like this space. One of the reasons being that it is a confluence of competition and cooperation, the spirit of helping each other and win-win, creating the win-win opportunity. Right? So we intend to be here for a long haul. It's not just one other activity for us. This is, as you can see, this is the 4th edition of the E-Summit, and I was pleasantly surprised and happy to see the range of startups that have participated this time, right from space mobility to moving trucks to creating social spaces or e-spaces for psychological counseling and so on and so forth. Right? So we are all excited to see these startups, and we want to be a part of this ecosystem. And I hope that this e-summit as a platform, it acts as a platform to bring all of us together. Right? I'm also thankful. I don't know if any of your representatives are here, but our outreach partners, IIM Punjab, they are doing a very great job in Punjab as far as the putting together this, getting this ecosystem together is concerned. Right? So yes, all the best to all of you. Just one last thought. I mean, that is another reason why I personally like this particular space is that here you are, I mean, one of the things that happens in the entrepreneurial ecosystem is that you get over your fear of failure. Right? Every enterprise, I'm sure the investors here would know that they must be seeing 100 enterprises, and out of that they must be going for 10, and out of the 10 that they study in detail, they must be funding, or out of the 100 that they study in detail, they must be funding 1 or 2. Right? So that's the kind of ecosystem this is. So it's an exciting place to be in, and I congratulate the startup that you have taken the decision to be, and that the first step, the stand-up step, right, itself is a very commendable step, and I congratulate you for it. Without taking much of your time, I wish you a day full of exciting ideas, and I hope the investors and the mentors have also enjoyed discussing with our startups and our student community. Right? Thank you very much, and thank you all of you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Without further ado, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our first investor for the Startup Expo, Mr. Yagnesh Sangrajka. Mr. Yagnesh is a distinguished chartered accountant and seasoned professional in the corporate arena, founder and CFO at 100x VC, India's groundbreaking venture capital fund employing iSafe notes for startup funding. 100x VC, under Mr. Yagnesh's astute leadership, has successfully funded 145 plus startups. It is a significant contributor to the Indian startup ecosystem, supporting early stage ventures and contributing to the overall success of the sector. Mr. Yagnesh is also an active mentor and angel investor, offering invaluable insights into due diligence and valuation exercises from both acquirer and target companies' perspectives. I would now like to invite Professor Chetan Chitre and Mr. Yagnesh Sangrajka for felicitations.
Our next investor is Mr. Raja Singh Burji, a dynamic entrepreneur, startup mentor, and a change maker in the Indian startup ecosystem. He is the incubation director at the Step Up Ventures, a venture that focuses on empowering startups from minority and less privileged communities. An adventurer at heart, Mr. Raja Singh Burji started his journey with a vision to uplift the startup culture in India. Under his leadership, the Step Up Ventures has received over 1,500 applications from 150 cities and has invested in 32 startups with a combined valuation of over 300 crores. He is also actively involved in mentoring startups through a tailored 3-month program. A firm believer in the power of education and entrepreneurship, Mr. Raja Singh Burji continuously strives to give back to the society. I now invite Professor Sabandeep and Mr. Raja Singh Burji on the stage for felicitations.
Our final investor, Mr. Jil Doshi, is a dynamic entrepreneur and a micro VC at DVF with a keen interest in early stage investments, C2 pre-series A investment, investor relations and family office fund. Currently, he is the manager of startup innovation and investment at DevX, where he develops fundraising strategies and interacts with startups to help them raise capital and elevate their businesses. Beyond being a premier co-working space, DevX is a startup accelerator nurturing innovative ventures. Their vision is to provide exceptional co-working spaces and accelerator services, strengthening the nation by supporting innovative startups. With a commitment to comprehensive business support, DevX forms strategic partnerships for a mutual beneficial tomorrow and today. I would now like to invite Professor Aswati and Mr. Jil Doshi for the felicitations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we stand on the precipice of innovation and entrepreneurial brilliance at our Startup Expo, we are honored to invite a luminary in the world of investment to share his invaluable perspectives on the topic, Emergence of Startup Wave 2.0 in India. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Yagnesh Shangratka.
Okay, so good morning all. So lovely to see the audience here, all in jackets and all looking fresh. On a Sunday morning, as Professor said, I think it's wonderful to see always such a crowd which is so much ingrained into entrepreneurship. And by the way, thanks to all of you guys to give me this session about 15-20 minutes. I just thought we'll kind of just chat about what's happening in the startup ecosystem. I'm sure all of you are very keen to know what's happening currently, right? I'm sure you guys are also tracking startup news and you're very keen to know what's going ahead more than what's already happened. I think that's what I'm going to touch upon and try to kind of impress, and then probably that sets the stage for the pitches that are going to start, right? So whenever you guys are ready. Okay, so I'll tell you why I'm calling this Startup Wave 2, right? And you'll come to know by the end of the presentation. So currently, we're looking at some current status, and then we'll talk a little bit about future, right? So in our opinion, the startup revolution kind of started in India formally in 2012. It's not that the startups weren't there before, but they weren't very formally known in the ecosystem. when SEBI that regulates all startups now, and all the funds that invest in startups, let me put it that way. The funds that invest in startups are called AIFs. They are more formally structured. I'm sure you guys know about this. But SEBI actually came up with this whole regulation in 2012. That's when the industry, the startup industry so-called, got some recognition from the regulators. Right? That's when you come to know that, okay, fine, startups are going to be important because SEBI is now looking at it. SEBI typically looks at listed entities, but when they came out with these AIF regulations, it became important that startup is going to become very important in the regulatory framework as well. After that, we all know, right, what happened. There was a spate of startups that came, got funded. 2015-16 period was a high. A lot of guys got funded. A lot of funds invested a whole lot of money there. And some of the stats are in front of you. I'm not going to read all of them. But yeah, we had a really good time between 16 to about 22, right? Early 22. The beauty of this is that now we are already recognized as one of the third largest ecosystem in the country, in the world, right? US and China being the first, second, and I think probably will soon become second, given the speed of startups that are emerging from the country. It's good to know that like India has about 800 districts. Startups have come up from almost 90% of them. So that shows the breadth, and to get to this point, startups are now coming from everywhere, from every city, every town, and that's very good to know. And by some time, I think few years later, this system is going to mature well. Just like we see out in the US, everybody looks to the US and Western world for startups. This is going to happen sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. And of course, all the number of unicorns we have, I'm sure you guys track it. But yeah, we're going to have many more in times to come. And what's good to note is also startups coming, as I said, from tier 2, tier 3 cities. Some of the startups we are seeing at 100x are coming from cities like Chandigarh, Vadodara, Goa, Kochi, Indore, and these places. And I'm sure Amritsar, right? From some next couple of years, we'll see some good startups from Amritsar. So yeah, I mean, startup funding has increased, a lot of financing has taken place. We are looking at small numbers right now, but these are going to be very large in times to come. Like for example, if you see exponential growth in the last 6 to 7 years, we're looking at more number of startups coming, more number of investors joining, and also more number of incubators coming. We have seen a lot of incubators, accelerators coming. The government is clearly pushing this agenda forward. And you will not probably notice it in your day-to-day life, but out there at the policy level, a lot of work is being done, behind the scenes. Going next, I think, what happened was, as I said, between 16 to 22, we really saw a very frenzied time. By the end of 21-22, I remember, we had valuations going sky high. Some of it probably didn't even make sense. And we can go all day along it, but I'll keep it short. And yeah, the winter was actually due, so-called. And that happened, right? That's what happened. You have cycles in markets where there are peaks and troughs. We started looking at those 40 valuations, and of course, analytics operates on a very different model. We're not really affected by the winter, but a lot of guys did. A lot of funds, faced a lot of issues. A lot of founders faced a lot of issues. Some of them who got away by raising funds by early 22 were the lucky guys. Those who started raising sometime mid of 22 saw that impact of the funding winter, which probably is just ending, or I would say open for debate. But yeah, that's one of the things that is a hot topic in the VC circle right now. When is the winter ending? And I have my take on it, but that apart. So we looked at all-time low kind of funding, hardly any funding happening last year. 1 or 2 unicorns just added up in the beginning of the year, and that's all. So by the way, in my view, the number of unicorns do not really define the state of ecosystem of startups. Right? All these poster boys that we see actually make a lot of impact, which is good, which kind of gets others to kind of come in India and invest. But it talks about more. Like we know it's a lot more about more than the unicorns. Some of the factors that we are seeing is due to a lot of these global pressures, we're looking at a lot of layoffs and all of that. So, but by the way, the guys who are startups here, do not get, disappointed by all this. What you are going to do in the next 5 years is going to define, and not any funding will come. By the way, last line here again. What it did good was it actually brought a lot of things to ground. It brought sanity into the system. The way you value startups, the way you evaluate startups, the time you take into diligence, all of those things started becoming important, which probably weren't. Right? We have enough names to say where investment probably happened without diligence, even by some of the largest funds that we know. And this is what happens when you don't diligence anyways. Right? So what is it in the future that we should expect? Right? We've seen a cycle, onto the new cycle, which is why we call it the wave 2. And that wave is going to bring a very different kind of growth. Right? This budget, I think most of you guys probably would have tracked. Some of it was for startups, but yeah, a large amount of some was kept aside for innovation in startups. When you say innovation, it automatically includes startups. Correct? So, by the way, this is just my expectation. We feel that probably most investors are waiting for that big event to happen this year, and then probably you will see some buoyancy in the second half of 24. That's when probably startups might just start getting interest from investors, and you'll probably see more deals happening, and that's what probably will come out in the public. But by the way, at the VC ecosystem, believe me, a lot of pipeline is building up. People are looking at more deals. They are big ready, let me call it that. But I think the deployment of funds will start post May or June, whenever the elections are. And then once that outcome is behind us, right? And then probably there's more clarity. People need certainty to invest. And that probably will get into second half. So we're looking at that buoyancy. We are expecting that to happen. Of course, I hope it doesn't become as bad as 2023 was. So 24 is certainly going to be better than 23, is what our expectation is. We're going to see one more trend. So we work with a lot of corporates as well, right? So we're seeing a lot of corporate guys keeping aside funds to invest in startups. Now that's an important data point for you guys, because when you go out and find customers, which probably are corporates in some of your case, you also should know that they may be investing as well. So what happens is you get a customer, and if you get a customer, you might just get that guy as an investor too, which is very important from your perspective of growing your own startups and your 0 to 1 journey, whatever that is. Now, which is very important. Corporates are forming corporate venture capital funds within their balance sheets, which is huge sum of money, by the way. If that all comes in, you're looking at roughly 2x of the traditional VC kitty that are going to come to startups. It's going to be a huge plus. Of course, these are certain immediate sectors that which are clear: infrastructure-led growth and health tech and all of that. I'll kind of not bore you with that. But yeah, some of the initiatives are worthwhile mentioning. Startup initiative, of course, has a lot of money coming in. Tax incentives, government did do a little bit, though probably I wanted it to give us some more softs for investors in startups. But fine, whatever we have, we'll do with it. Atal incubation sectors, as you know, are widely spread. Biotech, surprisingly, has worked so hard, and you're seeing a lot of very good biotech startups coming up and innovating and getting patent sanctioned and all of that. So you're seeing these macro trends, right, which are going to build up. Some of the sunrise sectors I thought we should tell you, and probably some of it is also here. Some of you guys are already into it. But some of the key sectors we feel are going to get momentum are these. EVs, anything to do with EVs ecosystem. It may not be directly connected, it may be indirectly connected as well. It could be ancillary companies who are contributing to the EV industry. Also, clean energy in any form, sustainable waste, water treatment, all of that goes towards sustainability and clean energy. Solarization, if you have noticed in the budget, there was a special focus on solarization. Solarization is going to kick off a huge impact move from investors as well as startups. You will see a lot of innovative startups getting benefited by this whole solarization trigger. And of course, drones have always been around, but I think now you will see more application use cases coming out of drones, and hence we just got one of our drone portfolio companies funded out of Delhi. But we're seeing that positivity coming into robotics, drones and all of that, having industrial real use cases, not just innovation in the laboratory, but of course on the ground helping corporates, doing pilots, doing demos, working for those use cases. Try to do that when you are doing your own startups or growing your own. Have real use cases. Right? That's what is important. Agri-tech is going to become a focus. It's already a focus, but not so much money has gone into it. From the private sector, from the VC funds, from the corporate VC funds, you're going to see more of that coming. And of course, biotech, as I already mentioned. So yeah, coming to an end of my presentation, we are looking at an exciting future ahead. This decade probably will be led by India in most cases. We are seeing already signals, and I mean, I'm not giving some great news by saying this, but you're going to see some cycles up and down. Don't worry about that. Cycles always come and go. Persistence is what matters. And I think you will see a move towards a lot after the budget. I mean, after the elections, you will have a full-blown budget, which will have a lot of stuff, even for startups. So we are expecting that. So yeah, coming to this end of it, one was probably, which I define it as the period when the regulations started, 2012 to 23, 24, about a decade or so, right? We saw boom, we saw bust, we saw everything. So one full cycle actually got completed. We're looking at the second cycle now, which I don't know how much will it last, but I think it will last at least about a decade. So you're looking at 24 onwards, which is this year, of a startup 2.0 wave. So let's kind of, look forward to it and build our companies for the same. That's all I have. And again, thank you guys for having us, having all three of us. We'll kind of try to do justice to our roles. But yeah, thanks COE team. I think you have a brilliant team, Director Sir. You have a brilliant COE team. I definitely mentioned Kiran, Subhanshu, all of those guys. They've really worked hard to get us here. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable insights on the startup culture. Moving on to the heart of today's Entrepreneurial Fest, the Startup Expo. This platform isn't just about showcasing ideas. It's a battleground for innovation, a testament to the indomitable spirit of entrepreneurship. This year, the Expo transcends the ordinary with a thrilling surprise element, the chance for you, our esteemed audience, to crown an audience-favorite startup. With a winning prize of 10,000 rupees at stake, your vote holds the power to catalyze dreams into reality. Before we break for lunch, make sure to scan the QR code provided, follow the instructions, and cast your vote. As we eagerly anticipate the pitches, it is to be noted that each startup will be allocated precisely 16 minutes, 8 minutes for presentation, followed by 8 minutes for Q&A. The startups will be guided by 2 beep sounds, one after 4 minutes and another after 8 minutes, to ensure a smooth and fair experience. Also, we reserve the right to intervene should any presentation exceed its allocated time. We deeply appreciate your cooperation and understanding in the matter. Now let's dive into the realm of possibilities, where ideas meet their potential, right here at the Startup Expo, and invite the first startup for the day, Food Genie. Let's have a round of applause and welcome Mr. Rajat Devi on the stage for the first pitch of the day.
Hello, hi, very good morning to all and panel as well. My name is Rajat Devi and I am based out of Chandigarh, and we have started a startup called Food Genie, which means food and food, right? And what we are doing is we are making a food chain, like we authenticate restaurants on the basis of, this is the logo, right? And we authenticate restaurants on the basis of hygiene, right? And we make sure that they comply with all the all the rules which are set by FSSAI and all the global norms as well, right? So the thing is, why we are doing this, right? Because you have the access to the restaurant, right? But you don't have the access to the kitchen area. You don't know, what's going on in there, and owner is not there 24/7 to check that everything is going smooth and all, and manager is doing their work, and sometimes not intentionally maybe, but they are lacking with hygiene things. They don't follow that kind of things. So what we can do is we create auditing, micro auditing and proper auditing every 3 months, and 2 months is micro auditing thing, right? So it will add an extra layer of hygiene, and so for the staff, and we create a proper SOP for Indian brands. Like I was a project manager. We used to make apps, and what I think कि जब भी हमारे clients visit करते थे, Australian clients, American clients ना, तो they are like, the food is really good, but they already have one question, right, which is it hygienic? Because India has very shattered image in the hygiene thing, so we just want to change that. And I think हमने start किया था asset heavy model से, which is not work, because it needs lot of capital, because हमारा ऐसे था कि हम एक रेस्टोरेंट्स के पास जाएं, उनकी किचन को प्रॉपर 1.50K to 1.5K स्पेंड करके उनकी किचन को प्रॉपर अच्छा से बनाएंगे. बट हुआ क्या कि दैट नीड लॉट ऑफ कैपिटल और लॉट ऑफ चैलेंजेस. व्हाट इफ रेस्टोरेंट गॉट क्लोज्ड, देन बट आफ्टर दैट वी केम विद asset light model. In that we just run our services. We provide them services. Some services is on ground services, which include SOPs, SOP creation, compliance, and audits and micro audits, right? And some services are like we provide them we infuse that services with tech as well. Like we have developed an web app in which you can see your audit reports, each month audit reports, and our feedback, which is created by food experts, right? And so that we ensure that every kitchen and everything is look at here. This is so much of unorganized market in India, and our Indian restaurants have the capability to go global, right? But why we are not doing this? Because you must have heard about lots of brands which are doing really well from 50 of years, but they are not yet make an impact like Domino's or McDonald's, right? So why we are lacking? We are lacking because we don't follow a proper SOP. We don't have that third-party auditing thing, which keep on tracking. Because FSSAI has to look on the wider picture. They don't pinpoint each and everything. But here's what we come in, and the thing is. And if you want to have that much of kind of audits, third-party audits, so you must have 40 to 50 restaurants. But we cut it down to just one restaurant on the very basic cost, right, which everybody can afford. So we just want to give that auditing power to everyone, right? And we just make sure that every meal outside your home is properly hygienic, right? So that is the thing. Plus we have lots and lots of opportunity in this. Indian government is soon going to introduce a law in which every restaurant has to put the ingredients and ingredients list, and what are their how much fat is there, how much so we can track as well. We can track that thing as well. So I hope we make our restaurants to the global level and जैसे हमारा यही था अभी जब स्टार्टिंग में हमने काफ़ी सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए एंड वी आर recognized by government of India and DPIT recognized. I'm not at speaking, I'm so sorry about that, but I just want to present it in front of you. We are recognized, and after that validation, our team got too much of boost, and we are we are totally bootstrapped till now. But what we are facing is we are facing some financial resources issues, because in this we just need to create a we just need to create a social awareness for that. Then wherever you see a foodgenic board or authentication, you can go there. For example, there are 5 restaurants. One is authenticated by foodgenic. So where would you like to go, right? Obviously, who is authenticated by third party, right? Because in-house audits भी होते हैं, in-house audits. But अपने आप को तो हर कोई सही बोलेगा ना कि नहीं वी आर बेस्ट, है ना? तो अगर कोई थर्ड पार्टी आके एक ऐसी फूड चेन क्रिएट कर रही है जिसमें आपको पूरे ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स और सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स मिल रही हैं, तो व्हाई शुड वी गो देयर? एंड आई रियली वांट टू हैव दैट न्यूक्लियर विंटर for startup funding cracked by you, sir, because after we started after in the mid 2022, and we used to have a lot of experiment that what is going right for us. In starting, we have given them deep cleaning services as well for the free, but that backfires on our business model, and after pivoting we are ready to enter the market again. We have all the we have all the things in our hand, but just we need to set up our marketing thing that needs some kind of financial resources, and we are good in tech. My partner Parth Vakharia is from Vancouver. He is brilliant in tech. He has about 8 years of experience in building apps in React and all that stuff. So we give and my co-founder Mr. Pankaj, he has having experience for 15 years in the food sector. So he is a strength from there, and we are just lacking in the marketing thing. That's it. Thank you. These are some
Hi, good morning.
Hi, sir.
Congratulations on your entrepreneurial journey.
Thank you.
And don't worry, you did a fantastic job on the stage. You speak very well.
Yeah, it's my first time. Sorry.
Fantastic, congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a quick question. What is the exact business model here? How do you make money?
Actually, we approach restaurants to have a subscription, and we'll take care of that kitchen, the restaurant kitchen. We have started from a base price of 5K each month, right? So it's just a matter of few restaurants to run it from bootstrap. मतलब जो पहला इन्वेस्टर हमारी कंपनी में आएगा, I make sure कि उसके बाद हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. I'm pretty sure about it.
Have you seen any friction from restaurants?
Yeah, in our first test project, we managed to get 19 restaurants to be exact. But something happened, and my CEO, my co-founder has to move London with his family, and I can't hold him back. But जो अभी हमारे वो कहते हैं ना जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है, but जो अभी हमारे फाउंडर हैं उनको उनसे भी 5 साल एक्स्ट्रा एक्सपीरियंस है, तो अब पहले मैं हैप्पी नहीं था, but I am happy now.
You said there are certain SOPs that you guys have created.
Yeah.
Have those SOPs been validated anywhere around the world?
no, we comply FSSAI and FDA and European Union. We have a set of SOP, and we have collaboration with Samarth Group. What they are doing the same thing, but with the industrial thing. Jubilant Food Work, they are taking care of the Jubilant Food Work industrial factory. Where doughs and all the stuff are making pre-prepared. So they are doing it, but for the big level. And हम उसको हर एक रेस्टोरेंट को वो पावर देना चाहते हैं कि grow and all.
Just one last question. I think because of time you missed that slide. What is your financial ask? What do you ask? What is your investment ask from us?
Right now, I just want to have a 20 lakh for 5% of equity. Thank you.
So yeah, it's a good job, good presentation.
Thank you.
Could have been better, but
Yes, definitely. I'm so sorry about it.
no, that's fine. What you need to also think about is how will you convince the restaurant that mera processes are the best. So are there any quality norms, or have you studied any companies of similar kind where you have certain SOPs that you will implement, let's say in a restaurant when you tie up with them?
Sir, in our first phase, what we learn is, I thought कि जिन restaurants के पास मतलब proper SOPs नहीं हैं, वो हमारे first clients बनेंगे. But I'm
talking about your SOPs. When you come, let's say you're talking to me as a restaurant owner, I'm the restaurant owner, you bringing your value proposition, saying we do your audit of the hygiene and all of that. What kind of outputs can I expect from you as a customer? What are the world-class standards? What are you providing? I didn't see any of that in your presentation.
Actually, the thing is, we provide a customized SOP because every restaurant kitchen is different, right? We have a food expert for that, and we make a customized SOP, and we make sure that we can, refine and make it better, like all the multinational companies have done till yet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you have you already tied up with any restaurants?
Not right now, to be very honest, but we have a strong relationship, management, and we have about 100 of restaurants, which are, when I again enter the market, they'll definitely, I can
What is the product go live date? When are you going to live with the product?
In next 1 month. In next 1 month, we just need to actually integrate AI things, which मुझे भी नहीं पता होगा कि कौन audit करने जा रहा है. So that will be proper surprise for them.
Are you preparing a web app or a mobile app?
Yeah, we have already prepared a web app. Yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Foodgenic, for their pitch that truly sets the bar high for them today. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Nitin Sharma from Road Pilot Technologies Private Limited from the road and transport sector. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
A very good morning to all of you. आज मैं आपको उन 4 करोड़ लोगों के बारे में बताने आया हूँ जो ना तो दिन देखता है ना रात, ना उसके खाने का पता होता है ना उसके सोने का। उसको तो ये भी नहीं पता होता कि वो आज रात को अपने घर जिंदा वापस पहुंच पाएगा भी या नहीं। जब हमारा देश किसी मुश्किल घड़ी में खड़ा होता है उस वक्त भी वो अपने देश के कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा होता है। जिस वक्त हम लोग अपने घरों में लॉकडाउन में छिप कर बैठे थे वो हमारे खाने का इंतजाम कर रहा था। जब हम लोगों को हमारे घर वाले छू नहीं पा रहे थे वो हमें अस्पताल लेके जा रहा था। कौन है ये लोग? क्या इनका परिवार नहीं है या इनके बीवी बच्चे नहीं हैं? ये हैं हमारे ट्रक ड्राइवर्स जो 24 घंटे 365 दिन सड़क के ऊपर अपना जीवन बिताते हैं। आज अगर रविंदर को कोई नौकरी चाहिए तो उसको ये नहीं पता कि कहां पे ट्रक की वैकेंसी खाली है। इफ जसप्रीत इज लुकिंग फॉर सम ट्रक ड्राइवर्स, he doesn't have any platform from where he can hire the verified and the trusted truck drivers. ये इंडस्ट्री आज एक ट्रेडिशनल वे में एजेंट्स या मैं कहूँ ब्रोकर या हिंदी में दलाल वो लोग चला रहे हैं, जिसके लिए वो एक अनरीजनेबल अमाउंट चार्ज करते हैं। ना डिजर्विंग कैंडिडेट्स को जॉब मिल पाती है और ना ही एम्प्लॉयर्स को वेरीफाइड कैंडिडेट्स मिल पाते हैं। रोड पायलट हैज कम अक्रॉस विद द हेल्प ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी। मैं फिर दोहराऊंगा, विद द हेल्प ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी। वी आर नॉट एलिमिनेटिंग द ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन, वी आर यूजिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी टू मेक द बेस्ट यूज आउट ऑफ इट टू गेट द ट्रक ड्राइवर्स ऑन बोर्ड। वी आर द फर्स्ट इन द इंडस्ट्री टू मेक श्योर कि ड्राइवर को अप्लाई करने से पहले उसको पता होता है कि उसको कितनी सैलरी मिलने वाली है, उसको कौन सा ट्रक पसंद है चलाना, उसको किस रोड पे जाना पसंद है, एज वेल एज we also into the improvisation of their lifestyle. Road pilot is first in the India जो हर कुछ ट्रक ड्राइवर को कॉन्वॉय की फैसिलिटी देता है so that वो हाईवे के ऊपर कभी अपने आप को अकेला महसूस ना करे। We guys have seen the army trucks on the highways moving on a convoy. So this is the same feature we are giving to the truck drivers through our platform. Apart from that, आज इन ट्रक ड्राइवर्स को वो मान सम्मान और रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दी जाती है जिसके ये हकदार हैं। एंड टू मेक देम श्योर कि उनको वो चीज मिले, वी आर ऑनबोर्डिंग द क्रॉस सेलर्स जो कि ढाबा एंड द ट्रक मैकेनिक्स। ढाबे वो हैं जहां पे ये अपने लिए खाना खाते हैं। रोड पायलट इंश्योर दैट उनको साफ सुथरा खाना मिले, प्रॉपर पार्किंग फैसिलिटी मिले, एज वेल एज उनको वो सब चीजें मिले जो एक बेसिक मानवता के नाते हर एक इंसान का अधिकार है। वी आर इनटू ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग द इंटायर ट्रकिंग कम्युनिटी। ट्रकिंग कम्युनिटी को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने के लिए हमें उसकी नींव पे काम करना पड़ता है। दैट्स व्हाट रोड पायलट इज डूइंग। आज आई एम ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द फ्लीट ओनर। आई डू वांट 20 ट्रक्स ऑन माय ओन, बट मुझे ये नहीं पता कि मेरे कितने ट्रक्स चलते रहेंगे और कौन सा ट्रक कब खड़ा हो जाएगा। बीइंग अ फ्लीट ओनर, आई कैन रिचार्ज माय फास्टैग, आई कैन रिचार्ज माय डीजल टैंक, बट आई कैन नॉट जस्ट सिट ऑन द स्टीयरिंग व्हील। सो फॉर दैट आई नीड द ट्रक ड्राइवर। एंड इसकी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के लिए वी आर इनटू दी रोड रेस्क्यू ऑप्शन हमने चूज किया, एक फीचर लॉन्च किया है जिसके अंदर एक्सीडेंट्स एंड ब्रेक डाउन में फ्लीट ओनर्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं। टिल नाउ रोड पायलट हैज ऑनबोर्डेड 6000 प्लस यूजर्स ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म और ये हर इंडस्ट्री के हैं, चाहे वो फार्मा हो, चाहे वो ई कॉमर्स हो, चाहे वो फूड डिलीवरी हो। हम हर इंडस्ट्री में अपने यूजर्स को ऑनबोर्ड कर रहे हैं। टोटल मार्केट साइज इंडिया में लगभग 1.5 करोड़ ट्रक ओनर्स हैं। अगर पोटेंशियल देखा जाए तो इन 1.5 करोड़ ट्रक ओनर्स को 5000 रुपया खर्च होता है एक ड्राइवर के रिक्रूटमेंट में, और आज की डेट में इसकी वजह से शॉर्टफॉल इंपैक्ट होता है समवेयर अराउंड 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए का, जो बैंक की EMI टाइम पे ना जाने की वजह से या फिर डिलीवरी शॉर्ट होने की वजह से। We have introduced a model in such a way that every driver or every fleet owner can use it. We are not charging anything from the truck drivers. Truck drivers के लिए we are introduced one of the premium plan where they can get 1 lakh rupees of mediclaim and 5 lakh rupees of personal accident. Since we are targeting a less educated community, so our very first objective is to make them aware कि what we are offering, why we are offering, and what we are changing in their lives. And to GTM strategy, we do organize the truck owners meet, toll market plazas पे हम कैंपेन अरेंज करते हैं, कैनोपीज लगाते हैं, ट्रक यूनियंस में हम मीट ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं जहाँ पे हम फ्लीट ओनर्स को कन्विंस करते हैं। Road Pilot has achieved some of the major achievements in our journey. We have been awarded by UP CM Shri Yogi Adityanath. We have won the Social Innovation category by IIM Madras, as well as some of the newspaper publications also. We have raised around 10 lakh rupees from SISFS till now, and this is some of the 14 lakh ARR. From the end of quarter 25, we are expecting a revenue of 8 crore, and then in the next 3 months, Road Pilot will be profitable. One of the major milestones we are achieving the container dormitory on the national highways. We have already introduced 2 of the container dormitories on NH number 8, Delhi Mumbai, and NH 47, जहाँ पे हमारे ड्राइवर्स घंटों के हिसाब से मात्र 50 रुपए घंटे से नींद ले सकता है, ताकि वो रोड के एक्सीडेंट्स ड्यू टू ड्राउजीनेस वो कम हो सके. We are not only looking for an investment, we are looking for some mentors also, जो इस इंडस्ट्री में हमारी मदद कर सकें. Because मैंने अक्सर ये देखा है कि इन ड्राइवर्स के और फ्लीट ओनर्स के पेन पॉइंट्स को बहुत कम लोग हैं जो समझते हैं. So we are looking for some people who can get connected with the industry leaders, who can make us help handholders to make some strategic partnerships, as well as we are looking for 1.40 CR as of now. Road Pilot will be a profitable operating margin by the end of 24-25. And so, as I told you, that this is the first in India we are doing this, so we have a first mover advantage. Plus, we are relevant across all the users, either is truck mechanic, road truck driver, owner, or the crane owners. Neelam Sharma is the CMO of the company, taking care of the marketing and the strategy planning. Myself, I am the CEO of the company, having an experience of 18 years in the trucking industry and an existing fleet owner. Lokeshwar Reddy is handling the web and the mobile application with the experience of 7 years in the same domain. This is how our cap table looks like. Currently, we are incubated at IIT Madras and IIM Lucknow, and out of the entire equity, 4.5% have been diluted so far, and we have got the validation from Daimler India Commercial Vehicles, जिनके trucks भारत बेंज के नाम से आते हैं. We've got a soft commitment from IIM Lucknow also, and we are into the talks with some of the institutes related to that. That's all from my end. Over to you, Judy.
So, yeah, thanks for that. Quite elaborative. Help me understand a little bit more about the business. How do you onboard drivers and how do you onboard customers? I guess this is a marketplace of sorts, or how do you onboard customers on both sides?
So as far as onboarding is concerned, as I told that we organize some of the drivers meet on the highways and the truck fleet owners meet in the truck unions. We do have truck unions in the entire district and across the nation. So I am the secretary in Lucknow Transport Association also. So I do have my own contacts in the same industry. So we do connect with the truck unions. We make them presentation kind of thing, meeting with 150 truckers, and onboard them on the mobile application immediately. Secondly, we onboard the dhabas, and in those dhabas, we organize the drivers meet, where we ensure that our drivers should get to know that what we are offering, what he is getting from us, and how his life will be changed. Thirdly, we onboard the truck mechanics. We do have our offline sales marketing team. They go door to door to the dhabas and all that, and they onboard the users on board. And fourthly, we do have the crane owners also, which helps them in the breakdown assistance. So the very quick answer to your question is that we are doing very much offline marketing as of now to onboard the users, and we are taking the help of the social media just to spread the message in the community that what we are offering.
How many truckers on board right now?
So out of the 6,000 users, we have around 1,867 truck users, truck owners, 2,342 truck drivers, 432 the truck mechanics, and 18 dhabas.
So 1,300 truck owners.
Oh yes, sir.
Okay. Who are looking at finding drivers, right? So you said users, drivers कितने हैं?
Total drivers on portal or entire market?
No. on your book, on your plan?
2,342.
Versus 1,400 for truckers.
Yeah.
So what should be the ratio? Like if I have one trucker onboarded, how many drivers typically they need?
Well, sir, to understand the ratio, I would like to take you back to the how this industry works.
Just keep it short. Just give me
I'm just giving a 30-second I'll take. On an average, a fleet owner owns 10 of the trucks. किसी के पास 100 भी है, 500 भी है, 1000 भी है. मेरे पास जैसे 20 हैं, तो किसी के पास एक भी है. तो अगर उस नंबर्स की आप बात करते हैं, तो रेशियो ये है कि आज की डेट में ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट हाईवेज का डेटा है जो ऑथेंटिक है. लगभग 4.5 करोड़ हमारे हाईवेज पे रजिस्टर्ड हैं पैन अक्रॉस आरटीओज में, और 4 करोड़ के आसपास कमर्शियल लाइसेंस इशू हो चुके हैं, जो कि एलसीवी और एचसीवी हैं. दैट मीन्स लाइट कमर्शियल व्हीकल्स एंड हेवी कमर्शियल व्हीकल्स. वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट दी कैब ड्राइवर्स. एंड हर साल 5 से 10 लाख नए कमर्शियल लाइसेंस इशू होते हैं हमारे इंडिया में, और उसी तादाद में 10 लाख ट्रक रजिस्टर्ड होते हैं हमारे इंडिया में. तो ये रेशियो है.
समझ गया. सो आई वाज क्यूरियस टू नो कि आपका मतलब विजन क्या है? बिकॉज आई सॉ एक तो हायरिंग हो गया, लाइक ओनर्स नीड ड्राइवर्स, दैट्स द फर्स्ट बेसिक प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट यू वांट सॉल्व. एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स मेकिंग द लाइफ ऑफ द ड्राइवर्स बेटर, दैट प्रोबेबली इज also very important as a community. But what are you currently focusing on? So what is the, if I have to ask you, आपके बिजनेस में आप कौन सा 2-3 मेट्रिक ट्रैक करते हो हर महीने? कौन से मेट्रिक?
सर, मेरा विजन सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक है कि आज हमारे हिंदुस्तान में डॉक्टर का बेटा बोलता है मैं डॉक्टर बनूंगा, इंजीनियर का बेटा बोलता है इंजीनियर बनूंगा, ट्रक ड्राइवर का बेटा क्यों नहीं बोलता वो ट्रक ड्राइवर बनेगा?
नहीं, वो तो कारण पता है अपने को. तो So when I understand your vision, it's a great vision. Congratulations for that. Very few people are working on it. But you want to make it a venture fundable business, right? That's what I understand. That's why you're coming here to pitch to investors. What you need to also understand is how a venture capitalist is looking at a business. So if I have to look at your business, I need to know what is the one problem statement you're trying to solve right now. Once you've solved it, then we move on to the other problem statements. That's how we approach any.
The very primary problem which we are solving is the bridging the gap between the fleet owner and the truck driver. If you ask the
so hiring, right? First of all, you said hiring in the beginning. So how many hires have you actually? How many matches have you done so far?
पिछले 3 महीने में हमने 1,204 ड्राइवर्स को जॉब दी है हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म से, और अगले 1 साल में हमारा टारगेट है 10,000 एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करना इस इंडस्ट्री से.
तो आप जो रेवेन्यू प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हो वो हायरिंग से ही है फिलहाल?
सर, वो हायरिंग से है. आई विल गेट बैक टू डू योर बिजनेस मॉडल. वो हायरिंग से भी है, प्लस वो हमारे जितने भी यूजर्स हैं, एज यू कैन सी द ढाबा, वी चार्ज 10 रुपीज पर ट्रांजैक्शन.
वो नहीं, वो यूजर से जो लेना है वो बात है. दिस इज योर प्राइमरी रेवेन्यू चैनल इज the revenue from hiring from truck owners.
Exactly.
What is that revenue next year you are targeting?
Sir, next year we are this running year.
Next year. For 24.
Next year we are targeting around 7 CR, sir.
Okay, fine. Thanks. That's all.
Great presentation. Just wanted to understand a couple of things with respect to the hiring part of it in itself. जैसे एक टिपिकल फील्ड ओनर की आप जो बात कर रहे होगे भाई, नॉर्मली उनके पास 10 से 20 ट्रक्स अपने पकड़ के चलते हैं. ऑन एन एवरेज एक फ्लीट ओनर को कितने ड्राइवर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी?
सर, 10 ट्रक जिसके पास हैं, ड्राइवर एक ऐसा आदमी है जो हर 3 से 6 महीने में जॉब चेंज करता है.
एनी पर्टिकुलर रीजन?
रीजन इज दैट कि उसको ये इंडस्ट्री फैसिनेट करती है रूट के हिसाब से. आज वो अगर पंजाब से गोवा चल रहा है तो वो कल पंजाब से गुवाहाटी चलना चाहेगा. उसको रूट देखना है, उसको घूमना है, उसको अलग अलग जगह का खाना खाना है, उसको अलग अलग ब्रांड की गाड़ी चलानी है. आपके पास अगर भारत बेंज है, मैंने 4 महीना आपकी गाड़ी चलाई, नाउ आई वांट टू ट्राई द टाटा का जो नया मॉडल आया है, फिर मैं उसको ढूंढूंगा मार्केट में किसके पास है. तो ड्राइवर्स कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग द जॉब्स एवरी 3 to 6 months. सिमिलरली फ्लीट ओनर्स भी यही करता है. वो किसी ड्राइवर को एक लॉन्ग टाइम के लिए हायर नहीं करता, बिकॉज उसको बदलाव चाहिए. अगर आज मेरे पास जो ड्राइवर है वो अगर 3 दिन में 1000 किलोमीटर तय कर रहा है, तो मैं चाहूंगा मुझे कोई ऐसा मिल जाए जो 1 दिन में मेरे 800 किलोमीटर तय कर दे.
Again, that happens to be the problem, right? यहाँ पे मुझे अगर एक सस्टेनेबल चीज चाहिए होगी तो वो कहाँ से मिलेगी? ड्राइवर का भी डिपेंडेंस मेरे पे बहुत ज्यादा है. फ्लीट ओनर भी बोलेगा कि भाई मेरे को रूट चेंज करना है, जो भी फॉर XYZ रीजंस, उस हिसाब से सस्टेनेबिलिटी कैसे आ पाएगी?
दिस इज ओनली थिंग व्हाट वी आर गिविंग सर, कि जब ड्राइवर को चेंज करना है, फ्लीट ओनर को अगर रिप्लेस करना है उसको, तो आज की डेट में उसके पास टाइमलाइन नहीं है। इमीडिएटली ड्राइवर आता है, चाबी रखता है, मैं जा रहा हूँ, इमीडिएटली फ्लीट ओनर करता है, तू जा तेरी छुट्टी। उसको कोई नोटिस पीरियड नहीं है इस इंडस्ट्री में। हम पहली बार वो चीज़ लेके आ रहे हैं, उनको बैक ऑफिस में हमारा उनको एक बैक एंड ऑपरेशन दे रहे हैं जो ये इंश्योर करता है कि आपका ट्रक खड़ा नहीं होगा, चाहे आप ड्राइवर रिप्लेस करें या ना करें।
That's a tall task.
Obviously sir, it's a tall task. Thank you all the audience.
Thank you to Road Pilot for identifying the prominent gap and sharing their innovation with us today. I hope the audience is keeping track of their favorite startups and ranking them accordingly. We still have many more to go. Now imagine training that feels like a futuristic video game, pushing your reflexes, agility, and coordination to new heights. That's Hyperlab Helios in the sports tech domain. I request Mr. Hitat Parekh to take the stage and enlighten us today.
Hello. Hello, I'm Hitat Parekh. I'm founder and CEO of Hyperlab. We are into building next generation of sports and fitness technology. So when we started understanding कि sports and fitness होता क्या, it is basically combination of three things: stamina, agility, and reflex. And we started looking for के market में क्या चल रहा है. And we came up to this thing that there are tons of product to practice your stamina. Recumbent cycle हो गया, treadmill हो गया, weights हो गया. But what is there to practice your reflex and agility? And that's when we started thinking कि ये market gap को fill करना है. To validate the same, we went to the coaches and athletes also. And उन्होंने एक चीज़ बोला कि reflex और agility तो आज भी हम practice करते हैं. But things that you cannot measure cannot be improved. तो अगर मेरे को आज मैं ड्रिल कर रहा हूँ agility, कोन के ऊपर आज मैं ड्रिल कर रहा हूँ, और कल भी मैं सेम ड्रिल कर रहा हूँ, what is the improvement which I am getting is something which is not measured right now. Secondly, they told us कि जो भी sports tech industry है, it is not कि sports tech is something which is very new, but the thing is that sports tech is not available to people, it is not accessible to people, it is only available to elite athletes like Ronaldo और Messi. तो ये टेक को ब्रिज करना है सारे लेवल्स के प्लेयर के लिए. That was something that we started with. Then after understanding the market gap के reflex और agility train करना है और इसको इतना accessible बनाना है कि सारे लोग खेल पाए. We came up to a product called 51, which is now called Helios. It is patented in India, US and 130 more countries. So the idea was pretty simple. We wanted to combine both virtual and physical world together. जिसमें on the left you see the conventional method of training right now. Cones है, cones के आजू बाजू जा रहे हैं. There is a sub coach which keeps a track of everything कि कितने seconds में मैंने कितना distance किया और बाद में calculations होता है. And on this right side you see the first POC of Helios, which is basically shooting a green color का virtual target on the ground. Now the beauty of the product is it exactly knows at what distance it is projecting. मैं कब उस पे जा रहा हूँ और टैप कर रहा हूँ and at what direction it is projecting.
So with analyzing all of this, it exactly knows my acceleration, deceleration, reflex, agility, stamina, everything. Now the thing is that it is something which is going to stay common everywhere. So you practicing here in India or someone else practicing this same thing in USA, the points which are going to be plotted by the machine is going to be same across the world. So there is this high scope of collaboration and competition which can be seen on the application itself. We have partnered with SAI. SAI is basically Sports Authority of India, and we started our pilots with them a year ago, and now we have visa order. So we are going to supply whole complete SAI, which are 100 in number. Those are 100 authorities which are going to use the product. We also have understood that this system is going to be working more in the side of indoor training, and why not focus on badminton. So we have also partnered with Padagon Sports Management. One thing is that we don't want to stop here. This is a device that you see right now functioning, throwing points elsewhere, and you going everywhere. We want to take this tech to a level that if I want to compete against Saina Nehwal, then I just have to upload a video of her playing, and this product can replicate the whole gameplay of that. Initially when we started with the vision that we'll be first going to the elite athletes who understand what is happening with the reflex and agility ka boost. Then we come down to all the normal players. But in this process, we tested with the users, and one thing that those people told us is that sports is not just the industry which can benefit from this. There is this gym industry which has Zumba spaces, which is unoccupied space for them. There is this whole carpet area which is vacant, which is not used all the time other than Zumba. Why don't you deploy the device over there? And that's when we started talking to the gym owners and gym distributors also. We have physiotherapy, which is the biggest market for us also, because they have to track the motion of a patient, how much they are recovering. So imagine this projecting the laser dots everywhere. We are supposed to go and track the motion of the patient. And there's this, so this Saina Nehwal also is using the product. We are a team of 14 people. I see 40 people missing in the slide, but we are a team of 14 people who have made it possible to come up from a device which was on a PVC pipe, which costed us to make 37,500 to make just the product, to reduce down to the cost of 5,000 per product. So that is basically the shift that we have seen in this R&D period of 2 years. So this is it. And we want to make sports tech accessible to all, not just to the elites, but to the all.
So guys, so good, yeah. This is nice. I basically, personally, I love sports tech. We've invested in a sports tech company. We feel bullish, great opportunities. Couple of questions. How is the analytics given to the user? So, अपने map तो कर लिया, but what is the output? What do I see? What dashboard do you give to suggest?
So basically, sir, I'll just take 30 seconds to answer that.
Sure.
What we wanted to do was, we wanted to keep the application which is on the phone open source, so that any coach who has their requirements of particular kind of drill can design it. So everything can be done on the phone itself. When you select that Hitarth is going to play the next, the whole analytics goes into that account of Hitarth getting played, and what you see is reflex, agility, stamina, everything on the phone itself. So to make things more accessible, we, instead of going to the dashboard of a laptop, we continued with the application on the phone.
And what's the revenue model? How will you make
So
money?
basically there are 3 right now. Sales, the direct sales which happens to the gyms and all the sports academies. Second thing is subscription, because we understood that all the sports academies does not have that much money to get our device which is worth 30,000. They're not going to invest very early. So we shifted to the subscription model for sports academies only, not for the gyms. So it is 3,000 per month. This product is on rent sort of thing. One thing that we make sure in the development process was, if I throw the device also, nothing should happen to it. And that is how the device is made also. So we are manufacturing in Ahmedabad. And one thing is very clear, that anything happens to the product, there is no operational cost to it. And that's why we shifted to subscription model also, because it is going to stay for a while. And third model is basically analytics model, which is a subscription of the application, where you get more modes into the device, more features of comparing yourself to another athlete, and more of the insightful data. So our data is processed, that is given in the subscription model. Our data is seen, that is seen in any of the.
So couple of follow-on questions, then I'll leave it to my colleagues. So two things. One is, what is the fundraise we are looking at, and where do you want to deploy?
So basically, one thing is that we want to go global. This is a device which is seen for the first time, and we want to make sure that India is one of the biggest markets, but it is not that lucrative for us to sell the products here. Whereas US is more inclined towards having this sort of technology. Europe is having all of this technology. So we want to go global. And for that reason, we are looking for raising the fund, which is going to be in March. Once we are,
how much are you raising?
Yes, it is 4 years. From March,
what would be the end use of funds be?
It is to expand first globally. Second, to patent, to secure few of the other patents that we have.
And globally, as in, you don't want to look at a market in India yet?
No. We have. I think we have secured the market in India. We have few of the companies who are onboarded already with us. For gyms, we have other distributors for India. For sports, we have distributors secured in India. Now we want to go global. That is the reason. So
I just had to address just one suggestion.
Yes.
Go take a look at a company called Stupa Store Sports Analytics.
For sure.
They have tremendous amount of tech. They do reflexes for badminton. They're going to extend it to other sports as well, but they have an excellent tech. So just compare it.
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much.
So congrats, great problem, great solution. Congratulations on that. Just a quick few questions, right? I just want to understand from what I see in the video and the product, basically we are just plotting points, right? But I would assume this is like a smart artificial coach. Do you foresee it automatically progressing the coaching as well as if I am training or anybody is training, I keep getting better. So is it progressively going to change the moves and suggest better as I progress?
So, sir, I don't want to use the jargons IIM, but we are using ML right now. So, machine learns that how a user is doing. What is my base speed? And for that reason, it now knows that this is my actual speed, which is constant for a while. Now, if I want to push, it gives me feedback, which is basically laser starts blinking. That this is the time that you've already taken. Now it is time to push. And all the feedbacks are given audio or visually to the user. So there is this ML model which we have already introduced. We also know, the product basically plots, So it knows that what is in the right, what is in the left. What is the speed in the right, what is the speed in the left. After that, once the ML model is implemented, the AI is implemented to suggest the drills. That your left portion is weak, so you can practice more on this side. And this being a platform-based product, so what happens is, because it is a plotting device, it can plot anywhere. So imagine it gives you 3-second buffer in the center, and then it goes randomly anywhere, when one knows, even the device does not know where it is going, which is going to test your reflexes. Now imagine a third or a second mode, where every sequence of the pattern of that plotting of laser dot is known to practice your muscle movement. So this being a platform-based product, more things can be built upon it.
Sure, makes sense. So one I saw is the use case where somebody was just generally working out. The second was the badminton. What all different sports do you foresee this being used in?
Sir, I see this as a sports agnostic product. So it is not going to be to a particular sports. Any sports is a pivotal sports where reflexes and agility are supposed to be trained. On a higher level, people go to the labs, sports labs, to check their reflexes, agility and everything. I see this thing deployed over there for any kind of sports. Whether it be football, volleyball, anything. You need to pivot from a point. And there is this point of randomness and ambiguity in sports which cannot be practiced till now. But with this device, I see that also happening. Practicing a random thing, which you cannot anticipate what is going to happen, which only happens when you are playing the sports and not practicing it. So this is what I see. That it goes in any sports, physiotherapy and gym.
Last two questions. Just want to understand, you said you already tied up with local distributors, gyms, etc. So what is the sort of traction you have right now?
So sir, what we have understood is I'm not sure I'm supposed to disclose. So the traction has been that we started with Ahmedabad. We started with Ahmedabad for gyms. We collected the reviews, and this is 2.5-year timeline which I'm talking about. There are a few changes that happen because there are no less of interactions coming from the user side. They were not understanding what is happening, how the data is doing this. So everything got changed. After that point of time, we collaborated with the sports distributors and gym distributors with that reviews itself. And they also are testing the product right now. So all the gym distributors that we have done have the product, have the 3D printed POC, and they are testing the product and they will be feasible.
So still in the early adoption?
Yeah. Yes.
Got it. After this, let's say 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, do you foresee more products?
Sir, we are parallelly developing 3 more products. And this has happened because we have continuously gone to a customer. And one thing that we have understood is this happens to be in indoor training. But what about outdoors? And that is what Sai has also asked us to do. That if you can design something similar to this for outdoors also where the space is very high. So that is also called Atoms. The product is called Atoms, which basically works on the RFID frequency. And it can serve in 100 meters per area. And there are 3 more products coming from swimming itself. So,
okay. We'll talk later in detail. Thank you so much.
For sure. Thank you so much.
Great presentation. A couple of things to ask. What are the patents on?
So patent is a system patent. There's this operational patent also. For this product, we have a system patent where it says that any sensor, whether it be camera or ultrasonic or distance sensor or LiDAR, any sensor mounted with a projection, which means a flashlight or a projector can, if it moves on the command of a user, is something that we have patented.
Okay. And that patent is granted in how many countries?
India and US are done.
Okay.
And we have signed PCT. So now we have deadline till June end. We'll be signing it in more countries.
When do you think the final product will be ready? Like
March end.
This March end?
This March end.
And what would be priced at?
So making cost is around 7,000.
Okay.
We anticipated it to be 5,000. But for the first time when we went for the mold making, we understood that this is not the unit economics which works. So now it is working at 7,000, but we are selling it for 35,000. Base price is 35,000. To the distributors, it goes for 27,500.
Why such an expensive proposition?
So what we wanted to secure was the electronics, because that is something which is the heart of the product. If we don't make that of that quality, then after a duration it is going to come back to us. So we have made sure all the components which goes of a quality, and everything has to be available in India. So first thing, the quality. Second was India. India has already put a high margins on electronics, and that is why we are doing it at 7,000. But soon I think it will be around 5,000.
But the selling price is 35,000. That's the only concern.
Because one is the patents that we have. We want to monetize that. Second is 35,000 is for gyms. Basically, we have a lot of money to invest in. But yes, sir. But for sports they don't have enough money, and that's why we are going with subscription model with them.
The subscription model is priced at
3,000.
3,000 rupees. Okay. And have you directly approached any individual users who can potentially use this product?
Sir, first we think that this is going to be a B2B market first. When the user starts understanding that how this device is used, then it can go to B2C. But I have talked with multiple gym owners and all the sports academies, and this we think that right now it is suitable to go to B2B first. and then B2C. Once the technology also becomes thoda sasta to us, we can go to decathlon also. That is.
Have you raised any funds before?
Till now it has been bootstrapped. Secondly, we have received 75 lakh of grant from Gujarat government itself. For the
Like in lieu of equity or it's more like
it is for product development itself.
and what's the background been like?
Background.
Your background in terms of the
I am an industrial designer.
Okay.
I graduated recently. So this is my graduation project.
Which college?
GLS.
Thank you for that powerful presentation. A unique vision, and we hope to see Hyperlab Helios disrupt the sports sector soon. Next, join me in welcoming Mr. Siddharth Arora from Fermentech Labs Private Limited, a startup in the biotech sector. Let's have a huge round of applause for him.
A very good morning everyone, and I'm Siddharth Arora, heading Fermentech Labs, operating from Chandigarh, and where we are committed to industrial valorization of agro and industrial waste for a circular bioeconomy. So we have a problem in our country, that is huge surplus agro waste. More than 350 million tons of agro waste is available, and with just 15 million tons of those waste is burned in Punjab, we have more than 3.2 crore cars in our streets. And a recent study shows that this will reduce the average lifespan by a Delhi by 5 to 10 years. In addition to this, we have thousands of tons of waste coming from industries like fruit juice, textile, palm oil, coffee. All these wastes are either incinerated or landfilled. The existing solution is also to use these waste as fuel, but there are challenges in that. Since biomass density of these waste is too low, the transportation costs are often very high. High silica content in some of these waste like paddy straw means that the industrial boiler design needs to be modified. And a recent study shows that these waste to energy plants are in fact more hazardous to health. So what we are doing at Fermentech is using a circular bioeconomy solution. We are using a novel solid-state fermentation bioreactor technology, and we are using our proprietary microorganisms to convert these wastes primarily into industrial enzymes. And we also have a side stream which we found is rich in prebiotics. The end residue is very rich in lignin, can be made pellets out of it. And we also have a C5 and C6 sugar stream. So what we did was initially, we screened more than 25 agro waste, and we, formulated 2 and 3. We filed patent for these formulated agro waste, and we have 4 products on the shelf as enzymes. So this is our SSF bioreactor technology, which has novel features which are lacking in the prior art, such as it enables high agro waste loading. And it also offers in situ pre-treatment and product recovery. We have validated at a 15 kg pilot plant. Now we are moving on to a 150 kg pilot plant. We also have few publications in peer-reviewed international journals. So the target industry spectrum is quite broad. These enzymes find applications across food and beverages, textiles, animal feed, pulp and paper, pharma, and so on. But right now we have found most traction in textile, bakery and fruit juice sector. Our bioreactor has also been validated by various scientists and professors in the Indian academies. So coming on to the textile sector first, we have been supplying enzymes which can combine various unit operations like de-sizing and bioscouring as a single step. What this did to the textile industry, it reduced their bleaching requirements. In addition to that, we used the waste from the textile industry itself, that is cotton spinning waste, as a raw material for production of these enzymes. And the enzymes produced from these waste were supplied back to the industry, which they successfully used in their unit operations. And this helped us, sign various pilots with clients in Europe as well as in Indian textile sector. We have successfully done around 7 pilots, 3 partners in Italy and the rest in India, where we have successfully demonstrated these enzymes for biopolishing, bioscoring and desizing applications. In the bakery industry, we have been providing xylanase for the bread and rusk formation. In the fruit juice sector, we have been supplying pectinase and amylase, which clarifies the juice. We are also FSSAI certified, which enables us to do online transactions with these FMCGs. Coming on to the market size, the enzyme market is worth more than $8 billion worldwide, and in India this market is somewhere around 4,500 crores today. We have around 28 potential clients, out of which 7 of those clients we are supplying enzymes. So we are basically looking to raise 2.5 CR, out of which we have already raised 1 CR. That is our first institutional funding. So we are looking forward to raise another 1.5 CR to take this technology completely to 150 kg, that is pilot plant, which is expected to result in at least 4 to 5 lakhs of revenue per month. And then from 12 months down the line, we are looking forward to raise 2.5 million USD to take the capacity to 4.5 tons. And the 5-year projection, we see the revenue, crossing around 30 CR in the 5th year, and this is considering very conservative assumptions. On the unit economics, the price per unit enzyme is expected to significantly come down when we take this technology to 4.5 tons, which is expected in 12 to 18 months, and the price would be around 500 rupees, which is at very competitive even if you compare with the likes of DuPont and Novozymes. We have gone through the import-export database and seen these companies, they send these enzymes to their Indian subsidiaries, and you can add another 15 to 20% of profit margin. So if a DuPont enzyme is coming in India at 620 rupees per liter, so we have a profit margin of around to at least 200 to 250 rupees if we manufacture this at a 4.5 ton scale. The technology also has significant socio-environmental impact, where we have demonstrated how our technology successfully converted waste such as pine needles and weed like parthenium, which are huge pain point to the Indian government in the Himalayan region. In the last 1 year itself, we have helped save 2 tons of CO2 emission. We have positively impacted around 28 farmer households. We have supplied enzymes for 100% organic fabric production, and we have valorized more than 6 tons of waste till now. We have also carried out an LCA analysis by a third party SPERA, which says that our GHG emission is 97% less, and we consume 85% less water than our competitors' technology. And this is also validated by our recent publication in the scientific, in the Renewable Energy Journal. So our go-to-market strategy, as sir was also saying, is customer as a partner approach. We intend to partner with the industry, such as cotton industry, which is generating around, say for example, Welspun. It generates around 7 tons of cotton spinning waste daily. A plant in Parwanu, HPMC, generates around 60 tons of apple pomace daily. So all these industries are also huge importers of enzymes. So the go-to-market strategy that we are trying to explore is to partner with these industries, do pilots, valorize their waste, and supply them the enzymes at a very competitive price on site. So in this way, we aim to gradually scale up our technology. So the team basically comprises of technical as well as marketing. So in the technical, mostly IIT Roorkee alumni and students where I have graduated from are working in developing this technology, and marketing we have students from IIM Kashipur who through their experiential learning program has been adding a lot of value in market discovery and pilots. So this is from my side, and I'll be open to questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Siddharth, great presentation. I always love innovative stuff, and yours was to my point of biotech taking off. So congratulations on the presentation.
Thank you.
Couple of questions emerging are so while you're targeting corporates and all of that today, what are those corporates using when you're going to sell your enzymes to a corporate?
Yeah.
What is their current? What are they using currently, and what are you replacing?
So it's a mix. Mostly they are using enzymes only in their unit operations. But the suppliers of those enzymes, they are not addressing the problem statement of that base generation. So they are using enzyme as well as some chemical-based methods. For example, in desizing and bioscoring. So some chemicals are also being used in Indian industry. But if you see the European market, enzymes are very much like the norm.
So what would be if I had to use a chemical-induced enzyme as well as yours, if I put them next to next, what is the cost comparison? How cheap are theirs compared to yours or versa?
So chemicals, they are still today significantly cheaper than enzymes. But if you see the overall products like the operation cycle, the amount of COD that and the BOD they add in the effluent. So and if someone has to use an effluent treatment plant, so that cost does exceed.
No, so forget, I'm a consumer, right? I'm a corporate, I'm an FMCG. I have one enzyme which has just chemicals into it, and on the other hand I have your enzyme. I don't really care right now about what goes into it. What is the cost to me is all I'm bothered about as a customer. What is that cost differential?
Yeah, so if you're not doing effluent treatment, so that is still 50% cheaper. Then
what price points are you selling at, you said?
So price points, our manufacturing price will be around 500 rupees per liter.
No, selling price to the...
Selling price maybe around 750 rupees per liter.
And you're saying the competition is about 375, 400 bucks.
So that is on the if the manufacturer is using a chemical solution, say for example NaOH, alkali or some other chemicals for treatment. Yeah.
But what are those one or two things which will move the scale in your favor? For example, right now, as a customer, I can buy any enzyme which is cheaper. If I have to really make profits on my product, which is my end FMCG product, I try and obviously reduce my cost of production. Why will I buy your enzyme?
Yeah, but now like we have more and more compliance at place on the industry side. So one of our vision is to enable industries to make a transition on using the green technologies. So we are every day adding a lot of innovations so as to bring the cost down. And what we are seeing in Europe, in order to get certain certifications like gold for this fabric, so it is mandatory to use enzymes, and that to non-GMO enzymes. So we see that these trends coming in the Indian industry also over the years, and we see a good market potential for enzymes in that regard.
Understood. Any Indian players doing this? Because I'm sure you mentioned global, but who else in India is doing it?
In India, MAPS is there, based out of Ahmedabad. Then KP's Biotech is there, Mysore. Then Advanced Enzyme is there. So there are like 6 to 7 players active in Indian market who are manufacturing these enzymes, but not using a bioreactor or a solid state fermentation for manufacturing the enzymes.
And this last question, how big is sourcing a concern?
Of raw material, yeah. So that is like a challenge, I would admit. But if that is a reason why we aligned our strategy to the corporates, so that accessibility to these industrial waste like cotton spinning waste, and we went to this HPMC and Minchis fruit juice. So they were more than willing to give their agro waste near their site so that it can be disposed of. So addressing the industrial waste will make more sense at this stage.
Also, I think logistics in terms of transportation
Yes.
may be a big cost.
So just quick answer, like a company in Italy, they are spending around 400 euros to dispose 1 ton of cotton spinning waste. So that cost, we aim to.
Sure, thanks. That's all. It's a great presentation. Just wanted to understand a couple of things.
Yeah.
What are the current methods which these corporates are using to dispose of the waste?
So landfill is the most common method. We interacted with a few clients, landfill, and some like in Tirupur in textile region. So they are selling it to some scrap dealers as well. And if you see in fruit juice plant, there are huge heaps you will see of these apple pomace, and so the most common solution what we have observed is landfill.
So let's just assume that these guys are providing you with about a ton of waste. In that case, how much would you be able to dispose that of in your reactor?
Yeah.
So just wanted to understand the output, input versus output.
Yeah, around from 2 kg of waste, we can make 1 liter of enzyme as a product.
Got it. And at the moment, would these players be willing to provide any kind of financial incentives? Because as it is, उनको तो खर्चा हो ही रहा है, dispose करेंगे तो भी.
Yes.
So would these guys be wanting to provide you with that financial backing?
So as a first step, like we have signed pilots with these companies. Like few clients in Italy, they have signed a initial stage of 10,000 euros. Then if that goes through, then there is a second stage to that as well. So we have seen interest among the industry, and we have been able to get some LOIs as well to move this forward.
And how big do you think the market is for this? Like I understand the enzymes market overall is pretty big. Just wanted to understand the kind of products which you have. What kind of a market do you see for this?
So like for example, the enzymes in textile in India, so it's around 1300 crores worth of enzymes goes to the textile sector.
And you already developed products which are catering to the textile market.
Yeah, so our first line of what we have specified now is on the textile sector.
Okay, what is the bottleneck over here? Like, is the capacity which is the constraint? What is the constraint over here?
So yeah, so it is the capacity as well as slightly the complexity of the process. It involves 15 unit operations, and while we are studying or developing in the initial years, we are focused on 1 or 2 unit operations. So to scale up 15 unit operations, it takes a bit of time as well as iterations. And the bioreactor, it's not a readily available product in the market that we are able to pitch. So there are some iterations and troubleshootings that we need to carry out there as well. So a bit of capital intensive as well, and as well as expertise also.
And how much time would it take you to, let's just say, commercially launch the production?
So we are already selling. Last year we have sold around 350 liters of enzyme. So we are already out there. In the 150 kg plant, we expect around 4 to 5 lakhs of rupees per month. So yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so you said with respect to the input and conversion to enzyme, what is the amount? So how about the wastage from your processes?
Right.
So what do you do with that?
So yeah. So that's a good question. So we have around 40% of residue that is coming out from the plant, and we initially it's a very lignin, it's 70% lignin of that waste is having 70% lignin. and we made pellets out of that. So those pellets were having more than an increment of 15% of GCV, gross calorific value. So, but we are looking for collaboration in this space. Some like who can valorize that lignin into a much higher value product. So that is something we are not doing it ourselves, but we are looking for potential collaborators who can add value to that lignin residue.
So what's happening to the lignin right now?
So yeah, so we are just discarding that at this point.
How do you discard that? So,
yeah, so we have this autoclavable bags, and we sterilize that, and it's organic at the end of the day. It does not contain any synthetic harmful chemicals. So it can also be used as a manure, but given the scale that we have at this point, we are kind of discarding it at a local level.
So you are thinking about processing the lignin?
Yes, we are looking for collaboration who can add value to that lignin.
Without using chemicals and all that?
Exactly.
What would be the calorific value for that lignin?
So in pine needles we are 19.2 megajoules per kg.
And why can't we use that to, why can't that particular product be used by cement companies?
That can be used, but we have not explored much on the lignin-rich residue part, to be very honest. We have been more concentrated on the scaling up of the bioreactor, but we are actively looking for partners who can make something out of it.
The only thing is that you should actually start talking to these cement companies as well, because जो बड़ा चैलेंज आएगा वो यही आएगा कि आपने तो डाल दिया, जो आपके बाद जो रहेगा उसका क्या करोगे? Then you again doing the same thing and you are giving it back to the society in itself or to the planet in itself.
I agree. So that is something we will look forward to close the loop.
But I guess if when it goes to a cement sector, what happens is again chemicals will be added where it might have the value proposition that they are actually stating, being environmental friendly.
We just need to close one loop over here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Kudos to Fermentech Labs Private Limited for showcasing their transformative pitch and captivating us all. We now have Technodrishti, an organization committed to help visually challenged individuals become self-reliant and included in society. Please welcome Mr. Marun Kalra on the stage.
Greetings everyone, I'm Marun Kalra, 17-year-old from Jalandhar, Punjab, and I'm the founder of introducing you Technodrishti. As the name suggests, Technodrishti. Techno means technical and Drishti means eye. We are the technical eye to the visually impaired people, and not like other companies just running before the profits. We want to help the society in terms of a good thing. That is why we are serving visually impaired people and not just running after the profits. If we move on, our objective is we want to create the impact in the society and we want to be the beacon of hope. Today there are many companies, big companies sitting in the industry. Google is there, Microsoft is there. They're doing nothing for the society, just showing the CSR value in their balance sheets. That's not everything. If we move forward, the problem statement, the main three problems which we are targeting is accessibility, inclusion, inequality, and lack of tech solutions. In today's world, अगर कोई इंसान अंधा है, उसे उस सोसाइटी के अंदर एक कम लेवल पे पूछा जाता है, but we want to create that impact and help them with this. Therefore, we present our solutions. We have Sathi, which is a prototype, ready prototype here. Due to time constraints, we can explain it in the Q&A session later. If we talk about our one more product, the blind suit, that is basically in the pipeline right now. And the components used in these two things are the Arduino, the ultrasonic sensor, the vibrating motor, and the buzzer. The stick has vibrating motor in its handle and has a buzzer. So when it detects something in front of it, it starts beeping and starts vibrating. You must have heard reflex action. We are based out of UNO technology. And UNO technology is the technology which focuses like a human brain. For example, you touch a hot object, you will pull off your hand back because the skin will send signals to your brain and your brain will act accordingly. Similarly here, the ultrasonic sensor sends the signal to the Arduino, which is the brain, and then the Arduino reacts accordingly. If we move on further, we have our USPs and how is our product different. The first major USP is UNO technology. In today's world, UNO technology is it is enormously growing, and it is the future. Tesla is one of the companies that is using UNO technology in today's world through ADAS technology, and we also have customization here. For example, हर बंदे को जो use कर रहा है वो stick, उसको अपनी customization से वो stick चाहिए होगी कि किसी के जो senses है वो weak हो सकते हैं. So we provide a customization, totally customized. The distance can be ranged from 1 feet to 6 feet. The obstacle detection distance. The decibel amount of the buzzer can be changed. The frequency, the hertz level for the vibrating motor can also be changed from 1 hertz to 100 hertz. We further have our prices as a USP. We are very nominal at this stage, and of course our products are feasible and easy to use. If we look at our future plans, we have GPS, fall detection, and emergency gesture switch. For example, there's a family. A person is blind in that family. He's walking through the streets. If we can connect his family with the system, the GPS, that will be very beneficial for us. Also, a fall detection system is being provided and emergency gesture switch. For example, the person is feeling something is going wrong. He can immediately press that button and act accordingly. Further on, we move the TAM, the total addressable market of this business. There's 8,000 million people all over the globe, and out of them, 400 million people are fully blind and 250 million people are partially blind. If we talk about the total, the TAM, the total addressable market, it is 8.12% worldwide, and India being the blind capital has 13.76% people blind. So it's a very big market, and this data is provided by the National Institute of Health. The data is very authentic, and if we move forward, we have our business models. We are catering in two things, B2B and D2C. B2B is, of course, the blind school, the NGOs, and the government of India. We're going to focus on the Prashast initiative, which is launched by the government of India, which helps startups in the field of societal contribution move forward. We also have a D2C business model, which will include our website primarily and quick commerce as an addition. If we move forward, we are eager to collaborate with Niti Aayog and Government of India. जैसे कि Atal Tinkering Lab, as Sir also stated, Atal Innovation Mission हर जगह लागू हुआ है. We want Techno Drishti to reach every corner of this country and even world. If we move forward to the unit of economics of our business, our COGS are 75.2%. Our product is ready in 1880 rupees, and our selling point is 2500. Our EBITDA comes out to be 22.8%, and our net profit after the taxes, 18% taxes, comes out to be 18.7%. We're also being into the corporate social responsibility as we're into the societal business more. We are providing 2% of the margins for CSR, and if we move forward, this is our equity structure. We have kept 10% ESOPs so that we can bring best people. As a startup, we cannot afford big salaries. So we can bring people on board through ESOP pool, and also we have kept 10% margin for influencers. As our business will be totally on marketing, totally based on marketing, we want influencers to be into the business so that they can market the business. As influencer marketing is growing day by day, and we have kept 2% as our CSR. And if we move forward about a marketing plan, we are doing influencer marketing, social media marketing through radios and FMs, so that in each blind school there are radios, people listen to them. So we can also, create awareness to that. We are also ready for awareness campaigns through Government of India and individuals too. And we were also honored by the Honorable Governor of Punjab, Mr. Banwarilal Purohit ji. I was 16 at that time when we got honored by him. He wants us to get into this business and work for the society, coming up from Punjab, work for India, and then go global. And that's it. Thank you all.
Okay, congratulations. पहले तो आपका birth certificate भेजो मुझे.
I can give you my Aadhaar card or birth certificate.
Thank you so much. I was just joking, but great presentation considering your age.
Thank you.
I think the energy you have is tremendous.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Few very important things, like more suggestions rather than questions. A lot to work upon in terms of numbers or whatever that is. But when you look at business, you try to make it fundable, and not all profitable businesses are not much active. So there is a way of, I believe that when you have enough capital, you are in a position to do more charity. That's how it works. So keep that mission, I think, parallel. That will help you in your journey moving forward. I just wanted to understand what are your pie chart of the ownership? Just for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
So I didn't understand the influencers. Why would you keep some allocation for influencers?
Of course, sir. If I talk about the influencers primarily, we want people who can market us. Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, X now, they're growing enormously. And influencers are the people who are making this grow. So we want them to have stakes in our company so that उनको लगे हाँ मेरी company है तो I have to work for it.
So थोड़ा सा word of caution there. Will you learn more when you start dealing with them? For your sales and marketing, you have ESOPs. So get a good team, get them in, give them ESOPs, make them full. Influencers will not be full time. There's a tremendous amount of cost that goes into, and by the way, equity is the highest cost if you didn't do that. In terms of, I'd rather pay cash to an influencer than give equity in my company. But as you grow, your company will become more valuable. So just a word of caution, we can talk more offline. But these are things that we've learned over a period, so just sharing these insights with you. You'll have to leave enough capable ownership for investors to take in right. That's more important because as you grow, you need capital. So sweat equity in forms of influencers is not the most preferred way to grow. That's one input. And yeah, that's it. Great going. I think when you grow 21, 22, you should have a decent revenue on your hands. So focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
First of all, congratulations. Like he said, I don't believe you're that young. And if you are, you've done a tremendous job coming here and pitching. You're pitching better than a lot of people that we see every day, right? I think again, going back to what Sir said, it's not about questions to be asked. We have to give you the lighting ahead. You're doing an incredible job. See where you are, there is a lot that needs to be done to actually make it a business, because for something to be as impactful as what you're doing, you need to really get on the ground and make sure that it keeps sustaining on what you're doing. Now there are a lot of support systems out there. There are specialty funds, there are specialty incubators, accelerators that work only for disability. I'm happy to extend an arm and connect you with them. Just stay at it, work with them, and make sure you're looking at how you can increase the impact. Whether you want to be profitable or no, let that question be answered later. Like Yagnesh said very well, until you're profitable, the impact won't happen. You just make this another initiative which will go down the line. So just keep at it, let's connect offline. I'm happy to connect you with the right people, and we definitely will help push you this, push this forward as much as we can. And congratulations on that. Thank you so much.
So, great stuff. Just wanted to understand a couple of things with respect to the product in itself. At what stage is the product at? And have you done any, let's just say, any POCs, any trials?
Yeah, so this is prototype number 1. We have spread it in Jalandhar only for 2 blind schools, and they're testing out right now. Once we get the feedbacks, we're gonna work on the prototype number 2, and then flood that into the market first for the testing, and then the prototype 3.
And how much time has it been since you launched the prototype 1?
Sorry, pardon?
How much time has it been since you launched the first version?
It's been 7 months.
And what has been the feedback up till now? How do you monitor the feedback?
So they are happy with the product. There are few feedbacks like the technology, a bit more advanced we need to work on. And one more feedback which we have is this is a bit of stable, not stable product. So we are building up the prototype number 2 more stable. Thank you so much.
A heartfelt thank you to Technodrishti for their impactful contribution, truly making a significant difference in the world. Now on to the next startup, Expense Cosmos Private Limited, India's first space transportation and logistics startup from the space tech domain. Let's hear more about this startup from Mr. Mir Shaz Ali.
Imagine that we all taking a flight from Delhi to Amritsar. Where exactly flight drop us? To an airport. Now we need a taxi or a cab that drop us to this hotel. In simple word, we need a mobility system that provide us a last mile ride. Same way, in the space industry, what rocket do? Rocket just take a satellite from point A, that is your Earth, and drop them to point B, that is a space. But they are not dropping those satellites where exactly they want to go. Hello everyone, my name is Mir Shazali and we run a startup called Expanse Cosmos. Expanse Cosmos is India's first space transportation and logistics startup. Well, why I am talking about transportation and logistics? Because we all have seen in the past, from road to railway, from ocean to air, how transportation helping us in economical growth, creating new opportunity. The next transportation will be the space transportation. Okay, fine, everything seems really cool. What's the problem? The problem comes into the frame when a satellite wants a ride to space. One rocket, 64 different satellites and 52 different customers. They're literally forced to do a ride share. They were deployed far away from destination. Correcting orbit takes them more than 6 months and waiting time is more than 2.5 years, and that's not the only problem they are facing. They are facing much bigger problem like irregulation, collision. According to the data, the space traffic will increase 15x by 2030 and make in-space mobility a key feature to success. But how big this market is? According to PwC India, right now the global space market is $360 billion. In just next 4 years, 16,000 satellites are planned to be launched, and just last mile drive market is $7.5 billion market. Satellite servicing market is $4.5 billion and in-space infrastructure market is $85 billion. Introducing to you boson. Boson is an orbital transferring vehicle which we are going to develop. Our boson is 100% customizable. What customizable means? It can also fly on Elon Musk's Starship rocket and it can also fly on ISRO PSLV and GSLV rocket. We are using green propellant which is safe for people, sustainable for environment and clean for space. If you look at our OTV, the total weight of our OTV is around 200 kg, the payload capability around 400 kg, the 60% of our OTV is going to be a 3D printed. Plus we also offer some in-orbit service like cleaning of space debris, refueling of satellites. Someone who wants to do experiment in space and want their payload back to space in a controlled manner, we also offer that. We also offer some values like our customer can have a 70% reduce in the launch cost plus 85% in faster revenue generation because they will get to their last mile space much faster with our service. What exactly we are doing right now? Right now, we are working on our prototype. This is called B48E engine. It's a 100 Newton and 500 3D printed green propulsion orbital engine. We already completed the design and the simulation. In next 2-1, we are going to do a hot fire test. You all guys are invited. But how we are going to make money, most important part, because investors are sitting here, so we want to talk about that. So we are going to make money how much mass we put to space. We are going to charge from $8,000 US goes up to $25,000 US, again depending on what type of service we are providing to our customer. As I mentioned earlier, we are India's first, but we are not alone in the world. We have competition. One of my favorite competitors are D-Orbit and Impulse Space. How we are different from them? Number one, we are customizable. Number two, we offer one-click healing. We are safe, and we are also going to offer the most affordable ride in the whole launch vehicle scenario. Great product, required great team. Introducing to Team Expanse and the founder and the CEO. We have CTO Venkatesh. He done his master in rocket propulsion from Italy. Tripana, Raj and Anushka done their master in aerospace from Cranfield University, London. They have work experience in Rolls-Royce Aerospace. We have our own advisory board like Dr. Gavin, have a master in nuclear space propulsion, have published more than 25 books in aerospace. We have helping us Dr. Lakshmi Narayan sir on the 3D printing side. We have Sanat K. Biswas sir helping us in avionics side. We have Surinder Kumar Dhaka sir who spent more than 20 years in Japan Space Center on the navigation side, helping on our navigation side. We have Dr. Ashin sir, done his master in liquid propulsion from IIT Kharagpur, helping us on our propulsion side. So this is how our journey look like. We started last year, then we got a chance, we got lucky, we get incubated at IIT Hyderabad, we also incubated at Jamia Millia Islamia. We have recently set up our own testing facilities at GD Goenka University. We are already backed by Ministry of Science and Technology, and obviously I told you that in next 2 months we are going to do a hot fire test. So this is the whole timeline of how we are going to make this OTV. So we have already raised our first round of funding, that is 10 lakh, and we are using to develop this 100 Newton engine, and we are 100% boosted. We have not diluted a single equity till date. We have got this grant from Ministry of Science and Technology. We are looking for to raise another $1 million US, and today I am also flying to Mumbai for this. So back 2 months back, I won the first prize in Concepto IIT Ghaziabad competition, plus I also won the what you call Bennett University and Shivnada University. So I am also a TEDx speaker. So yeah, I have done so many things, but yeah, what exactly we are doing? We want to make a space so simple that even people like you and me could afford to send our payload to space. In simple words, we are creating handy for movement to space flight. Thank you.
Calm down guys.
Our time.
Okay, so one small suggestion buddy. वो Gmail है ना वो हटा देना, ठीक है? वो Gmail वाला email है ना, लास्ट में Gmail है you need to have your own email.
Okay, sure, sir.
Before you go to Bombay.
Sure, sir.
हाँ, कि वो Gmail वाला email से जाएगा ना तो कोई जवाब नहीं देगा उसको. If you're raising 1 million, have your own domain.
Sure,
Get
sir.
it registered.
Sure, sir.
There are small things that matter.
Sure, sir.
Coming to the business part, you will tell us where this 1 million is going to be deployed. So, if you mind telling me where this 1 million you will deploy, in what areas, कितना जाएगा tech में marketing. Can you just tell us that?
So we want to use this 1 million to development of the 500 3D printed grain propulsion engine first thing, and then
500 of them.
Sorry,
What is that 500?
500 Newton thrust power.
Develop that.
Sorry.
Development of that engine.
Yes, sir. So we want not just the development but also in the testing. So how it works, sir? First of all, we are going to develop that engine. Right now we are working on a 100 Newton engine. So what is the difference between 100 and a 500 Newton engine? I'll just quickly tell you that 100 Newton engine is not a 3D printed, and because of that there is no cooling system in the engine. But in 500 Newton, we are going to do a 3D printing. So there is a cooling system first of all. Then we are going to test it in-house, and with that data we are going to test it Sri Harikota ISRO through InSpace. InSpace is a new department which is opened by Indian government, so you already know that. So then once ISRO will approve us, now it's ready to fly to space. By the end of this year we are going to use that money to fly to space. Once we fly that space, that engine, then we called our engine as a space grade. Now it's ready to sell to our customer. So it's matter. So that's why we need this money to develop of that 500 Newton engine first of all, and plus also this standard team and the testing.
So help me understand, you are developing two engines. One is a 100 ton, one is a 500. Why not just one?
Okay. So the grant we got, that the 10 lakh, in 10 lakh grant we cannot develop a 3D printed engine first thing. That's why we thought, okay, let's do one thing, let's do a 500 Newton engine and show our credibility to the investor, because I don't want my investor to see this pitch deck and invest in me. I want my investor to come to my lab, see that engine in the physical form, meet my team, and then decide whether I am capable or not. This is what I am
saying. So get to the team slide once. Since you mentioned the team, can you just get the team slide up?
Sure.
So are all of these guys full-time?
Yeah, all of them full-time, plus we have 5 plus crew members who are helping us to set up this testing stand. We recently signed a MOU with GD Goenka University. It's located in Gurgaon. You can visit to our facilities, and it is fully monitored and controlled by Dr. Gavin.
And what are the regulations around this? Like what kind of regulatory approvals do you need to launch this, get approval?
Sure. Thank you so much for asking that question, sir. It's really important. Before 24 June 2020, doing anything in the space sector is illegal in India. But on 24 June 2020, when Indian government and ISRO came in front of us and told us now private players can build something from India in the space sector. So what they did, they opened a new department called InSpace. So whatever help, like even a regulation, even we need to test our engine in ISRO headquarters, need a mentorship from ISRO. We don't have to approach ISRO. We just have to reach to InSpace. InSpace will do that work within 2 days. So it works as a moderator for us. So this is that.
So how much time will this take till the approvals are done? Like the whole 500 ton engine, for it to become space ready, how much time?
So we need, we are planning to fire test this 500 Newton in next 2 months, and then the time we raise that money, from them we need 8 months to fabricate our engine, test in-house, test ISRO, and fly to space. Basically by the end of this year, our plan is to fly to space. This is how we are thinking our vision right now.
Hi. So congratulations on doing this. What I want to understand is out of that 1 million, because with 10 lakhs you've been able to get this team and build a prototype, let's say. How much out of that 1 million do you need for sure to get that 500 ton engine? To develop that and test that?
So we need whole 1 million because we want to parallelly expand our team, because if you look at our OTV divided into 5 parts. Any spacecraft you can take out. The most difficult part of any spacecraft is the engine. We already cracked that. We already proved that in 100 Newton. So what we are going to do, once we tested our engine in space grid, we are going to work on the again propellant side, that is the fuel tank side. Plus we want to move on the structure part, that is structure of the what you call ROTV. Then is the avionics part, and then we can like do the testing of ROTV into space. So this is how I plan.
So the reason why I'm asking you is, what I want to understand is, do you have a mitigation plan? Let's say you raised $1 million, you built the first device didn't perform the way you wanted it to perform. What happens now?
Okay. So how it works? So it's not like that we directly fly to space. This is not how it works. So we will parallelly work on the certain level, like the in-house testing, then ISRO testing, then space testing. And imagine even after flying to space we fail. What we can do, we can go back to our desk and see why we failed, and then we can fly again. And while we touching to space, before that we are going to raise another round. So this is how it works.
So that is exactly what I'm trying to understand. Do you have enough money to do multiple tests, multiple iterations out of this 1 million?
Okay. So yes, sir. That's why we are raising 1 million or 1.5 million. Right now I'm flying to Mumbai to talk to one of the Middle East famous investors, Mubadala Capitals. So we have a meeting with them. So we are looking to raise $1.5 million. Plus last year we got a 2 CR offer from Indian investors. So I pitched to Bennett and Srinathar. They offer me, and that time even I did not got any 10 lakh grant, or even I don't have that 100 Newton. So what we are going to do? We have enough money in our account to do a multiple testing of the 500 Newton engine, and if we fail, we have a backup in our hand so that we can go and raise another round.
Good. Now, after you've done the launch, how much money do you need to make it commercial?
Okay, so we need $13 million to make it commercial. To run this whole thing in its own will, we need $13 million, and for that we will do a multiple funding round at the approval of each stage. Like once we completed the propellant stage, then we going for the structure stage, then we raise another round, and so and so.
By when do you think you're going to reach this $13 million round?
So we are planning to do it by the end of 2025.
By the end of next year?
Yeah, so that by the end of 2025 we want to start the commercial missions of our OTV, because even if you look at our competitors, D-Orbit, Impulse Space, all these companies, they all building OTV. They have some of them have $65 million. They have raised around Series A, Series D round, but none of them are still commercial. Few of them are commercial. That's why I mentioned D-Orbit is my favorite company, because they have launched 4 to 5 OTVs till date. So that's why I'm saying that this is the fastest growing logistic market in space.
So just one last question, since there are other competitors that already exist, right? That means the technology that you're using, or the intent that we have, can be fulfilled in other ways also, right? What is the moat that you create after doing this? Can another company come, raise a larger round and build another technology and do this?
Thank you so much for asking that question, sir. Really important. Sir, all these companies already building the OTV that we are building, but the USP that ROTV that they don't have, first thing, okay? But all these companies have a different vision how they can expand. Imagine, I give you one example, Impulse Space. They started with the low Earth orbit OTV, now they are targeting geo-orbit OTV. So they are expanding themselves to geo-orbit. But in our case, we just focus on the low Earth orbit. If you know that in next 2 years, International Space Station will be fired. There will be no space station so that astronauts go and do experiment. So every countries like India, China and other countries going to make their own International Space Station. Plus I also know company in US who building their own private space station. Anything you want to do in space, even if you want to move from point B to point C, you need ROTV, boson.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just have one more question. Can you just go to that orbit में जहाँ पे 200 kg वाला जो weight लिखा है? I think the ratio that you mentioned was 200 to 400. Its payload capacity is 400.
Yeah.
And your orbital mass is 200.
Total weight of our vehicle is 200 kg, and and to propel this 200 kg OTV, we need 2 kilonewton of thrust, each engine producing 500 newton of thrust. The total payload capability means how much satellites we can fly to space is 400 kg.
Is that ratio, I don't know the math, but you know it better, is this 2-to-1 ratio good enough? Or it should be higher, the 400 should be higher?
Sir, our OTV is designed in such a way that it can fly on multiple rockets. That's why we making our payload capability lower on the 400 kg so that we can target 1 kg to 500 kg of a satellite. Anyone who is building a satellite under 1 kg to 500 kg satellites, we are going to be they are going to be our customer. Example, from India, in Pulse Space, one more, I talked to them, hopefully we are going to sign they will give us some contract. Is a OneWeb company, is a quite big company, is a UK based company. Airtel fully funded them because they are going to provide internet directly from space, just like Starlink. Right now Elon Musk is fighting with Vodafone to bring Starlink in India, but Airtel is quite ahead with Elon Musk, because he already partnered with OneWeb, and OneWeb want to make a constellation in the low orbit. Like the 50 kg satellite they want to launch on the...
It's good enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mead, for that out-of-world experience. Now moving on to our next startup. The next startup is Gauri Skincare from the cosmeceutical domain. Get ready to hear more about it from Dr. Gauri, and welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Hello, good morning. We must have seen that many women settled for a work by two-wheeler. They completely laden with the mask and the protective layer with the clothes. And we also know the reason. There are two main reasons behind that. One is to avoid the pollution and to avoid the sun rays. And most of us did not understand the fact that sun rays still can penetrate to our skin, and constant exposure to the sunlight can create a skin disease like skin cancer. And I am Dr. Gauri, founder of Gauri Skincare, and founded last year August, incubated at IIM Amritsar. And this whole startup is supported by Punjab State Council of Science and Technology under SHE initiative. So Gauri Skincare manufacture plant biomass-based UV filter sunscreen, which involves groundbreaking research to provide both best product. So here we mainly focus on manufacture of safe and science-backed skincare products with innovative ingredients. So when I was working as a research scientist, I have used the sunscreen on a daily basis. So I had a problem with the sunscreen, so I was keep on changing the brand till I could not find the good one. So I went back to all the ingredients and also the research, the science paper. We found out very fact that whatever the ingredient they used in the sunscreen is a chemical and it can be easily absorbed by the skin. So there are three main problems we are addressing here. The first one is skin irritation, that is mainly due to the UV filter and its absorption to the skin. That is the second one. Third one is it appears a white layer. So we are coming with solution that is a plant-based biomass. It will absorb complete all the UV radiation. That is the first USP, and it is stable, so you will not get any skin irritations. And we are using less than 5% in the formulation, which is supposed to 20% in the market. So if you see globally, India is top was using the sunscreen on daily basis, and the global sunscreen market is expected to reach 19.65 billion by 2030. And if you compare with the present market, it is a single UV filter can absorb complete radiation, that is the first thing, and it is long-lasting stable, is less penetration, and we are using less than 5%. And in the market there is no UV filter can absorb complete radiation. If you take each and every product, they are using 3 UV filter. And our target customers are women, independent working women, who can take care of the well-being and their families. So initially we wanted to go in the Taiwan cities from north and slowly to the south. And we are also looking for customers like athletes and very sensitive skin who are looking for a doctor recommendations. So presently we have a prototype. We are in the preclinical trials. All the work is we are working with the GNDU. So all this preclinical trials will be end of March. So during the April we will be starting the clinical trial, that is with the private organization. So the official launch will be done at end of June. So we have done the provisional patent, we are writing the complete patent, Indian patent. So once we done, we will go for the US patent. So along with the product development, we are also working for a business side, as my co-founder is doing. So this month we are starting our target group and all the branding, packaging we are thinking, and my co-founder is working on this. And also the website we are working parallelly. So it will be done by end of April. So presently we are 2 students are working with us for preclinical trials. So launch will be end of June. We are planning to launch with the 5,000 samples first online. So here we are asked is 48 lakhs. So mostly out of 48 lakhs, 30% it will go for a clinical trials and also scaling up. So we are planning to do it ourselves. We all have the infrastructures which is given by the Punjab State Council. So all this 48 lakhs it will go for a launch of the first brand. And I am the founder. I will be taking care of the manufacture of the sunscreen. And Mr. Rahul will be taking care of the marketing and sales part. And we have a regular one-on-one mentoring session with Dr. Arora Ma'am. She is the Executive Director of Punjab State Council. And we have a business advisor from NSR Cell, IIM Bangalore. And we have a great scientific advisor, Dr. Renika from R&D Global Solution, Mumbai. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Dr. Gauri. So you showed Rahul as a co-founder. How much time does Rahul spend on this? How active is he as a co-founder?
He's really very active. This question I keep on getting from all these jury members. He is very active because presently we are mainly focusing on the product. So my involvement is more. Once the product is ready, all this business website, actually the name also, the Gauri Skincare is done by him, not myself.
Okay. Interesting. I understand because of his personal issue, his life, why he would be interested in something like this. Anyways, just go back a couple of slides. If you can go to the go-to-market strategy. I know this is supposed to be taken care by him, but I would like to ask you, see, you're doing something in the consumer market, right? And it's a very difficult market to crack.
Yeah.
It will all depend on 2 strategies. Either you go and sell your product to a big manufacturing company like a DMG or a Hindustan Unilever, or you end up selling it to the consumer directly. I want to understand what is your marketing strategy and what is your strategy to eventually make money out of this?
Yeah, we are going for B2C, that is we are sure. And initially it's online. As of all the 5,000 samples, initially we will go for exhibition or the stall, that will be the offline. I am in the women community clubs with the various sector. So we will collaborate with the other women because this is mainly for the women product initially we are targeting. So that's how we will start.
So yeah, Dr. Gauri, 2 questions. Sunscreen from biomass plant-based, product-wise, how is it texture-wise? Because I think women or men who apply sunscreen would first want to know about the texture.
Yes.
So how does other products texture? I know it's chemical-based, so it's obviously, how is the texture?
If you see the most of the brand, I have a complaint that because we have taken the customer survey, almost 70% they are not happy because most of the brands are very sticky, it causes the white cause and it's very oily in nature. We are using oil in water, almost 80% is aqueous medium, 20% is oil. It is not a sticky at all, and it is not a silicone contains. There is no preservative, means chemical-based preservative. It's fully, truly is a plant-based ingredient. It's a first brand, and we are also other brand also in pipeline. We are working on the anti-aging cream and mosquito repellent. Everything is plant-based.
How do you? What is the also apart from texture? What is the smell? Is the smell different?
Yeah, the fragrance is coming from the essential oil. It's a very fragrance wise is good and texture wise is good, and it is not contain any sulfate or preservative, nothing, because we will put all the ingredient in the label. It will be very transparent.
No, that of course will be required, but the consumer would typically want to know about smell, texture, and lastly, how do you compare cost wise from other products?
Yeah, cost wise we are in the premium. Around, if you see the market, they are on 100 ml, it costs around 500 to 600 range. So ours also it will be like 400 to 500 for 100 ml.
So not too much difference in terms of the cost.
No. As a quality wise is the best, but we cannot compare with the person because this kind of UV filter it is not known in the market.
Yeah, agree. So just one last observation. You mentioned in the market slide that globally, of course, it's a big market. In India, yet to catch up. I know Indian market is pretty nascent. That adoption of sunscreen is still some long way to go. So just have to focus on the GTM. Try to focus. I would feel in markets which already have adopted sunscreens in a large way. Maybe they'll take a different approach. But Indian markets, to me, seems like a difficult market to crack. Just to Raja's point, I think your marketing will have to be discussed with your co-founder as to where you want to launch.
Yes.
It will be an important question when you are ready with the product. That's it. Thank you.
Not a question, just few observations. Because you're in a market which relates to skincare, just make sure when you're about to manufacture, you have the indemnities and everything sorted. Who will take the indemnification if something goes wrong? Whether you're manufacturer, whether it's going to be you, who's going to take care of the legal issues, just make sure everything is sorted. And second, when Rahul is on the board, I don't know why fundraising should be an issue. Ask Rahul to just pick up the ball. He has a huge network of investors. I'm sure you can raise much more than this over time. So, just a quick one.
I think more important is he should come full time first.
He should come full time. That's very essential when you present somebody like that. So he's a known face in the investor community, right? We know him very well. He's a close friend. When you say he's a co-founder, the other investors only invest in co-founders which are full-time. Somebody like 100x makes a mandate, we're not going to invest in a company where more than 5% has been diluted to a person who's not full-time. So just make sure that happens. And just the last suggestion, whenever you come to events like this, bring samples. It helps, it always helps. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it is there with me actually.
We'll take later then, we'll see.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
So I've seen that you're basically talking about women as a target segment. So that way you've written particular age group as well. So I feel that you're reducing your target market by stating it as a woman product. Because if you look at the Indian market right now, mostly it is coming out as unisex products with respect to moisturizer and sunscreen. The market is really wider. It's not just a woman product now because you were just explaining the texture. So with that kind of a texture which doesn't actually show up, you have a wider market. If you yourself is kind of reducing the market, then you might not get that many customers. You can keep it as a unisex product, enhancing on the features like how it doesn't look like you've worn it and all that might actually work. And you would want to go back and see about what's happening with the fragrance industry and how much people are looking towards non-fragrance added, because that is, again, you said it is like essential oils, but to stabilize the essential oils and all, you might require some chemicals. So I think you just have to go and check that aspect, like how the market is, what are they looking for. So they are majorly going into a situation where we don't actually need fragrances because it helps in, again, positioning the product as a unisex product, So just think through that.
Yeah, why means because we wanted to create a different product for the different gender. Even for children, we wanted to come up with a different product with different fragrance. What if we know what children's like?
No, children is a separate segment altogether because like the standards are really different with respect to children. But if you are looking at the crowd here, I think if you bring a product which doesn't have a very strong feminine fragrance, and also the texture that you stated, it can be sold to anybody sitting here. So just do your research on that part as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris Skincare Private Limited, for their detailed and visionary pitch. We now have Azido Private Limited from the agriculture domain. Please welcome Mr. Kaushik Bose on the stage for his presentation.
कैमरा क्वालिटी को नहीं
Hello. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Kaushik Bose. I'm the founder and director of Azido Private Limited. India loses around 40,000 to 50,000 crores of crops worth annually due to pest attacks. And in a country where 200 million people go to bed hungry every night, this data is an eye-opener. So what are we doing to solve this problem? What are the existing solutions for a problem like this? Well, we can develop pest-resistant crops with the help of biotechnology, but that looks like a distant dream. Then there are chemical-based agriculture products, but repeated uses of chemical-based agriculture product causes long-term detrimental effect on the environment. And then there are organic or biological-based agriculture products, but due to the high cost and poor efficacy, it is not being able to solve the problem at hand. What we have done? So we have created a unique agriculture product that protects crop from pest, insect and fungal infection and also increases crop productivity by 30 to 40% by adding micronutrients to the soil and maintaining the soil pH. How we have done this? What is the uniqueness about it? What is the innovation here? Well, we have identified a locally growing weed, a weed of zero economic value, a weed that grows throughout the year and is currently the most invasive weed species. Around 60% of agricultural land is covered by this weed and is growing at an alarming rate. Our farmers and our government is spending a huge sum of money on eradication of this weed because we still haven't found the efficient use of this weed. We have identified this weed and we have converted this weed into a value-added product. How we have done this? We have extracted phytochemicals from that weed and using that phytochemicals we have created a unique plant-based liquid formulation which when sprayed on the crops protects crop from any kind of infection or plant diseases and when mixed with the soil increases crop productivity by 30 to 40% by adding micronutrients to the soil and maintaining the soil pH. Moving on. So these are the current products that we have based on the technology. We have Azido, Soil Health, Crop Shield, Bug Shield and Fungi Shield. Each of them has individual uses but the core idea remains the same. Moving on. These are some of the trials that we have done. We have tested our products on brinjal, mulberry leaves, betel leaves, green chili, jackfruit. All of them have given us good productivity as well as we have been able to stop plant diseases as well. We have also conducted trials on green gram. Then that's a very interesting study we did. Our main idea, our main job or our main role of our startup is to increase farmers' income. And to do that, we want to increase farmers' productivity. We did a study with rice paddy farmers in Jharkhand and we were able to increase farmers' productivity of rice on 1 acre land from 22 quintals per acre to 45 quintals per acre, which resulted in an increase of income of around 65,000 rupees for the farmer. So that's what we are working for. We are working to increase farmers' income. Moving on. Let's talk about how does the productivity is enhanced? How does we ensure that crop productivity is increased? You take any product in the market, you take any organic based fertilizer, any pesticide or fertilizer, they talk about their product as and they mention that they increase productivity by adding NPK to the soil, which is nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium. And most of the companies present in the market, they brand their product as NPK enhancer, as if they are the 3 Khans of Bollywood. What about the other micronutrients? What about the other Khans? So we identified there's a component called zinc. If you Google zinc deficiency in soil, you will find that around 40 to 50% of world agriculture soil is having zinc deficiency. And this was the test. This was done by International Plant Body in Canada. You can find it on Google. Our product also adds zinc to the soil, and apart from that, it also maintains the soil pH level as well as the soil. It adds the soil electrical conductivity. So that's the benefit our product gives over the existing products present in the market. Moving on. Some of our happy clients. We have clients from different parts of the country. We have clients from Jharkhand, we have clients from Karnataka, we have clients from Gujarat and other parts as well. Some of the testimonials that we have received on our website. These are the crops that we have already used our products on. We have gotten good results on paddy, onion, brinjal, green chili, jackfruit, as well as other flowers as well. These are all done in the nursery in Dhanbad, Jharkhand. We have video evidences as well for that, for good growth. Let's talk about the market. The global biopesticide market is projected to grow from $84.5 billion to $130.7 billion. The Indian biopesticide market is projected to grow from $2.4 billion to $3.9 billion. If we talk about consumption, biopesticide consumption increased from 5,151 tons to 6,340 tons, and chemical-based pesticide consumption increased from 55,000 tons to 57,000 tons in 3 years period. So both in terms of consumption and value, wherever you place a product is expected to show an upward trend. Going by this analysis, we estimated that serviceable optimal market will be around $331 million, and we need to target around 15 to 40% of farming population in order to reach this number. Our segment will be farmers, gardeners, and agrochemical companies. Since it's a new technology, we believe that there is room for technology transfer as well. And if a technology transfer is done, we can have a percentage in the revenue with agrochemical companies. And also we have option for white labeling of the product, where other manufacturing units can take our technology and they can sell it under their brand name as well. Moving on, marketing. In order to reach end users and clients, we identify beachhead markets, we identify influential farmers, we conduct pilot study over them, and that farmers then connect us with other farmers from in and around the region, from the rural areas. And for urban, we have a website, we do social media marketing to reach those urban farmers, as well as we participate in national level expos to reach more farmers, and collaborate with moving on, the business model. Here the main partnership that we need to forge in order to penetrate the market are with KVKs, agriculture universities, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and farmer produce organization, because all of them will help us as a launch pad to penetrate the market. And we have already done some collaboration with agricultural universities. We have collaboration with ICAR, Chandrasekhar Azad University, and then Harvard Agriculture University. In terms of composition, so there are organic-based products in the market. We all know that there are neem-based organic products, there are microbial-based organic products. But what is new about us? So the main USP of our product is that it's a multi-dimensional product. So farmer buys one product but gets the benefit of multiple products at the same time. So if you are a farmer, you buy a product, you get an advantage of fertilizer because it increases productivity. You get an advantage of a pesticide because it acts as a pest repellent as well as a fungal repellent. So it's a multi-dimensional product for a farmer. So if I am the farmer and I have to purchase multiple different kind of products for every crop cycle, now I have a product which gives me all the benefit but at the price of just one. So that's the benefit a farmer gets for, and there's a quantitative benefit as well as a qualitative benefit. In terms of the fund requirement, we are looking to raise around 80 lakh rupees. Out of this, 40 lakh would be through equity mode, and we have another 40 lakh which will be raised through a government accelerator program called Samrid Accelerator Program, which we have been shortlisted and part of. And this is the investment part. Am I done or you're done now? Okay. So these are some of the partners. Okay, yeah, I'm done. one more thing, we also have services with us as a revenue model. We do startup consultancy service as well as any kind of agriculture testing related service. We have our office in Bangalore where we do the services as well. Thank you. I am open for questions. One last, can you show the photograph? This was a recent case study that we got from a client from Karnataka. She used a product on hibiscus plant, and you can see just after 1 week's time and after one spray how it helped the client. So that's open for questions now. Thank you.
So is there a team slide?
Yeah, there is.
Can you just bring it up?
Slide.
Guys, can you just bring up the team slide for it?
So we are a team of 2 members. Both of us are founding members. I am Kaushik Bose. I am the majority founder. I have 60% stake, and Anirudh Manam has 40% stake. And the rest funding has been raised from government grants. And this is they are working part-time with us.
Sure. Okay, so couple of business-related questions. In terms of your whatever traction you have got still, what is the revenue that you generated so far?
2.38 lakhs.
In how many months?
So this is the last year, sir. This year we have, in January we have around 70,700 rupees that we have generated.
So 2023 calendar year, you generated about 2.4 lakhs.
Yeah.
What's your average price of the product?
So 25 litre, when a person orders a 25 litre model, the price is 850 rupees per litre. But when the end user offers is 1,120 rupees per litre.
And how much gross margin is it?
So our manufacturing price is 350 to 400 rupees per litre.
And you're selling it at 11 to 1200.
That is for the end user, like if you are ordering, but mostly farmers go for bulk ordering. So for them, the price is 850 because the comparison prices for chemical is 750 rupees per litre.
Sure. So and on the product side, you mentioned other products have this NPK positioning. So if zinc is such a widely known ingredient, why, I'm curious to know why other companies are not adding zinc to their product.
There are actually, the recent research have been started and people have been working on adding, creating zinc-based fertilizer. So it's a fairly, I believe, not exactly a new concept. The study was published in 2019-20. So now people will starting using.
Yeah, so how do you think about meeting competition? How do you face competition in that scenario?
Our main USP is the raw material, sir. The raw material that we are working on, the weed, that is, we are the first company that is actually working on creating weed-based agriculture products. And that's the IP here mainly.
If that was the case, and if weed is so popularly available everywhere, like you mentioned earlier in your pitch, your margin should be way higher. Your cost of production is about 350, 400, and you're selling it at 750, 800, which kind of gives you a 50% margin in your sales. If weed was to be used, my guess is that it should be far lower, because that's your only claim to fame and your USP in the product, because the ingredients are not.
Yes.
Ingredients are available, but weed, you're saying your raw material cost is manufacturing cost, all of that, Milake, it's about 350, 400. How far lower can it go?
So right now, if we do the economies of scale, it can go lower, but we still are yet to reach. Like this is the price which will be opportunity cost and everything which we concluded. We came up because 750 was the bottleneck that we had, which is the chemical process. So we wanted it to be somewhere in that range.
Sure. And what is the my last question was. What are the quality parameters in this? How do you check the quality of your product?
Mainly in terms of productivity, sir. Like how much productivity, like as we said, in current conventional methods, the productivity was around 225 quintal per acre, which is of paddy. So we are trying to raise that to at least 30 to 40%. So that's the major parameter. We also want to check the C to N ratio. which is why we are raising funds for the R&D part. So we would like to check the C2 and receive for the product, and as well as some more control tests with other crops as well, not just paddy, like other maize and as well as other cash crops. So because this product can be used on different agricultural soil and different types of crops as well, so that's why we wanted to check it on, and that's where the R&D will go for the next 6 months. So we will be doing that R&D with collaboration with Harvard Agriculture University, and also parallelly filing the IP for the product.
Who's between the two founders? You are the one handling sales?
Yeah, I am the one who is handling operation and sales, and Anirudh is handling the research and development. Yeah.
Okay, so one suggestion on your go-to-market, you might want to think about your go-to-market again. You said you will be selling to these pesticide companies.
Yes, sir.
But if they are manufacturing one of those pesticides you mentioned in the competition, then they are just manufacturing one type of pesticide which doesn't address the way you are addressing all-in-one product, which I think I like that USP. But then again, if you sell to them, then you lose that advantage. So you might want to think about your go-to-market one more time.
We also wanted to add, we were thinking, since we have collaborated with one farmer from Jharkhand, because he's one influential farmer from the rice capital, and we are conducting a pilot study with them. So based on their input, what we were hoping is to have our own stores as well. Maybe to manufacture it locally and start selling it at a local, so that the price can be further.
No, otherwise great presentation. You just need to work on the business side of things.
Yes,
I think that's where your focus should be. Thanks.
So, congratulations, Kaushik. I like your feedback overall of his mind would have been similar. Have you looked at any FPOs, DHART, or any IFCOs?
One FPO, Feedco Agro Private Limited. It's a company registered in Jharkhand. So they have also asked for a product. They wanted to try it on pumpkin. They are growing pumpkin now. Based on that, they have a client base of around 10,000 farmers. So through them, we will be trying to reach. We have collaborated with IndiGram Last Foundation. They have their own FPOs. So we are currently talking to them. One of the FPO from Bangalore, nearby Bangalore, they are growing green chili. So we are trying to collaborate with them as well. The problem here always is that they first ask for samples, because it's a newer concept, it's a new product, and since we are still fairly early, we do not have a brand yet. So that's why in order to reach a very good commercial business, we have to first give them sample. And the problem here is nobody is ready to pay for the sample. Everybody wants it on a free basis. We have given around 50 to 100 samples to people, and they are not contacting us back. So that's a problem that we are facing. And when we ask people for money, they are not ready to take our samples. So we have to find some line, let's say, now. So we are saying that just give us at a cost price, which is 350 rupees. So we are trying to convince farmer to that, so that they agree to pay at least for the sample also. Because without payment, I feel they don't use it in a certain way.
So that goes back to what Yagnesh said, actually work on the go-to-market. Yes. Because your go-to-market will actually define what you do eventually, right? So going through FPOs, yes. DHART, IFCOs is going to be essentially the way forward. We've invested in a drone company that basically is just focusing on servicing for agriculture farmlands. Because what we come to understand is the problem with pesticides is not that they are chemical. The problem is not being able to distribute or spray equally, which the drones are doing now. So you should also focus at drone companies or drone service providers which are doing services for agricultural farmland. So that might also be one of your go-to-market strategies. So focus on these key areas. If you want to do pilots with these drone providers. Maybe that also helps you get into the market. Definitely. Once you've done that, probably your sales will get better, and then you might not even need funding at the stage that you're asking for money. So suggestion would be just do these pilots first and then come for funding probably a few months down.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much.
Just a couple of understanding points. Just wanted to understand with respect to the competitive landscape. How many companies are there locally which are doing this particular business, and what kind of revenue, what kind of market do these guys see?
Locally, like in India, there are many, like Coromandel is one company which is a very big company, but they are working, let's say, neem-based bioproducts. microbial based bioproducts, and they are very they have like $1 billion revenue from this. In the global stage, it's Bayer's who is the biggest of the lot. There are some local companies, let's say another company.
Irrespective of that, what I'm trying to understand is, for a farmer, for an end user, does it matter as to what kind of products these guys use? Specifically, let's say if you are making it out of wheat, or anybody else is using meat. For a farmer, does it matter?
But so the cost increases for those products actually, sir. So when we are selling, we are able to sell it at 1,120 rupees. The same they are selling it at 2,500 rupees per liter. So a farmer, although the farmer does look for the brand value of it, but at the end of it, it also mentions, because we are targeting the rural-based farmers. So for them, cost is a major aspect, because every crop cycle they're spending around 25,000 just in terms of farms input. So if you are able to bring down to at least half the price, their income increases. So we are trying to reduce the cost of organic farming. And that's our goal as well as vision and mission, to make organic farming affordable for all farmers, all farmers of our country. And in order to do so, to understand why organic farm products are expensive, because mainly raw material and the manufacturing process of organic farming, which the current competing companies are using. So we try to identify that gap, that raw material should be inexpensive, creating waste out of value, which is a waste. We are directly connecting it to farmers only, and then giving them the further products. So now they have an additional income opportunity from the waste itself. So because now they were burning that weed waste which was accumulating around 60% of the agricultural land. So now they have a revenue for income of that waste. So that's why our main problem will be till how many times can we make it a trade secret kind of model, because sometime or the other there will be a company which would have identified this weed. So then we will have to move to another weed to identify, and that's what there will be a continuous R&D process to stay ahead of the competition like that. So our main goal is to make organic agricultural products affordable, which the other companies are not being able to do so as of now. So that's good. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for that power-packed presentation. Next, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Mr. Lakshya Arora and Ada from Ally Heart in the healthcare and social impact domain. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
हेलो, सभी को नमस्कार मेरा। शायद सब लोगों को ऐसा लगेगा कि कौन आ गया आप पर, लेकिन नहीं, हमने कोशिश किया यहाँ तक आने के पहुँचने के लिए। तो अभी सबसे पहले मेरा ये चल रहा है कि ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया। तो एक्चुअली जब भी मैं जाती हूँ हॉस्पिटल में, मुझे देखते हैं कि लोग क्या है, ये ऊपर क्या है, अंदर क्या है, मुझे बहुत लोग समझना चाहते थे। तो लेकिन मुझे बहुत अलग लगता है कि लोग मुझे क्यों ऐसे देख रहे हैं, या मेरे जैसे जो मेरी बहन है उनको ऐसे क्यों देखते हैं। तो ये सोचकर हमने इस जो अलाई हार्ट का जो इस प्लान को हमने स्टार्ट किया। तो इस प्लान में ऐसा है कि हम एक वर्चुअल बेसिस पे हम एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना चाहते हैं जहाँ पर कम्युनिटी की नीड समझकर हम उनको सपोर्ट कर सकें, और इसकी आगे की इन्फॉर्मेशन आपको लग जाए।
धन्यवाद अदा पर्सपेक्टिव रखने के लिए। नमस्कार, मेरा नाम लक्ष्य अरोरा है और मेरे साथ अदा हैं। हम लोग अलाई हार्ट के फाउंडर हैं। वी आर अ 6-month-old स्टार्टअप एंड अलाई हार्ट एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव हेल्थ केयर वर्चुअल प्लेटफॉर्म है LGBTQ कम्युनिटी के लिए, LGBTQ कम्युनिटी की तरफ से। So this is India's first LGBTQ-led model which is registered as a private limited company for founder Ada Khan belongs to Haji Brahmarana of Mumbai. So she has worked in the sex work as well as bagging cultures before, and she has also worked with many of the NGOs like working on the HIV sector predominantly, and has a 17 years of work experience. Ada is a BCom dropout and now working for the empowerment of the LGBTQI community. I myself, Lakshya Arora, and I self-identify as a gender queer gay, and my preferred pronouns are all and any. I'm graduated from IIM Delhi, and I'm post-graduated from TIST Mumbai, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and we are working on a social impact factor. Me as well as Ada, we have both worked in the India's first transgender health clinic, which was funded by USAID and supported by Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. And later on, we have also replicated that model from Hyderabad to Pune, Mumbai, and later on to Lucknow. And after that, we have also worked with India's first LGBTQ health clinics, which were funded by CSR of Sony Pictures Private Limited. Those models we have replicated from Mumbai, Nagpur to Guwahati and Delhi. Presently, I am working with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare as a consultant for NAPO, National AIDS Control Organization, and we are implementing the healthcare models for basically transgender and other key population in around 75 districts of India. We are a very new startup, like 6 months old. We are registered on 29 June 2023, and we are pre-incubated at NSRCL IIM Bangalore, and we are DPIIT recognized, and we are working on the comprehensive healthcare needs. Problem, as you know, the population estimation of LGBT community is very difficult due to majority of the factors, but some of the studies, like the recent Ipsos studies of 2021, says that at least 17% of Indian population do not identify as a heterosexual person, and there are various barriers to accessibility in healthcare. The proposed solution is that without ally heart, as you can see in this vaccine form, the person even is forced to commit suicide. While the Ally Heart platform gives a virtual platform which not only prevents suicide but also gives various healthcare and the mental health needs of the community. Our solution provides LGBTQ affirmative healthcare providers, and as the diversification of the business, what we are thinking to do is not only provide the general healthcare but also the mental and the gender affirmative needs of the community. Also, in later stages, presently Thailand is the major medical tourism hub for LGBTQ community, and we want to translate India into the medical tourism hub for LGBTQ community. And we also want to provide accreditation to the hospital systems to make them more LGBTQ friendly, and capacity building to the healthcare providers who are way too ignorant about the community and their healthcare needs. Target market, keeping 10% of the population, Indian population, we estimate that at least it is around $14 million if we keep the minimum SAM to be just the 0.1%. And our experience with the non-for-profit is that we are currently implementing transgender healthcare models in 20 districts of these states, and majority of them are the 2-tier, 3-tier cities. And we have registered around 6,000 plus clients, around 500 to 600 clients at our centers, and around 10,000 services are being provided. But we have done it as a not-for-profit model. And now we are translating it into the for-profit model through our Ally Heart venture. So these are the various go-to-market strategies which we are thinking of. So we have already connections with various gurus and naiks and hijra gharanas and many other gharanas, and their cultural festivals we keep on attending. Also LGBTQ parties, and also dating apps and the sex work apps, which can be a good platform for healthcare promotion. Also the parents of LGBTQ community, they are the target population because even when I open in front of my parents, they are shattered with tears, and I really know how difficult it is for the parents to translate and navigate this system. Next, last but not the least, the revenue model for our structure would be directly from the consultancy fees which doctors and other healthcare providers which we will be getting through. Also, the main cost would be around the technology development as it is a virtual system so that we can make the healthcare accessible to the community, as well as technology will also help us to cater to the privacy concerns of the community, because many of the LGBTQ community people are discreet, they don't want to open up. So technology will help us in that way also. Last but not the least, our current financials are, we are completely bootstrapped as we are a young venture, and here we are mostly looking for a grant opportunity and the mentorship opportunity. If we can use that grant firstly for the technology development and also for the marketing purposes. Later on in the second phase, we will also require these funds for the training of healthcare providers, because many of them are not trained for the culturally competent and as well as clinically competent LGBTQ healthcare practices. Join us in the venture for this inclusive startup, and by the end मैं बस एक कविता की लाइन से आपको संबोधित करना चाहूँगा कि तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तू किस लिए हताश है, देख तेरे वजूद की खुद समय को भी तलाश है, देख तेरे वजूद की खुद समय को भी तलाश है।
Very well done, guys. So not just congratulations, but also thank you for coming on stage and taking this huge feat into the startup ecosystem and trying something different. And I must give you credit, it takes a lot to come and do something like this and come from a community and represent that community on a big panel like this. So congratulations. Before we jump in further, I would really want to understand one basic question. You guys said that you were already doing this from a Section 8 or a not-for-profit, and now you want to do a for-profit. I want to understand why. What is the difference from a Section 8 or a not-for-profit to a for-profit?
So when we were looking into the not-for-profit models, as you just mentioned in one of the previous startups also, they fail in the terms of sustainability after a certain point of time. So converting it into a profit model will not only help us to sustain the business and scale the business, but also it will enhance the social impact in terms of increasing the livelihood opportunities for the community. Because presently, as I say, many of the CSR companies are working on the livelihood of the community, but they are not at all interested in going towards the domain of the formal work sector. But if they will be doing the work for their own community, the empowerment they will be feeling, which is a community system strengthening will occur. And in a way, for a long sustainability for the livelihood as well, it is an important factor.
Okay. The second question is, right now you're trying to create a platform like Practo, where you're going to have health practitioners be able to provide services to the people from the community, correct? In simple terms. So these health practitioners, are these health practitioners from a different background, or they have to have certain certifications from you the way they treat the community, or is this normal health practitioners?
Actually, the practitioners are the general health practitioners. Normal is not a right word. So they are the general health practitioners, but they have to be sensitized towards the needs of the community. How to talk to them, how to use the right name and right pronouns, etc. and other gender neutral languages. For example, instead of using the term marriage, you should use the relationship status. So similar kind of trainings has to be done. Presently, what we see is that the LGBTQ healthcare providers market in India is an oligopolistic market, because there are only 5-6 players in the market who are trained in such surgeries, and they are based in only the 3-4 metro cities of the country. Also, secondly, the mental health care providers, they are also not very much trained. Like only a handful of mental health providers, we can count them on the fingers also, who generally provide the cure affirmative practice in their healthcare. So they need to be trained. And also there is one of the guidelines which has to be followed, which is the WPATH guidelines, which is the World Professional Association for Health of Transgender and Transsexual and Gender Non-Conforming Persons. So that guidelines are not followed in India. What they are presently doing is that they just give a affidavit कि आप ट्रांसजेंडर हो, आपके साथ कुछ हुआ तो उसके लिए हम जिम्मेदार नहीं हैं. That's it. So even there are lot of quack practices. Even जब हम घरानास पे जाते हैं तो literally कई बार तो कब्र खोद दी जाती है और कब्र में उनको लिटा दिया जाता है कि we will emasculate you and castration कर देते हैं कि अगर आप पूरी रात जिंदा बच गए तो ठीक है, नहीं तो उसी कब्र में गाड़ दिया जाएगा. So the practices, quack practices are highly prevalent.
So just last question, as a business model, are you planning to charge these hospitals or health practitioners for a certification that they follow your practice, or they are sensitized to the training, or are you charging people from the community to avail services on the platform? What is the business model?
So that would be both the ways, I would say, because we have tested the willingness to pay for of the community, because many of them they collect the money from begging, and they just collect throughout their life the whole lot of 50-60 lakh, or they even take loans from their gurus also, just to get that surgery done or get into the hormone therapies. So there is a lot of willingness to pay and willingness to expend. Just they need is a standard services and a proper humane care which they really deserve.
Just one last question, right? Because this is a huge untapped market that the hospitals also need to have, don't you think it's better to charge them to give this larger community to them, like somebody like a Max Group, that they are friendly for LGBTQ community, so you can happily go there. That's, I mean, I'm just suggesting that probably that should be the way forward. Second, as a question just for curiosity, when it comes to insurances, is the general insurances prevalent in the community, or is there a bias on that also? Because if that is there, then you can also be a policy maker or a think tank sort of a play for these big players like insurance tech companies.
Yeah, insurance is one of our diversification strategies. Presently in India, no insurance or hardly one or two insurances with help of their corporate partners are doing some of the things. But as per the competitive analysis, there are 2 or 3 of the companies like Bloom in US and also one in the UK who are catering to the community for their hormone therapy, specifically covering hormone therapies through insurance. But that also is not very much profitable to the insurance company, so they are not very much coming forward for this.
Okay, thank you. All the best.
So guys, well done. Good question. We really have to congratulate you of articulating the problem well and trying to address it. I think you're addressing it from all the usual parameters. But you know, if I just step into your shoes and think like a founder, there are a lot of challenges that you will face in the future. Funding, everything, the whole journey, right? Now what you guys need to do is, as you know, just building on Raja's point, try to get your initiatives funded initially by hospitals, not just the large groups, even single hospitals, prominent hospital owners within cities. They have this small budget for CSR. They sometimes treat patients for free. So your kitty has to come from that kitty in terms of allocating some capital for the LGBT community, so that you can, at least you have one source where you can take your audience there to get treated. First problem, right? I mean, you're solving so many problems. You will have to probably sharp focus on 1 or 2 main ones, and then others you can do later. So maybe a phase-wise approach. First is that, which kind of solves your immediate funding problem. You might have to get funded also for some of the work that you do. So initial might be some amount of consulting, etc. While you still get funded at a decent number, or get well funded, so to say. That journey will be long probably, and I hope not, but if it is, then your interim ways of sustaining your operations and venture is through these operations which you get funded for initiatives. Some of these CSR budgets need to be allocated to you to get projects done. That's the best way to keep afloat. Otherwise, I mean, we can talk on and on, but just 2 pieces of advice. But yeah, brilliantly done. All the best.
Yeah, sorry, can I just chip in for a minute? Yeah. So as Yagnesh said, you need to focus here. You're trying to address a very large kind of right? But maybe at some stage when you build your revenue models and all, when you look at LGBTQ community, it comes across all economic segments, right? So maybe you can do some sort of price differentiation. I'm sure there are a lot of them who are from classes which can pay, and probably you can tap into it. Thank you very much for highlighting.
Our heartfelt gratitude to Ally Her for their courage and for highlighting a prominent issue in our society. The entrepreneurial spirit is at an all-time high, and we hope that our audience is wide awake and enjoying, ready to support their favorite startups. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Abhishek Seni from Bromley in the Allied Agri supply chain domain. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause and find out more.
Hello everyone, my name is Abhishek Seni and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Bromley. So little about myself, graduated from Punjab University back in 2020. Afterwards, worked at a startup called Intogin in product management, and then suddenly after the lockdown I came back to my maternal home to study the farm level basics. Wanted to understand how these things actually work. And during those few months, finally came to one problem that we thought needed a solid solution to be put in place. All of us buy our fresh produce daily, right? So how many of you buy it from the cart vendors? I bet over 90% of the fresh produce comes from the cart vendors. But these cart vendors, they face numerous challenges on a daily basis to get it to your households. Yeah. So basically, their day starts at 3 or 4 in the morning. They have to basically go to the nearest mandis, trek it over there, then they have to procure from there only. You see, there is no visibility, no service available catering to these cart vendors. They are totally at the whims of the traders sitting over there. On top of that, there is no access to formal fair credit to these cart vendors because they don't usually have a solid financial background. And on top of that, the social life and the business life kind of very hard for them to sustain on a daily basis. So that is why we are building a full stack solution for these cart vendors, helping them for procurement directly from the farms to getting formal access to credit also. And soon we'll be introducing various solutions to help them boost their revenue opportunities. And during this, we realize that the supply chain, the fresh produce supply chain in itself isn't very efficient, so to say, because since over 90% of fresh produce is distributed through these cart vendors, the one who organizes this distribution network would be able to gain a huge amount of data and can actually create an impact at the farm level also. And yep, so during all this, we realized that this is a traditional distribution network. But there are many young startups in D2C space who struggle to gain discoverability and distribution into offline traditional retail channels. And we believe that we can provide this gateway to young brands also, in a form of distribution and discovery network platform. This is a basically ecosystem we envision, where the cart vendors are the focus around them, the services they are getting, and the connections we are building for them through D2C brands and the households. So basically, deliver all these things at scale. We are building our own tech behind it. Currently, our cart vendor terminal is live, and on top of that, they can communicate through our account managers also, because not all of them are very tech savvy. And in the backend, we have our own tech to maintain our in-house operations also. Soon, we'll be developing further iterations of the product for farm level terminal and distribution and discovery product for D2C brands. That is quite later in the timeline, but soon. Now, this is a screenshot of the terminal. Of course, now we know who are our key stakeholders, so to say, the cart vendors and the D2C brands who will come later in the picture. As for the market's quite huge actually. Indian households consume over $30 billion of fresh produce every year, and that equates to $15 billion opportunity on a wholesale level. And we envision to acquire 100,000 cart vendors in the next 5 years, because we proceed geography-wise, city by city. And in that way, we believe that we can serve those geographies and the cart vendors efficiently. Yeah, the competitive landscape as of now, there are some players operating at the farm level, but we believe that servicing to the cart vendors is quite different to servicing to a B2B buyer, because there are no contracts in place, and the muscle basically required to deal with this cart vendor is completely different. As coming to the USP, so to say, we plan to introduce branding for these cart vendors, because we want to deliver a consistent experience for the consumers when they buy from a cart. Be it for fresh produce or any other product down the line. And we basically are trying to inculcate better practices at the farm and at the cart vendor level, from adopting green solutions by telling them to avoid plastics and introducing better solutions in place. As for our business model, I know the gross margins aren't as high as other businesses, but we believe that high repeat rate and higher average weekly order value more than makes up for it. As for our other model for our D2C businesses, we believe that the gross margin in that vertical would be very high, but still that's for another day. As for our operational margin structure, that's quite available over here also. We believe that in the next few years we can be very easily a bit positive at least. As for the traction right now, it's been 1 year since we have been operational. We are operating in Jalandhar. We have seen 11% compounded monthly growth rate in the last 6 months. 74% growth was seen in the last 6 months as well. Our cart vendor network, so to say, is quite small as of now, 53 cart vendors, because we have to be able to service these cart vendors. I can't just go out and acquire all these cart vendors and not being able to service those cart vendors. That's just value for me later on. As for the average weekly order value, it's quite low as of now, because our SKUs are very limited. As we include more SKUs for these cart vendors and become a sole partner for these cart vendors, the average weekly order value we aim to bring as high as 10 to 12,000 rupees also. And we recently ran a successful trial with a D2C brand called Kuch Tabiyat Masala. They are a young brand. Basically, we got chatting, and we thought, why not? We basically placed their products on 10 carts and saw what kind of results we saw. Through that trial, they basically decided to modify their pricing and improve their branding and messaging. So we believe that this kind of solution can be provided to the B2C brands. You can see our journey also down over here, and in the next few months we project 32% compounded monthly growth rate, mostly on the back of small convertible debt we are in talks with right now. Yeah, so this is a broader roadmap, so to say. Right now we are operating in a B2B vertical servicing these cart vendors. Soon we are planning to partner with the NBFC to provide access to credit to these cart vendors, and farm feedback integration will also come into place once we achieve a larger scale, coming into second geography also. And the D&D platform for D2C brands is later down the line. This is me and my co-founder. We were buddies in college, and I quit my startup. He also quit his job, and then we started this thing. That's all. Basically, in the next few years, we want to be synonymous with buying your fresh produce from carts. That will be growing. that will be all. Thanks. Over to you.
Thanks, Abhishek. Congratulations on Rome meeting. A few questions. I'd like to just summarize for my better understanding what you're actually doing. You're sourcing bulk from the farms. You're providing the cart vendors this, and you're making sure it sells to the consumers. So it's a B2B2C play. Yeah. And by doing this, you're also seeing an opportunity to create a distribution last mile channel for other brands. Okay. Now, had you not had the traction on the revenue, I would have said, I don't know how you would do this, so that's a good thing you've done. Just want to understand, you also want to provide credit to these card vendors, right? Whether through yourselves or through NBFCs. How do you end up managing taking back this money?
So basically, we'll be a facilitator of sorts. So the kind of transactions they are doing with us, we can provide that data to the NBFCs, and they can basically easily underwrite that loan to them. So it can vary from 10,000 to 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees.
Who's managing these installments and the loans?
So we'll basically we'll be just a facilitator. We'll be introducing that lead to the NBFC.
Yeah. But eventually the recovery is not on.
The risk would be on the NBFC. But we basically kind of underwrite it by providing them the transactional data they have with us.
Now a little bit on operations. So because you're selling these vegetables to these vegetable carts, what happens if they don't sell? Are these guys coming back to you to give it back to you?
These cart vendors are more smart than you and me. They always figure out ways to sell out their inventory, and basically the kind of facts we need to inculcate into our business model, like inventory turnaround time, we need to learn from these guys. They have a turnaround time of 2 to 3 days. 3 days is the upper limit. So 1 or 2 days is the appropriate
So what is the differential right now in terms of what they're getting it at Mandi and what they're getting
from the pricing we have kept the same as the Mandi, but the convenience and the cost they save on transportation alone gives us the edge.
Gives you the edge or the farmers?
Because with us they don't have to spend up to 5,000 rupees every month on transportation cost, not having to wake up at 3 in the morning. Now they wake up at 6 and 8. And
you do the last mile delivery with them?
Sorry?
You do the last mile delivery?
Yeah. We deliver it to their place of business or their house.
So right now, what is the biggest problem to scale up?
So we are having only 5 schools right now. So as we expand, we need to invest into our procurement network, and most of our spending goes into costs. And then is the account manager-led network. So basically, just like Swiggy, we envision creating an account manager-led network, will be acquiring these cart vendors and maintaining a relationship with these cart vendors also. Because we just can't rely on an app to say they should communicate only just.
Currently, the way you foresee the business is going to be more ops heavy.
Sorry?
It's going to be more operations heavy the way you foresee.
But yeah, with the introduction of tech, we want to basically de-risk it. But yeah, operational heavy.
What will the tech do?
Sorry?
What will the tech do?
The efficiency in terms of operations, in terms of communication between the cart vendors. Sorry?
Internal management.
Internal management and for the cart vendors, because many of these cart vendors are becoming tech savvy slowly and slowly. So once they see all these kind of solutions, just like Zomato, Swiggy, they get basically they get attracted to it also.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Abhishek, for the presentation. Just wanted to understand a couple of things with respect to the business model part of it in itself. So, firstly, with respect to the credit part of it, which you would be providing, just wanted to understand how would you be underwriting this? Secondly, if the data is not, let's just say, widely analyzed by the companies in itself, by the NBFCs, because probably banks won't underwrite this, banks won't even get into this particular picture itself. NBFCs usually charge a pretty high interest rate. In that case, how is it that you'll be able to, let's just say, suffice with the kind of data these guys require, and that you'll be able to de-risk yourself?
Yeah, so right now, the kind of interest rates these guys are paying right now is 10 to 15% monthly. That's pretty high.
Because of the money lenders which these guys would be over.
Yeah, so the kind of transactions they do with us, we can show the kind of revenue they are generating and the profit they are generating. So every cart vendor on an average in our network is earning around 40 to 50,000 profits easily. So this kind of data.
Just explain me the whole channel over here. Let's just say you procured about 1 lakh worth of material, worth of perishable products from
So simple rule of thumb is, for at retail, there is 50% gross margin for these cart vendors. So that's how we aim, basically estimate the profitability at the cart level for them.
But basically for you, it would be, so help me understand, the MRR which you are posting right now, is it?
It's not at retail, it's at wholesale.
Is it at the GMV level or is it the actual revenue which is hitting your books?
Yeah, that's it.
That's actual revenue which is hitting your books. That would be the net revenue, right? So just help me understand the net revenue part of it. There's GMV over here at the top level. Just help me understand the net revenue के जो आपने कमाया हुआ है.
So let's say I deliver 1 lakh worth of fruit and vegetables to these cart vendors. On that I have 15 to 20% gross margins, and from that I cut my costs, and there is no GST on fresh produce.
So basically 15,000 happens to be your actual revenue, net revenue.
Yeah, so gross margins are quite low, but we believe that the weekly order value is quite high and the repeat rate is tremendous. So that will be more than makes up for it.
So just one suggestion. We've invested in this kind of business. So just a few insights. Highly competitive market. The margins are single digit. Why he's asking that question probably and not saying it very loud is, even it's going to be tough making money in this business. So there has to be one mode, right? The whole approach to cart vendors is okay, but they generally don't pay too much. You won't have too much margin, so your customer is, the monetization is the question, in short. That's what we faced earlier on. While the going goes good for 1 or 2 years, but this is a difficult business to scale. And tons of guys doing it. So just a word of caution, you need to do your homework very well. Your technology has to be a moat or something else has to be a moat.
Thanks.
Hi. So are you focusing more on supply chain or are you also looking at demand?
So our focus is demand right now, but we believe that as we increase our demand base, the supply falls into place.
No, what I mean by demand is that, a cart vendor, for example, extending the app which you have created to its customers as well, where the buying happens through the
Not
app.
as of now, but if you see in my first slide, you see the cart vendors, consumers and consumer brands. So consumer brands and cart vendors we are covering right now. Soon we plan to do some kind of solution for the consumers also, but not as of now. So that would mostly include live tracking of the cars, mapping of these cars over a certain geography, and providing certain data points to the consumers in form of a EUR.
So your customers will be D2C brands, not the end customer, is what you're doing.
So yeah, so D2C brands and cart vendors are our primary customers right now. The normal consumer will come into the picture later on.
I think you should focus on only one thing. So it's a huge
cart
value
vendors are
chain.
only focus right now. D2C brand was we ran a trial to understand how the things may actually work on the ground.
Okay. And your revenue is how much per month?
7 lakhs.
7 lakhs. You
So-
started when?
Sorry?
Started when?
December 2022. So 1 year. To date is 77 lakhs.
And what is the stickiness of the cart vendors? Like how much did you acquire and how much
Yeah,
are
so
they
over 90% stickiness, less than 10% churn rate.
Okay, so you probably acquired about 60 and out of that 53 are active and sustainable.
Yeah. So basically, there are a lot of factors come into play because their domestic life can also create an impact on their business side also. We believe that by delivering all these solutions, we create a positive impact on their family also. Now they can give more time to their family, and that basically trickle down into terms of education for their children also.
Why not look at small retail stores also?
Yeah,
like the Sabjiwala
that
stores
is-
as well, or
that
it's
is
only
into-
for the cart?
That is into picture.
Okay, so the stores are also...
Small outlet, moment pop-ups,
Yeah.
outlets also.
Okay, so how many are those out of 53?
Right of now, only cart vendors right now.
Okay, because the reason I'm saying is there you probably will earn a slightly better margin. So the margins in competition, as everybody has said the same thing, will be extremely tight. So if you go to a little next level in terms of format, it may give you extra 2%, 3% margin. Otherwise, for these cart vendors, I don't know how sticky it will be for them and for you to offer. Thanks.
Thank you, Gromali. for bringing your idea to the stage and for your engaging presentation. Our next startup is Huskage Innovations from the clean tech domain. Get ready to hear more about it from Mr. Rajiv Sharma.
Good afternoon, everybody. As the name suggests, you would have some idea about what I'm going to talk about. If you look at the starting slide, it talks about what our gurus have mentioned about, which is Pavan Guru Pani Pita, Mata Tarat Mahat. And this is a very critical thing in our existence itself. We are facing a lot of issues with regards to our pollution which is happening in the environment, and this is the genesis of Huskage basically. So this thought led us, me and Mr. Nilay Chindra, the co-founder, who happens to be the ex-CMD of National Fertilizers Limited. So he superannuated last year, and we had been discussing about ways to mitigate the pollution problem that happens in the northern states of India, and that's how Huskage came into existence. We are currently incubated at IIT Ropar, seed funded by IIT Ropar to some extent, and we are exploring, we have explored what is the best way to mitigate the problem, and we identified that there are two benefits accruing once we address this issue. One is obviously the problem of burning of agri residue, farm waste, which is a major problem for 3 to 4 months in the year. We all are aware of the AQI dips that happen, or the quality of air which goes from bad to worse. It still is bad in some parts of northern India as we speak. The other thing is that the idea behind this was, can we do something meaningful out of it? So there's a socio-economic angle to this, and the third thing is, can we derive some value out of this biomass? So many startups before me mentioned about how to use different agri residues in different formats. We also explored this, and we have been working on the policy front as well as technological front to get a business plan going around it. So right now we are working on 3 technologies. 2 of them are from India, and 1 of them is from outside India. And the idea is to make it something meaningful. So the idea is to produce green hydrogen and other byproducts. It's to atomize the molecules. The technology is sourced, adapted, developed and refined in collaboration with technology partners that we have over here. And we plan to set up our first plant by Q3 of 24-25, and this will be followed by a network of green hydrogen plants across Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Western UP. So the idea is, I would want you to imagine a current gas station. Instead of a CNG station, imagine a hydrogen station. But the only difference being that the hydrogen, the CNG coming in is imported, whereas the hydrogen that we will produce will be at the back end of the plants, at the back end of the dispensing station. So that's a sort of a view that I would like to leave you with. So there are existing use cases for for hydrogen as such, and that's an easy market to access if we get the pricing right. So there is some pricing which is already being done. So if we sell it at a slightly lower price, we think that we will be able to get into the market very easily. The other sectors that we are looking at is transportation, which is a huge one. If you look at the air pollution pie, transportation, industries, and all of them are a major component. So once we address or we start producing green hydrogen and it starts getting used in the transportation sector, Delhi is already a few buses, around 10 to 12 buses are being tested. Leh and Ladakh is another place where these buses are being tested. So that's a very huge opportunity which is waiting to happen, and there's a whole value chain which will come into place as we go along. Obviously, the carbon decarbonization of the economy is a major thrust area of the government. By 2070, the government has proposed a net zero commitment based on the COBs, and we are also trying to be a part of it. So, develop an infrastructure for green hydrogen storage and dispensation of stored green hydrogen for targeted sectors. That's one of the target areas. And in the next 5 years, we want to produce about 50,000 tons of green hydrogen annually. And that would result in abatement of around 5 lakh tons of carbon dioxide. And generating a circular economy basically through local employment, recycling of nutrients. So hydrogen is one of the major products, but then you have other products which can be used downstream, such as biochar, the carbon, and that can add to the quality improvements of the soils in the farms that we have. So what is the problem? The problem is air, soil and water pollution due to agri residue burning and reliance on largely imported fossil fuels. If you look at the latest news, ONGC is predicting that we will be exhausting our oil resources in the next 10 to 15 years. So how much is the truth is anybody's guess, but that's what is in the news. And grey hydrogen is a heavily polluting source, which we are all aware of. So the opportunities are many. Obviously convert farm waste to energy. Pollution abatement by stopping the burning, cheaper source to produce. Now cheaper is it's a question mark. Once somebody realizes that whatever was a waste earlier is now going to generate value, there's going to be a price around it. So we've been working with the Punjab government. The green hydrogen policy of Punjab government, if you look at it, is majorly focused on biomass, because that is the input that we gave, that instead of electrolytic production of green hydrogen, because water as such is a very depleted resource in our country, and extracting it further for producing green hydrogen probably would not be a very good idea. 100% Make in India technology is what we are focusing on, and it will create a circular economy. Employment generation for local youth, we are estimating a direct employment of around 10 to 12 people per plant. So that's the direct impact. And the indirect impact is there is some curing of biomass which will be required, so that would additionally indirectly add up to other employment opportunities. And the plants will be run on a 24/7 basis, so that creates for about 300 to 330 days is what we are estimating. Issues with alternatives to biomass-based green hydrogen. What are the issues? Electrolytic production, yes, the technology exists, but there are challenges in that, which I have highlighted over here. Customer segments, hard to abate sectors like steel, fertilizers, transportation and on-farm use. So that is what we are aiming for, are the new upcoming sectors. Existing sectors like vegetable oil and pharmaceutical industry, and industries with decarbonize. So export-oriented units need to decarbonize very fast, and that is their priority right now, so that they are able to achieve their goals and they are able to sell their products to their target markets abroad. Solution, produce green hydrogen. So we are looking at a distributed model rather than a concentrated single plant model. It would be a distributed model, and I have given you a vision around how it would be, we aim it would turn out to be. It's not an extractive technology, and the unique benefits are it's cheaper, continuous source, insignificant land and water footprint. So our design of plants and all that is focused around this, that there is an insignificant in comparison to other technologies. The footprint of land and water is very less, indigenous, and pollution abatement we already spoke about. Recycling of nutrients is very important as well. I mentioned about biochar adding up and the water retention accruing because of that
I think, in the interest of time, you've already overshot. Okay. You have not even half the time in your presentation. You need to respect everybody's time.
Sure.
You finish in 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, sure. So validation, we have done the pilot testing in the pilot plants with our technology partner using the raw material, which is rice straw. And our action plan is to set up the first plant by Q3 in this financial year. So there are channels, what we are expecting, these are our target customers, and this is the team, me and Mr. Rai, and we are currently in the process of recruiting critical team members to help us with the other components of the whole business plan. The revenue model is sale of green hydrogen and other byproducts, carbon credits, diversification into ancillary businesses, and all this. So there is a backward integration into cured biomass ecosystem, which is also a possibility. These are the key metrics that we are looking at, and this is the 18-month plan that we have at the moment. Because of elections and all, there is a chance that this will go slightly ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. The pitch, sorry to say, but the pitch was too textual. We couldn't come to the main slides, so I don't have any questions.
Okay.
It was more of a speech rather than a pitch.
Sure.
I thought.
So we'll try to make it up in the next presentation.
Just a quick question. While this is an interesting space and everything, how further along are you towards commercialization?
We are at technology readiness level of 8 and 9, somewhere between 8 and 9. So commercialization, that's why we have a plan of commercialization by Q3 this financial year.
And what do you need for commercialization?
For that, the challenge with the material is it causes some problems because of the high silica content which some of the previous speakers mentioned about. So that's the challenge right now. Otherwise, the government policies are favorable at the moment. The environment is favorable, so this can go ahead.
In terms of investment, what do you need to get for?
We need a good setup of team members with the similar vision. So that is what we are working on right now. And the funding requirement for these projects is pretty huge. The ticket size is big. So we're looking at somewhere between 1 CR to help us with team recruitment and simulation and data analytics.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one last question. How much is the investment made by the founders?
The founders have initially made around 1 million rupees worth of investments, and we are also
Between both of you?
Between both of us.
You already invested 1 million.
Yes.
Where is it gone?
So we have it's gone for testing.
Rupee. Why are dollars?
No.
1 million rupees, 10 lakhs, right?
Yeah, 10 lakhs.
Okay. So when you talk rupees, always say lakhs.
Yes.
हमको ज़्यादा समझता है. Million is good in dollars.
Yes.
But 10 lakh रुपए कहाँ spend किया?
So we have spent it on testing. We have worked on getting new people abroad on board and all that. So that's the where the spend is.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Huskage Innovations, for your engaging and detailed pitch. Moving on, let's welcome Mr. Philanthropan Sahu from Pikapul in the Software as a Service domain.
Hello, yeah. I hope everyone is not exhausted right now. Lunch also coming soon. Hi, this is Philanthropan Sahu from IIT Hyderabad, a third year undergraduate student, and we are Pikapul and co-founder of Pikapul. Yes. So yeah, have you ever been in this situation where you want to go from point A to point B and you find that the cab prices are expensive? Right? And you might be thinking that kash koi mere aas-paas koi hota and I would have collabed with them and saved 50%. Correct? Now you might be thinking that I'm talking about cab services, cab trading. But think in a different situation, right? If someone in your vicinity is interested in the similar product, service or the destination so that you can both meet, collab and save 50%. I mean, whatever it is. So let's take an example of buy to get one free. You can't get the maximum offer if you buy a single product, correct? You need to purchase one extra to get an extra. So basically what you are doing is overbuying, correct? And in both the cases we are not winning. So now you might have seen many of us at the Lenskart ka buy one get one, Mamaart ka buy one get one, हमेशा रहता है. But example also buy one get 10% off, buy two get 20% off, buy three get 30% off. We need that 30% off, but we do not want to have all these 3 products. So let's take an example of buy to get one. Okay, one product costs 100 rupees, 3 product costs 200 rupees. 66% rupees on each product. 34% discount, straight discount. But company won't give you 30% off in each product because they want to sell more, sell fast, and sell outdated without diluting their brand. Correct? So before validating the problem statement, we went to IIT Bombay, IIT Hyderabad, LU Jalandhar. More 62% were students of age of 18-23, working professionals out there, 32%, which include Vinit Share, Dilshare CEO, and Ankit Bhati. And to understand the POV about that, offers catering, we also talked with 6% store managers. So with that notion, we created our app Pick-a-Pool, a geolocation-based technology platform which connects similar mindset people within your vicinity. Again, we are not Groupon, we are not Pinduoduo. What we do is connect the similar mindset people within your vicinity. That's it. So what happens in our app is we tested in our IIT Hyderabad campus. We have a Domino's store out there. Domino's buy to get one free offer. Okay, you press onto this, pull this offer, and this last bit. This is our USP. Whatever you can see these two inputs, right? Radius and time. Whatever radius you will select, you can know how many people out there in that radius, and get to know that there are 275 users interested in food. Correct. So now after that you can't wait for this 1 hour, 2 hour, 1 day, 2 day for that single pizza, hot pizza, right? You can select your wait time and then start pull. After you start pull, everyone who is interested in food section will get an alert that someone in your vicinity is interested in food or this buy to get pizza. Are you interested? Then let's join into this chat thread. After joining the chat thread, you can talk with each other, somehow explain your, whatever you want, like veg pizza chahiye, non-veg pizza chahiye, talk to them, and whatever meetup location you require, request or something out there, and then deal done. So yeah. So after launching in a few of the campuses, we get to know that we have a flaw in our app. Agar someone is 2 km away, 5 km away, 7 km, we do not share a common vicinity. So this app will be a scrap for the user. Okay. So to launch this app, we selected this epicenter model. What does this epicenter model means is people having whoever the 5,000 to 6,000 people in a confined area having a static user database, spending time together 5 to 6 hours. So that this is how marketing strategy is gonna be. So फिर मेरे दोस्त लोग मुझे बोलते हैं कि दीपन इससे पैसा कैसे बनाओ, right? Yeah, at the end you need to make money out of it. So we have listed out there are only 17 colleges out there. Some of the colleges like VIT, LPU, KIT, some of these private universities are there, and there are some 6 government universities, Delhi University, Osmania universities. After having a proper survey, we came to know that 6,000 rupees is the pocket size, average pocket size of each student, and which contributes to 138 crore for these private colleges, and this universities around 3,000 rupees, which contributes to 235 crores. So when we sum to it, it contributes around 373 crore market from these 17 colleges only per month. Apart from this food, lodging, and etc. Even if we got a small pie, we are winning it. So revenue model. In our app, we have 3 systems out there. Creator own pool, cab sharing, and some of the categories out there. Apparel, food, skincare, leisure, after having a survey out there. So this categorization will be a trivial market plus model. Brands will list out their brand, we're charging 2,000 rupees, and commission on each sale, that is 15%. There will be many offers that won't be listed in our app. So users can create their own pool, click the picture, define it, and that radius model. People, he can ask or she can ask to any one of them and get the similar mindset people. Cab sharing part will be charging some of the matching fee because earlier it was costing you around 2,400, now it's costing 1,200 rupees, so you can spend some amount to our app. And there will be some of the cab agencies listed out there, like in IIT Hyderabad we listed the Mirza travel agency. For each cab we charge around 15% commission. So till now we have collaborated with this 5-star Desi Dawa Fresco's Building by Sistara and Yumpis. Yumpis is a premium Maggie brand. I just want to have one of the example for Yumpis. Yumpi around 12 to 2 am, like engineering college campuses, udhar hi active hote hain. So Yumpis used to have the offer buy to get one free. So they had this restricting appetite. We listed the buy to get one offer free. So 10 to 12 kbs, 10 to 1 kbs, they had this 41 offers out there. After listing out there, it came to be 85. I will let you know the reason why. So if someone created that pool, कि boss buy to get one free हो रहा है, so some people join this chat thread with this urgency because भाई ये छूट जाएगा, let's join it. Okay. Next one. Earlier I used to ask only my Chinku, Pinku, 2 of these friends for this buy to get one free. But now somehow I am not dependent on them. I can ask you and you. Later on, when you are interested, you can ask other 2 guys. So basically what I am doing is adding new users, adding every time new users to these brands. So it reduces customer acquisition cost. So what we decided for this current stage plan, we will be dealing in colleges, then in metropolitan cities. When we were IIM Amritsar, we were taking out the surveys out there, we came to know that we earlier used to think that this pooling, this saving culture would be only for this 1 lakh के नीचे जो भी monthly income होता है. But the mindset of Gujjus were pretty much different when we were doing this in survey in IIM Ahmedabad. So we thought that after releasing this colleges, we'll be going to Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and then finally over to India. So this is our current Play Store database. We have 983 users, among 65% are organic research. And we got this grant for 15 lakhs from Suzuki Seed Innovation Bootcamp in November. And this is our team. All are from IIT Hyderabad out there. I am serving as co-founder and CTO. And thank you. Pick up. It's good times spent today.
Different congrats, man. You're a very smart chap doing this. Even a very fundamental question. In an offer of buy 2 get 1 free, who gets the free?
So the thing is, we are not considering about the free part. अभी भी जब अपन दोस्तों के साथ जाते हैं, it's somewhat कि they find a guy, they divide that amount within the 3 pieces. So it's not like the free product gets to someone regularly. They somehow mail, the friends used to collab and then divide the price using this Google Pay out this.
No, let's say I am looking at somebody in my radius and I found another one who wants to buy one of the 2. What happens to the free? I get the free or he gets the free? Why should I have the third one? I don't want to have the third one. I want to have the free one.
No, the thing is, sir, जैसे कि buy 1 get 1 free होता है मामा अर्थ का. Okay, so 500 of let's say shampoo, 500 shampoo. But if we get that, then it's cost you 250 for similar product. So people used to collab and then we used to pay someone 500, then we used to have one product, then 250. This is what people are doing right now. It's not the free system, it's the similar product only.
Let's get on a serious side.
Yeah.
What happens to the safety and security? Like because you're getting people to share cabs, you're getting people out to go to an epicenter, collect food. What happens to the safety, security? You don't know the kind of people on the platform.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So as we mentioned, there was a lot of privacy concerns, security concerns out there. Colleges में क्या है कि मेल थ्रेड्स में आता है क्या मैं इस कैंपस से इधर जाना चाहता हूँ, क्या कोई मेरे आसपास है कि नहीं. Okay, so we are planning to have the safety concerns like Aadhaar card verification or college ID card verification. We'll put a tick mark out there, but we're not introducing it right now because it will have a friction out right there. Since this is why we mentioned that for the 6-month period we'll be releasing only colleges because colleges में trust already बना हुआ है. So after और अभी वो introduce नहीं कर सकता privacy concerns because it will be having a friction out there. We have planned for this also payment thing कि कि अगर मैं pay कर दिया वो कर दिया then वो अगर नहीं आया तो क्या होगा. So all these things have been concerned out there, but we just want to solve the problem that are you probably serving the same problem statement? Are people feeling to it? Connecting within their vicinity. That's it.
So, like I said, you're a smart chap, interesting idea. But look at the security, privacy, because it's very important. When you come to a university campus like Delhi University, even if it's another college student, with the ID doesn't mean you're safe, right? Having said that, coming back on the metrics slightly, how much have you done so far?
in terms of traction, revenue, whatever?
Yes.
And what is your ask?
So, revenue, coming to the revenue, we have made around 1.5 lakhs out there, 8 to 9,000 from the trivial marketplace models and around 40 to 50,000 from the cab services. So, traction, we released it, okay, sorry. So this we ran a beta test, pilot test from November 11 to November 30th. We उसके बाद छुट्टियाँ लगे campus के. So we gained 983 users from this 11 days only. And we had this क्योंकि उस समय India Australia मैच भी चल रहा था. So Domino's के 210 offers हुए थे. And organic coming about to ask is about what the we are facing trouble is we want brands to collaborate with us. We know that we have a good problem statement, but even if people download there, then they need to have the certain offers out there. So अभी जैसे आप Domino's के पास गए, they said कि bro we can't give you the revenue because मुझे अपने marketing manager इसके पास जाना पड़ेगा. ये 1000-2000 डॉलर से कुछ होने नहीं वाला है. So it's very difficult for us to brand collaboration bar. So my ask would be only to have a good mentor out there who can help me just connecting with this brand. That's it.
Fantastic, all the best. So yeah, good pitch actually. I like your coverage of the entire pitch. Pretty much covered everything. This is the kind of founder I try to look for when I go to Bangalore. So next time we meet there. And I have a very good hack which I can tell you, but only if I invest in your startup. Which I tell you how to scale and how to address that problem. But yeah, on a serious note, I think the customer acquisition to the extent of colleges is fine. But how do you make it viral? How do you make it outside of colleges? At the second phase is what you probably need to think about. And yeah, I think brands, getting the brands on board is always going to be a problem. And I think some of the brands can take a punt here. I think it's not going to be just a function. Okay, I need 1 million downloads or 1 lakh downloads. Now, actually that is gone. That's not valuable anymore. What is valuable is your solution statement. So I think you need to work on the solution statement. You will get all the brands to on board. Just focus on that. That's it.
Thank you. So just one more point. We have this that create your own full option, right? It's considered as a request to vicinity. I just missed one of the points I just want to say. I mean, if you guys download our Pickup app. So what people used has this create your own pool is right. कि मेरे को seniors what they do कि please someone do my assignment. मैं तुमको 1000 रुपए दे दूँगा. So juniors around it came to it. Okay. Then ChatGPT का subscription लेना it's very much costly and my friends are not agreeing for it. Is any 4 guys interested in it? Okay. Animal के 2 tickets कल के हैं and I am मैं कल नहीं जा सकता. Okay. So it's someone in my vicinity जिसके साथ मैं ticket share कर सकता हूँ. OLX में अगर मैं अपना phone listing करता हूँ तो फिर वो गोवा वाला बोलता है कि इधर आओ. Be positive blood अगर चाहिए urgently. So these are the use cases that have been found, and this is how we're gonna expand it more, adding more use cases. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you and congratulations Pranadeepan for successfully reviving our audience. Your enthusiasm and positivity is truly infectious. Now for the final pitch, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Neha Tuli, Mr. Shivam Sharma, Mr. Nitin Gupta and Ms. Pratibha Kalyan from 6 DGOF Solutions in the EdTech sector. Let's welcome the team with a huge round of applause.
Dr. Neha Tulli, co-founder 60 of Solutions Private Limited. So we at 60 of Solutions, we create immersive and interactive learning solutions in the edtech industry using technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality to enhance the way our kids learn, think, communicate and collaborate. So, if you've ever accompanied kids while studying, you might have noticed that it is very difficult to grab their attention. Teachers and parents, they try to find thousands of ways to make them sit for some time and learn something new, but after some time they tend to run away because of some distractions. Whereas if you provide them with the phones, they'll sit for hours and hours and they'll not be distracted. So the problem isn't traditional learning, as it lacks interaction, engagement, motivation, and somewhere it hinders the self-imagination. Also, research has proven that we remember only 5% of what we see, 10% of what we hear, and 85% of what we experience. So why not make our kids experience the concept so that they can retain it for a longer period of time? Why not bring out solutions which both parents and teachers also like? So we came up with Learn a Little. It is an augmented reality based, portable and affordable, hands-on learning kit for learning basic language skills including alphabet, word building and spellings. So it has 4 learning modes. The first is, as it has 26 flashcards, so in the first learning mode, whenever the child brings a particular flashcard in front of the camera, like if he brings A, so he'll get a 3D animated model of an apple or an aeroplane or an ant alternatively. In the next learning mode, when the child puts together, suppose 3 flashcards, like he puts CAT, he'll get a 3D animated model of a cat. Like for DOG, he'll get the model of a dog. So he'll be able to learn word building through this mode. In the third mode, that is spelling test, we only give a picture on the top right corner of an application, whereas he has to put together the flashcards in the correct order to see the particular 3D animated model. In the puzzle zone, he has to put together the puzzle pieces together correctly, in correct form, to see the 3D environment like of a forest or an aquarium. So recently we also launched one more product which is India's first augmented reality integrated workbook with 18 plus activities and 16 plus skills. So if you see on the screen, on the left side we have the basic activities like of shape recognition, connect your dots, alphabet formulation. But on the right side we see empty coloring sheets. So what happens, the magic here is whatever color the child will color in the coloring sheet, the same color 3D animated model will come in front of him through our application. Like here if you see the child is the pink color alligator, the same alligator was come over screen with complete same textures. So while we were conducting pilot survey, we also experienced problems in education sector for special kids. As key to their learning is visualization. Through visualization makes it easy for them to understand and grasp the concepts better. So we found problems like they have slow pace of learning, they feel dependent on others to learn something new. Their schools just focus on oralism whereas the focus should be on visualization. And therefore they feel ignorant from others. There are 2.68 crore persons with disabilities in India. Only 5% hearing impaired go to schools and only 1% have access to quality education. So there are no AR applications for the same. So what we did, we added sign language flashcards in our kit so that the same kit can be used for special kids also to make those kids learn something new. So value proposition, our kit is novel. We have interactive and validated content validated from the schools. Our kit can be helpful in conditions like pandemic. We have 300 plus words, live coloring simulations. We have a progress tracker for teachers and parents to understand the progress of their kids. We provide safe and hands-free environment. We provide sign language-based educational platform. Our content is completely customizable as per the needs of a school. Also, we provide digital solution incorporating the both physical and the digital world. So coming to market size, the education market in India is expected to amount $225 billion by fiscal year 2025. The edtech market is also growing. The AR/VR education market is also expected to grow from to $19.6 billion by 2025, and the Indian toy market is also expected to double itself by 2025. And there are 15 lakh schools in India, around 580 million students in the age bracket of 5 to 24 years, and more than 2,500 special schools. So AR is still an open market. Coming to business model, if you see product wise, So at Learn a Little Complete Kit, we follow B2B business model. For the personal edition, we follow B2C business model. For the special edition also, we follow just B2B model. And for the Magic Workbook, we follow both B2B and B2C model. So as new education policies also been launched, so our products are completely aligned with those. Some of the points include early childhood care and education, curriculum and pedagogy in schools, technology use and integration, online and digital education. So there are two other products in the market, but they claim to use augmented reality, but they completely follow computer vision. So ours is completely based on augmented reality technology. We provide platform for special education. We provide completely customizable content, and the pricing is comparatively lower than those products. So current traction includes we have sold 10 Learn a Little kits. We have sold 700 plus books. We have done 7 product showcase events, and we have generated revenue of 8.25 lakh last year. So our future products include AR flashcards and virtual reality lessons. So virtual reality lessons we'll be providing it through the schools for providing virtual reality lessons in the concepts like physics lab or chemistry lab, where demonstration is easy. So these are some of our achievements. We have won in the Women Bootcamp by IIM Punjab. We are the winners of Schaeffler India Scholarship. I was awarded Women Entrepreneur of the Year by STPI and Icon Mohali. We were recognized in Startup India Innovation Week. We were the runner-up in TIE Women Global Pitch. We won prizes in IIT Bhubaneswar and commercialization grant from IIT TIE also. So these are some of the pictures. So our team include, so I am co-founder and Mr. Shivam Sharma is also a co-founder. Other teams include designers, product designers, developers and graphic designers. So this is our advisory board. We have some principals on board and chancellors of university. So at the last I would say that our products are backed by researchers, tested by schools, approved by parents and loved by kids. Thank you.
So good job, Dr. Neha and Shivam. A fantastic take on what the problem currently is being faced. I would like to share a personal experience. So I have 4 nephew nieces, and during COVID we had a similar problem. We got some books from outside the country and tried this because we really didn't want them to use online apps as much. But what we realized was we dig ourselves a deeper grave, right? Because what happens is these 1-2 year chaps are very smart. You give them an iPad or an iPhone or something, they'll quickly switch back and have more time on YouTube or other apps, and you can't pull it off them, right? So is this something that you've encountered as a problem? Have you heard from parents, teachers, schools that giving our kids this device is causing more of an issue?
Yes, actually teachers and parents sometimes they come with this problem that we don't want to give phones. Without phones we need them to study. But the problem here is ultimately we give phones. And our products, they are not completely digital. We have provided digital solutions. So this book can be used as a physical book. Like every coloring book or every activity book we give it to our kids. Only at the end when the child colors the coloring sheet, only then we can give it as a perk that okay, आपने ये color किया है तो इसको ऐसे देख सकते हैं through an application. So it will be exciting for the kid also कि अच्छा मैं ऐसे color करूँगा तो मुझे app में ऐसे दिखेगी. So that is our whole and our kit also it can be used just as a kit offline, and adding technology is a perk to that.
The second question is, you claim that you are India's first AR/VR backed book, right? So other than the matching colored, design, what is the novelty? Because I honestly have seen other books. I have a portfolio company which is doing something very similar. So what is the difference? How do you claim to be India's first?
So sir, actually what we are claiming is, we are not claiming the first use of augmented reality in a book. We are claiming to be first augmented reality integrated book. So our competitors, they are just using augmented reality as a product, as a learning product. But we are using it as a curriculum in schools. So what we did is, we didn't create it by ourselves. associated with the school educators, and they gave us the curriculum. And based on that curriculum, we have created an AR/VR integrated workshop. In this, we have 18 plus activities that, as I mentioned, can go offline as well as online.
Also one more point, so you might have seen products where on a like a predefined sheet, if you scan, you get the 3D model. But R is completely real time. So on spot now also, if you color the book as you want, only then the same color 3D model will come in front of you. So it's not predefined in that.
So that technology is not created or owned by you, no? That's just a use case of an existing technology.
Yes, so we are a technology provider. We can consider ourselves as content provider, technology provider. So the content and curriculum is provided by the schools, the educators, right there it's the ecosystem. We are just a technology provider. So we have a team of developers and designers who are working with the educators, and they are providing curriculum and we are creating the technology for them.
So I'm assuming that there is some content that you've already prepared.
Yes.
Which is generic to multiple schools.
Yes.
So what is stopping you right now to go and rather than having 8.7 or 25 lakhs to 80 to 8 crores, what is the next big milestone?
So,
what you need to do?
Yes, exactly. So we are right now in the commercialization stage. We have completed that, and now we are in the scale-up stage. So now our next goal is to create a dedicated sales team and dedicated distributor channel that will help us to spread our products throughout the schools in our region. And we are targeting 25 to 30 schools in the financial year, and then we'll move and expand after that.
Last two questions, and the colleagues can ask the questions. So in future, do you intend to be a technology company, a content company, or a publishing company?
So we are not claiming to be a publishing company, but right now, if I tell you about the publishing status, we have the rights of our books. So we are not dealing with anyone. We have the ISBN number of our books with us. So all the rights are also with us. We are basically a technology provider because I think you might not be aware of this, but key players like Meta, Apple and Google, they are coming in the AR/VR space, and especially in the curriculum of the education with new education policy. Yes. Yes, yes.
So the final question, what is the ask?
So for this startup and this product, we are looking to raise 38.5 lakhs for R&D and scale up.
Sorry, what do you mean by this product and this startup? Are there other products
for
startup you're working on?
This portfolio product.
Thank you.
Just one question from my side. I may have missed this, but is your go-to-market B2C or B2B2C?
So it's according to the product. For the book, we are going both B2B and B2C. As we have listed this product on Amazon also, we are doing sales through that. Plus, we are providing it to the schools also, directly to the curriculum. So the kids buy it through us.
So when you go to schools, is school buying the product and then giving it to students, or they are enabling you to sell to students? Is it a B2B2C model or is it a B2B model?
So actually, schools, for the school cycle, they generally take products from November to January. So they assign books to their syllabus. So for schools, we are targeting that segment, and our books are used in their curriculum. So the students are buying the books.
To the bookseller.
Yes, to the bookseller.
Because they have dedicated booksellers. Each school has a like a distributor or seller.
So is the school prescribing your book and then they have to mandatorily go buy just like any other subject book?
Because they have those school teachers. We have developed this book sitting with those teachers. So they put them in the curriculum. So the kids have to buy it.
So which school have you tied up for this B2B2?
So right now we have tied up with 6 schools in Chandigarh region, Panchkula and Ambala.
So 6 schools, how many students covered within those?
In this 350.
And they all have what?
300, yes, they are using it.
50 students per school?
In the kindergarten section, yes, right.
This is just on the kindergarten section, right?
Yes, yes, right now this is in the kindergarten. And we are also for virtual reality, we are in talks with Punjab School Education Board to enter the virtual reality market and provide, as ma'am mentioned, physics lab to remote.
I mean, you need to just look at your ask. Probably it's too less for this kind of business to grow. You might probably need much more capital.
Actually, sir, recently we got a grant from MIT and it was a 35 lakh grant, commercialization grant. So
Yeah, even then.
Yes.
Your 38 lakhs seems pretty low.
Yes.
There's only so much you probably might be able to achieve. That's my feeling, but yeah, we need to take a look at it.
Thank you so much.
What is the current revenue of the company?
It's 8.25 lakhs, and we have launched our products last year.
And what is the mix? Is it coming more from the books or the technology? How do you separate revenue from both, or is it combined?
Yes, sir. So basically our two products are kit and book. So 60% of the revenue from that.
From kits and books?
Kits and books. But the purchase cycle of books and kits are in a certain part of the year only, when school charges them for curriculum. Next we do showcases and like book shows, you can say, and workshops, and that 40% of the revenue comes from.
So this book is basically connected to the app on iPad or something?
Yes, application is available on every platform, Android app.
Okay. And so you see people using kits and books more or technology more? What is your current?
The technology augmented reality. So people are using augmented reality in their daily life, like Snapchat, Instagram. So they are getting to know this technology, so it's easy for them to switch into education also. So we are leveraging augmented reality and then putting that.
What is the age group for this?
Kindergarten 3 to 5.
3 to 5, and nothing beyond 5, right? Or is there something?
Beyond, as I mentioned, we are making virtual reality content from grade 6 to 12.
Grade 6 to 12. So you want to focus on both, or you want to focus on one? Because both are very different age groups.
So the technology is different. Augmented, we can't use virtual reality in the kindergarten section because it's not advisable.
So why not focus only on one?
So right now we have created content for kindergarten.
Yeah.
Yes. So our main focus is that only. And we got this opportunity with Government of Punjab to work in the virtual reality section. So we are in talks.
Okay.
Our prime focus is the kindergarten.
Correct. Thanks.
Thank you all for those power-packed presentations. Let's have a thundering round of applause for all the presenters. We commend you for your creativity, innovation, and the courage to present on stage. And I'm certain that the investors will have a hard time choosing their winners. The results for the Startup Expo would be announced after the Genesis sessions, and until then, I request all of you to sit back, relax, root for your favorite startups as you enjoy the rest of the day. Before we come to the end, I would request Mr. Yagnesh to come up on stage and share his feedback and advice for the startups and our budding entrepreneurs.
Okay, sorry, I'm back again. Do you like it or not? Just 2 minutes. I thought I'll just give kind of general feedback, not specific. Specific will reflect in our scores. But just a very general feedback is that when you pitch, generally you first need to know how much time is allocated to you. Try to finish your pitch within that, right? This is more like an elevator pitch. I've just kind of shared with Kiran the slides generally that form part of a pitch. All the guys who are going to pitch, who have pitched and will ever pitch in the future, keep this in front of you as your guiding light. You need to cover all these things, whether in 10 slides or 12 slides, very important. And depending on what time you have, you need to kind of just time it accordingly, right? Focus on certain things. Every slide should typically have one take home. Don't try to achieve too much in one slide. That's typically a mistake that most founders do. We generally do take master classes for pitching, like 1-2 hours just for founders. I'd love to do that at some other point. But keep your slides very crisp, not too much text. some of the text that came on slides, we couldn't even read it in such a large screen. So when it's an elevator pitch, try to use more text. The text is as conveying because you're talking, right? So I'm going to look at the slide as well as I'm going to look at you. So idea is to keep your text big font. Small text, don't use graphs, etc. because they are not typically visible on a screen like this. You need to be very, very crisp and answer and leave some amount for the question answers. So these are things that, small things that you need to take care of, which reflect when you're actually pitching in front of a VC or for that matter an investor in a closed room environment. A lot of body language also matters, a lot of communication also matters, right? So keep that in mind, and of course I hope this slide kind of just helps you prepare for everything, because some people just focused on the problem statement, some people just focused on the solution too long. They couldn't get to the business aspect, which is what the investor is looking at, right? When we are looking at a pitch, we only want to know 3 things. If you can cover these 3, you pretty much cracked it, right? You want me to tell you what 3 things are? Yes, sir. Okay. So the first thing is, when you are pitching, we just want to know 3 things. One is this the problem that this team can solve? Is this the team that can solve this problem? So capabilities of the team is very, very important. Second is this the business which can make money? So when you talk about the business model, we hear only whether you can make money. So monetization, right? And the third is, can an investor make money enough to make an exit, right? So when you're pitching from your side as a founder. But when I'm listening to a pitch or when we are listening to the pitch, we're looking at, can we really exit this at some point of time? We are financial investors, right? We are not strategic investors. We're not going to run the business for you. We are not strategic investors. We're not going to take over your business and run it. You are going to run it. We just need exit. So these 3 things, right? Is there money to be made? Is this the team that can make me money, right? And the third is, can I really exit at a large outcome? All VCs look at every investment as a potential unicorn investment, right? Everyone wants to invest in a unicorn, right? But होता है कि नहीं होता है वो अलग बात है, लेकिन इन्वेस्ट करने के टाइम पर जो चाहिए कि यूनिकॉर्न बन जाए, so their testing parameters are so high. So unless you've done your research, I couldn't find a lot of competition. I think only 2-3 pitches got competition names and comparisons. Others didn't even bother about talking about competition, saying that I'm the only app. I believe, I can challenge you, all 12, 13 of you who have pitched, we can give you enough competition out there because we see pitches day in and day out. So present, do your homework very well. That will help, solve some of the initial objections that investors might just have. And they might not even look at other slides. So I think I can go on and on, but just this much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I also request Mr. Raja Singh and Mr. Jeel Doshi to share their feedback.
Hi everyone, thank you for having us. You were kind of just going to stand here and say what I need to say. While Yagnesh has given you the mool mantra and the secret sauce of what we are looking for, so I'm not going to take that long for time. Just few points that I think are generally missing, and I think we're missing today as well. One, we've seen that founders sometimes become so close and then fall in love with the solution that they forget about the problem. Right? What we've seen is people stumble through research into a product and they want to create problems for that. Don't do that, right? Don't do that because that doesn't scale, that doesn't go well. Second, when you're coming to events like this, try and make sure you have an ask at the end of this year. That's why we are here, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary ask, that's okay. You can, some startups were very interesting, they had a very interesting ask, sir, I want to be connected to ABC, I want a mentor, I need money. Have that ask. It's always good to ask in the room, even if it's a bloody feedback. That, hey, I have presented today, you guys are a bunch of people, do you want to sign up on my app and give me feedback, be my first customers? It's okay. So just make sure there is a call to action at the end of the pitch and you pull somebody in and make sure the impact is there. And lastly, just one thing that I, as a philosophy, live by is the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. So it doesn't matter what you're doing today, whether it's good, whether it's bad, We all are going to make mistakes, we all are going to learn. Just get on the stage, pitch your idea to whoever you find in the elevator, in the room, and just keep on learning from there, and that's all. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you to our investors for sharing their invaluable advice, and I really hope that this advice would act as a stepping stone for our up-and-coming entrepreneurs. Now, the moment has come for our audience to take out their devices, scan the QR, and vote for their favorite startups. Your vote holds the power, and so we request you to exercise it. As we drop the curtains on this year's edition of the Startup Expo, let's take a moment to relive the magic, the creativity, and the mind-blowing innovations from our startups, captured by the Photography Club of IIM Amritsar 50mm and the Media and Public Relations Cell through an exclusive video. Guided by the words of Maya Angelou, you can't use your creativity. The more you use, the more you have.
If you notice, the budget goes a special focus on solar energy. Solar energy is going to kick off a huge impact on move from investors and other startups. What you need to also understand is how a venture capitalist is looking at the business. So if I have to look at your business, I need to know what is the one problem statement you're trying to solve right now. Once you solve it, then we move on to the other problem.
On behalf of Center of Entrepreneurship, I extend my sincerest gratitude to all the startups that participated in this year's Startup Expo. Your passion, creativity, and dedication to innovation were truly inspiring and made this event a huge success. Our heartfelt gratitude to the visionary investors whose contributions have been pivotal in nurturing the entrepreneurial ecosystem at eSummit 4.0. We believe that this will act as a foundation stone for future collaborations. In conclusion, the Startup Expo was a resounding success, and we could not have done it without the support of startups, investors, faculty, placement committee, 50mm, and media and public relations cell, and of course, our fellow IIM Amritsar students. We hope that everyone had a memorable and productive experience, and we look forward to seeing you all again in the future.
Are a cornerstone for aspiring entrepreneurs and students, providing them with the opportunity to learn from the first-hand experiences of successful and resilient entrepreneurs across key sectors like social entrepreneurship, financial technology, and education technology. Through in-depth conversations with industry leaders, attendees gain invaluable insights into the complexities of entrepreneurship, equipping them with the knowledge and inspiration needed to navigate the exciting yet challenging journey of startups and innovation. Get ready to be inspired and informed.
Now, it's my honor to introduce our esteemed moderator for Genesis, Dr. Shalini Lal. Dr. Shalini Lal is a distinguished organizational speaker, the founder and CEO of Uncube, a pioneering firm dedicated to reshaping the future of work. With a rich academic background from IIM Ahmedabad and a PhD from UCLA, complemented by a global fellowship at Wharton School, Dr. Lal brings a unique blend of scholarly insight and practical wisdom to her work. She specializes in guiding leadership teams to develop styles, cultures, and structures that enhance innovation and agility within organizations. Her career highlights include significant roles such as Director HR at Deutsche Bank, Chief HR Officer at Escorts Agri Machinery, and Head of Organizational Development at Airtel. An influential figure in the HR domain, Dr. Lal has contributed to various HR award committees and is a respected speaker and writer on management and leadership. Her book, The Secret Life of Organizations, offers profound insight into corporate culture and leadership. Dr. Lal's approach to work is marked by a blend of rigorous research, practical application, and an invaluable sense of humor and playfulness, positioning her as a visionary leader in shaping the future of work.
Let's also welcome Mr. Dipanshu Manchanda. Mr. Manchanda is the co-founder and CEO of Zapfish, a beacon for fresh and innovative approaches in the food industry. At just 33 years old, Mr. Manchanda has demonstrated exceptional leadership, specializing in business development, strategic alliances, marketing, and relationship development. His journey reflects a deep understanding of consumer behaviors and market trends, driven by a proactive and goal-oriented mindset. With a rich background that includes an MBA and hands-on sales experiences at prestigious companies like Frito-Lay and American Express, Mr. Dipanshu's early career was marked by a strong entrepreneurial spirit. His venture into the FMCG sector began with a Choco Leaf, an online bakery, which set the stage for his more disruptive venture, Zapfish, co-founded with Shruti Kochwar. Launched in 2015 after meticulous research, Zapfish has grown into a formidable team of over 200 professionals, showcasing Dipanshu's passion, market insight, and belief in the power of innovation. We are also thrilled to introduce Amit Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary is a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of Dava Dost and Medwiki. He is a visionary leader with expertise in developing and launching strategic initiatives that address market opportunities and business priorities. Mr. Chaudhary has a deep understanding of the healthcare sector and is an expert in understanding the ever-changing customer behavior and pattern. A modest yet hard-working, goal-oriented individual, Mr. Amit Chaudhary possesses great market insights, passion, and a strong self-belief. He started his entrepreneurial journey by founding Dava Dost, an omnichannel pharmacy retail that aims to make medicines affordable and accessible to all. Under his leadership, Dava Dost has grown significantly and is now serving about 500,000 Indians through its app. In addition to Dava Dost, Mr. Chaudhary also founded MedWiki, a digital platform that has become the largest digital medicine-related video library globally. MedWiki aims to help Indians understand their medicines better through a repository of over 7.5 lakh videos in 6 Indian languages. With his innovative mindset and ambitious vision, Mr. Amit Chaudhary continues to contribute significantly to the healthcare sector, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship.
It is now my distinct honor to invite Dr. Chetan Chitresa to grace the stage and bestow his felicitations upon our esteemed moderator and speakers for today. I also request the guests to please come on the stage.
Thank you, sir. So, following the delightful felicitation, I would request to start the segment.
Thank you, thank you. Warm welcome to everyone after lunch. How was the morning? Wow. I've heard a lot of good things about the ideas pitched this morning. How many of you are seriously interested in entrepreneurship? This is show of hands. Oh wow. That's like 80% of people here. Excellent. So then the session is just for you. One of the earlier, your earlier session spoke about ideas around business. What we're going to speak today in our small little round table is what it means to become an entrepreneur. So in a way, this session is titled The Making of Entrepreneurs. And what we're going to do is explore a little bit of the personal journey of these two amazing entrepreneurs with me. We will also be leaving time towards the end for Q&A, so please feel free, ask your questions. A little bit of a throwback, when I was at IIM myself, which was 3 decades ago, actually a little more than 3 decades ago, we had a program called Laboratory in Entrepreneurial Motivation. And that program was 1 semester long, just to explore, what goes behind the scenes in becoming an entrepreneur. What does it feel like to be an entrepreneur? And one of our projects was this, to interview an entrepreneur, follow them for a day, interview them, and just ask them about the ups and downs of their journey, so that as students we could make informed decisions about whether that was something we would be interested in doing. Actually, that course, LEM, as it was called, was remarkably successful. And 30 years on, if we look at that LEM batch, something like 70–80% of people who attended LEM became entrepreneurs. Most did not become entrepreneurs immediately. In fact, it was just a handful who chose entrepreneurship right out of business school. But eventually, 70–80% of the people who attended that program became entrepreneurs. And I think what it did for us was it opened our eyes to possibilities. And some of us began to see this as a possible path for us. Maybe not right now, maybe not even 5 years later or 10 years later, but eventually. And that's what we're going to explore today. We're going to explore the making of an entrepreneur and what goes behind it. So welcome Amit and welcome Dipanshu. I'm also actually quite grateful that we got a little bit of time, yesterday and today, because they've had such amazing journeys, and you're just going to learn so much from them on what the path has been like for them. Now, neither of you started off as entrepreneurs, right at the start, although you did partially, and we'll come to that. So maybe I'll start with you, Amit. You had the longest, stint working in more traditional organizations, the kind which many of you might aspire for post-MBA. What is it that eventually gave you the nuts to start off on your own?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Post-lunch is generally the toughest session to take. So please bear with us. If you're feeling sleepy, go take a round, come back. And we'll try and keep it exciting and interesting for all of you. To your point, I think I'll take a step back, give a little bit of personal background on where I come from, because that will probably help set up my entrepreneurial journey context. I was born in a village. Anyone here from Jharkhand, Bihar? Anyone knows Sahibganj there? By any chance come from Sahibganj? Yeah. So I'm from your village. Right. That's where my birth was. Raised in Calcutta in a very conservative, in a very conservative family in Calcutta. And in year 2000, I became a chartered accountant. So I was very scared to write a professional exam. So I never had courage to write a CAT exam, to be very honest. And that's the reason I never entered a college. I just kind of passed from the outside. And an interesting thing happened when I graduated. I became a CA. I was a gold medalist in my batch, and that changed life. I come from a family which had small businesses in and around Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, that part of the world. And सबने बोला ये पागल black sheep निकला है family में से, and it's a very dark shade of black sheep, right? Because nobody is ever studied, nobody did anything. And that brought me to Bombay. My professional career started. I've done consulting, I've worked in investment bank, I've worked in a CPG company called Procter & Gamble, came back to India in 2015 to join Snapdeal at the peak of e-commerce madness, and worked in private equity and then became an entrepreneur. Right? So a very crazy zigzag journey. We are chatting about lunch and breakfast today about, एक straight line होता है, सब आपने एक ही line में काम करना है. That is all like mythical in my mind. It doesn't happen. And to your point, Shalini, on entrepreneurship and getting the aha moment. 2015 is, I was in Singapore, I was coming back to India. And I have family in Ranchi, and I was talking to my brother there and saying, let's do something to give back to society. And we started with an itch. Our itch was also to not write a check to an institution, so we wanted to do something which was more tangible, that we could control, see, and participate. So we started, none of us are from healthcare, we have absolutely zero background in healthcare, my family or me. And we stumbled upon something called Dawai Sasta Kar Sakte. That was one thing we wanted to work on healthcare. And so padte, we fast forwarding to 2018, so we set up a CSR called Dawai Dost, still runs. If anyone's from Ranchi, you probably know. Right, and we started that, we started providing affordable medicines to people as a CSR activity. So we had a trust and we used to do that. And from the trust and the idea experience in Ranchi in a charitable format was born Dawa Dost. So Dawai Dost is our charity, something we are extremely proud of. And Dawa Dost as a business kind of came out of that. We said we'll create a sustainable business and we will do it in a way where we honor two promises. And we just have two promises. The first is to our customers and people of India. We said for every Indian, I will reduce the prescription value by 50% or higher. So we said, yeah, bullshit nahi karenge ki affordable pharmacy hai, aisa, because affordable can mean 2%, 5%, 10%. So we edged the number and said 50% hona chahiye. At 50%, you solve the problem for India. It's not solving for 1%, 2% of people. You solve for a lot of people. We'll talk about examples in a bit. And we said, let's do this for Bharat. And I know Bharat is an extremely cliched word now. We've been talking about Bharat. So India, if you look at all the healthcare service providers, they've all worked on the top 100, 200 million people, 300 million people. And we said the real need is in the billion. And that's what we were doing in the CSR activity anyway. So we said, yeah, Bharat ke liye solve karna, where there is a need to, for a solution. We're not creating a demand or a demand pool जहाँ पे need ही नहीं है उसके लिए बोलते नहीं तो demand create करके दिखाएंगे. So I think that's where we started off our journey. For me, the trigger point was my 40th birthday. So one, we were anyway doing this over a period of time. everyone in my family is been in business, and everyone kept looking at me to convert the mortgage. And I think at my 40th birthday, I said, why don't we build a sustainable company? Pick up this CSR idea, take it national, but do it in a sustained business manner. So we are a for-profit company, not running a charity by any stretch of imagination. We are very proudly, I can share at least in this room, we are the most profitable healthcare company in India. You pick up any company. So we have an interesting sweet spot now for us, where we are the most price-conscious brand to the customer, and we are the most profitable company. And we obviously during the chat, we will probably share some insight on from some people. So that's like, sorry, a long answer in my journey on how I became an entrepreneur. Very accidental entrepreneur, right? It was never, it's an itch that was always there. Didn't want to die with regret. So sometimes you hit a milestone. So for me, my 40th birthday was my milestone, saying कि मर जाऊँगा किसी दिन, and probably this will die with me. So I said, okay, देखते हैं, we'll see how that goes.
Wow, thank you so much. There's so much that I'm going to come back to, like how the family you were born into maybe influenced some of these ideas. You had shared earlier that it comes from a family, and you speak about that just now, that where business and the idea of business has been the norm. And in fact, you spoke about the fact that you became a gold medalist, so like an academic person, and how that was in fact the exception. But the early sort of underpinnings when you were growing up was that business is maybe the most natural thing to be doing. And this is something that we'll explore later on as well, that in India, people who come from business families, how for them the making of an entrepreneur is a little bit different, because they've seen some of that so much through their lives as they're growing up. They've seen either their parents or uncles or someone be in business, and therefore that idea seeds pretty early on, which is quite different from, say, people like, I was just telling you this morning that I come from a family of academics, 2 generations of only academics. So even the idea of becoming an entrepreneur or doing a business is extremely different from. What about you, Dipanshu? I know that you have had maybe very early sort of strivings for becoming an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I will. So first of all, grateful for IIM Amritsar and the entire team. Good job. Thanks for inviting us here. Awesome hospitality. So yeah, I mean, to give you my 2 bits about me, I think my trigger was in the childhood. At the age of 10, my family went through a medical trauma, especially my father, and being an elder one, I just, learned that how I have to build my life career around, security, and how, financial security was, shook, by that episode. And that led me, to really strive and be more ambitious and not confine myself to the regular monotony, which was generally discussed around in education institutes, colleges, schools. So I was always like a disconnect from, the entire education system. Couldn't really, get convinced about what it's going to offer me in terms of real money. And I was a very average student, unlike you guys. You've come to IIMs and doing IITs and all of that. Nothing of that. So my conviction really was very personal, and the drive to to really make it worthwhile for my life was more important to me. And I think I was just striving for it day in, day out, and really obsessed. I think so obsessed that I didn't have any hobbies, I didn't have any friends, and this was from school days. Okay, so and I used to think that, am I like weird because I don't have friends, I can't connect with anybody in my class, I'm like a loner, sort of a guy, and couldn't talk to anybody. So I think to some extent, I think it is also in DNA, other than the conditioning which happens from the family and the patterns which you correctly mentioned, that if you're from a business family, you will end up in the business sooner or later. You can spend 10 years, 15 years, whatever you want to do, you can play with it. But that DNA of being in the business and conditioning will kick in whenever the time is right, and you will go there. Same goes for the service class people. So it's very difficult. I actually haven't seen a lot of service background people, children, make it big in business. And also let's understand that there are different type of entrepreneurs. There is one type of entrepreneur which is opportunistic. He will do whatever it comes his way, does it for a while, and then keeps shifting into other opportunities and the times, etc. To me, entrepreneurship and my chapter and my episode is, that's why I said, very, very fundamental to my personality. So it is, really in me because I don't have anything else. It's the only, hobby, it's the only passion, it's the only first girlfriend, first child, whatever you want to call it, everything. My father, my mother, it is always about, solving problems, understanding curiosity. And the center focal point, I think, Shalini, around probability of success in this entire episode was my curiosity and my learning aptitude. Always looking to learn something, every day. If I'm not learning anything, I would like wasting my time. And probably that's the reason I couldn't converse with people as well, because it's just wasting time and nothing else. How am I productive enough, which will make me satisfied at the end of the day? Whether it is through reading a book or whether it is, just observing, I sat on a small shop also, of my dad, he still has it, and also very middle class background, so nothing came to me, not even like a silver spoon, nothing like that. So overall, I think the conditioning, the upbringing, all of this makes a lot of impact, but deep down, if you as a personality don't have it in you, it may just get scattered or you may get lucky also. So with me, it has to be foolproof. I am not lucky, not at all lucky. Luck is just fabricated. It is done through hard work. That's my belief, and I could be wrong, and I could be proven wrong by so many successful entrepreneurs these days, that those have been lucky with becoming decacons and unicorns. So I don't believe, that's for me, unless I, do it from my own hard work and perseverance. I think I've been known for my perseverance and belief system, very stubborn. Certain traits you will find very common in entrepreneurs, the real entrepreneurs. Again, let's identify who's the real entrepreneur, and everybody will have their own definitions. So my definition of real entrepreneur is far deeper than the superficial ones. So I think that
What's your definition?
That's what I said, that that drive to do something, the reason to do something is more important than the outcome. Because outcome will be a byproduct of whatever effort you are going to put it in the project. But that effort, the source of that effort is mainly that, the course drive which is making you put that effort. So purpose-led, ambition is what I think result into success all the time. All the time. This is the secret mantra in my view. There is no other mantra, nothing else. But this has to come naturally to you. And initially it may not. As a student, most of the students are confused about what to do, which stream do I take, should I do a job, should I do a startup. So my suggestion to that is, there is nothing wrong in being confused. Try everything you can with a long-term objective. And even for organization, probably you would agree that if there is a long-term objective, the short-term visions do come in, on its own. But it's just when we don't know what we want to do in long-term, mostly we are more, failing in our endeavors and then learning from that. Again, no wrong in that as well. But since I'm here to give you the advice, and I'm giving you an honest advice, have a long-term goal and have that goal with a certain strong purpose. And on the way, do whatever you want to do, whatever comes your way, but don't lose the sight of what you want to do in long term. And that's what happened with me. I had to do a business, something of my own. So did many projects, hustled. In fact, I paid my entire education loan through my studies. I started helping students get placed during my college days. and got out all my fee because it was very, very taxing to me that how am I going to pay such a big loan back to my parents, and I think that was something which made me really happy because like I could do this, it was just that confidence boost which I got as a first stint, and also a lot of load off because I could have worked for corporates for maybe 4-5 years to pay off that loan, and then after that I would have been probably stuck in that situation. So I don't want to be stuck. Freedom is very important to me, and I think that's another trait for a business guy. And so yeah, after that, just things keep happening, and I helped small setup companies, did my own pilots, many things. I've done 2 jobs, 3 projects, whatever. I've worked for free also, even after my college. I just simply didn't care short term. And that is what actually is reflecting in the business what we are doing today. We've been 9 years old now. And startups come and go, become unicorn, decacorn, come back again. We never in that thought process. We're like, time is no problem. If you're doing fundamentally right, that's what matters. Nothing is going anywhere. There is no leader. If you see, the overall chart of last maybe 30 years or 40 years of how corporations have evolved and became leaders and then came back, you will know that it's all a cycle of a business. So if you are driven by the macro environment, which I don't think should be the right case. You should be driven by the business model and the problem you're solving and why you are solving it. That's it. Everything else is going to come and go, come and go, come and go.
I find that so interesting. Firstly, I was really surprised when you said you didn't have friends in school because we just met yesterday and we had such a fun time that it was like, oh, you're really quick to start a conversation with. So that's like, okay, that's really interesting to know. But he did share that he paid off his student loan within months of joining college.
Yeah, about 3 months. Yeah, I was so happy with that. Yeah.
So that's like super entrepreneurial right there. So there you have it, 2 very different journeys, both from, families where they've had some exposure to business as a way of life and as a way of career. But Amit chose the more, traditional, you didn't do an MBA, but an MBA-like route of, the larger corporations for, 18 years? 18 years before becoming an entrepreneur. And you had wanted to be an entrepreneur right from the start. And everything you did in between was just almost like a stepping stone before you could, start off on your own. So by the way, this is something we're seeing increasingly. We're seeing entrepreneurs come from both sides, those who are from business families and are just itching to start off, the moment that they get their first opportunity, as well as people who are choosing more traditional routes, traditional in a sense, not for you, as you said, you were the black sheep in your family, but more traditional routes that all of you are, like doing an MBA, getting an education, and being very, making a start in a more, say, conventional, large organization setting. So to that question, Amit, let me ask you, what is it that you think you learned in some of these large organizational experience? Does that really help in any way?
No, absolutely. I think for me, this is my journey. I'm not judging it right from here, but any experience you will pick up things which are, say, if you break it down into, say, a technical aspect, right? So investment banking taught me speed, like, because there is the only thing that mattered. I was an analyst in JP Morgan, right, one of the largest IVs. And as an analyst, you're the lowest level of flunkiness, right? Like you do all the shit work that happens at firm, right? 24/7. Like there is no life. You're just working 100 hours a week, very comfortably, etc. And it taught me speed. Like why do you need to build speed? So I can challenge anyone here, like Excel, PowerPoint, how to make a point across. Like I can do that like sleeping. I don't need to think it's just ingrained. I started my career in now a firm called Arthur Andersen on the consulting side. And Arthur Andersen was brutal. I'll give you an anecdotal example, and it's something all my reportees and now my team members laugh. Right. So Arthur Andersen, my first week in that company, I created a memo for my manager, and like I take a printout, and this is like 2001, right? So computers are starting to come around, usage in office, one printer in the entire office. So bada mehnat se first impression, put my all-nighter. He saw first glance, tore the paper and threw it. He didn't even read it. And he didn't say a word, end of conversation, no conversation, not end of conversation, no word spoken. And I was like staring, he was like, kya ho gaya aisa? And later realized I used the wrong font, because there was like a standardized consulting style, right? A font, spacing, itna left indent hona chahiye, itna right indent hona chahiye, malum nahi tha. Right? And that's something that stuck with me right now, and there was like the most hilarious part was there was this Anderson way of stapling a paper. Right, and I still can't staple a paper like this. I have to staple it on the side. Right? That's just getting lazy. So I think two very early, like these are my first 3-4 years of my experience, and then PNG happened. PNG used to not recruit CS. Like, again, a black sheep into the PNG family, because PNG is all about ABCL, right? And, very short, like that's the pathway that they kind of chosen in terms of recruitment, talent pool. कहीं पे धक्का मार के घुस गया उसके अंदर कि यार चलो घुस तो गए, like CA है तो क्या होगा, and then had a 10-year MBA course, right? So I didn't spend couple of years. I ended up 10 years learning what I call the first principles of pretty much everything that matters in a business. So like sales में distribution is the only thing that matters. Like I can talk for hours about it, and I don't know whether textbooks talk about it because I have not read the textbooks or attended colleges around that. Marketing, I can like do a 2-minute marketing course and say, okay, 90% of what you need in marketing all your life is sorted in that 2 minutes, right? So I think set up a factory, got supply chain experience on how to design supply chain, again specialized things, and I was very lucky. Like I just got along with the right set of people who were kind enough to kind of coach me, guide me. And PNG is a very coaching-driven organization. You coach your juniors, your seniors coach you, and just keep going up. And I had a great time with them, first in India and in Singapore. And I think when I started my business, I used to call it I have a C2C responsibility. One fine day from a very fancy cabin, and C2C for people who don't get the joke is chairman says chaprasi api ho. Day one, your paycheck has stopped, and now you're running and saying, "Acha, like we are opening a first store," and I remember कि वो रात को 2 बजे खड़े होके डब्बे में sticker लगा देते. And now today I can if I don't even go to some of my stores, I can tell them you photo देखे कि इस डब्बे में store में sticker गलती है. So I think the nuts and bolts about understanding and building on your own all comes together. Like my marketing strategies are now designed about what we've learned, and I've all learned, and there are bits and pieces that keeps coming to you from different aspects of your journey. So I believe there is no bad journeys to be had, no bad learnings to be had. Be very careful on what we pick up. There are things that are applicable. I can't build another PNG. PNG took 150 years to build. I don't have 150 years to live. So hopefully those will live for 150 years, but we'll be trying to build more plans.
That's amazing, and that's another experience we're finding, that people who have worked for traditional form organizations for a while do pick up some of these very fundamental skills that then become, like you said, second nature, both from the more important ones to even the silly ones like how you sleep. And I can tell you that when I started off at Titan, it had a certain way of folding a sheet to put in an envelope. Up to the sheet and an envelope. If I ever have to fold a letter, I can only fold it that way, because that was so ingrained. In any other way of, it was a 2-fold with whatever 1 centimeter on the side. Any other way would be, so right from these really silly, trivial, which really don't matter things, to the fundamental behind that if you're an organization, then to be professional, there are these unspoken rules to appear professional, like paper has no relevance anymore, but you do it a certain way. Your branding looks a certain kind, your eye for detail is of a certain kind, and some of those principles sort of get engraved into the way you build your business. Now Dipanshu, you did a lot of projects before you started this. Can you share a little bit about what you learned on some of these projects that then you used when you started Zap?
Yeah, I mean, there are every day there was something new because I was as I told you, I was very curious. So when you're curious, then you're observing and absorbing everything. So from a project perspective, I have so many examples and stories. The first one being rejected after my internship in Frito-Lay's, irrespective of performing well, they didn't give me a PPO because I was not from some IIM Amritsar type colleges, and they were like, we only hire from this college. That's the only bottleneck. So I was like, that's so weird. Why would you do that? Because there could be students coming from God knows wherever who could probably be capable enough. So that actually was pretty surprising for me, because I'm like, okay, this is really a taboo or whatever it is. But then actually that led me to then join Amex, and then when I was in Amex, the first job is always interesting, exciting, butterflies in the stomach, all of that. And I went and they said, what are you wearing? I said, what happened? I'm wearing normal clothes. They said, they're not branded. So that branded clothing will want me to have some salary first and then probably buy it, and then that's when I realized that how brands operate, how brands think. Okay, that you have to wear branded clothes, you have to move a certain way, talk a certain way, and all that jazz. I did not know that. So I think that these were the two first initial things which happened to me, and then I started wearing branded clothes, and I like, okay, and then like, what watch are you wearing? And these are some things which are so required for that particular job which I was doing, and I think that is the case with any job. So whatever you pick, it will have certain traits which you need to reflect to do that. In his case, it was probably presentations and Excels. In my case, it was marketing. In the case of marketing, you have to look good and all of that or things. So these were the few things, and then after that, I mean, I left all these. Amex, I left it again after being a top performer there, and then my manager's like, why are you doing this? Where are you joining? I said, I'm just going to join a company which is not even there. So it's like, what is wrong with you? It's like, you're leaving brands and working with something which nobody knows, and started your career. My family was like, are you stupid? What you have done MBAs and all that, now you work for a while and earn your living, everything is fine. Nothing was fine with me ever, because there was this fire burning inside which nobody could probably see other than me, and people were throwing water at it, but it just didn't go away till date. So what I mean to say is that there was a lot of rejections throughout my career. And as an entrepreneur, you have to get used to rejections. I would have done thousands of pitches, and rejected maybe hundreds and thousands of. I can't even remember. There is no need to remember also, because when you start looking at these things, then you are overlooking what you are supposed to do. So the focus the sheer focus which you need to have to be an entrepreneur will surpass all of these micro level issues of people rejecting you, not giving you a job, ये नहीं कर सकते, इस कॉलेज से नहीं हो, IIT नहीं है, IIM नहीं है, and with me it happened a lot. So why do we trust you? What have you done? All of those. It will not matter nothing will matter. It is just your drive, clarity, focus, and aptitude to learning is what has helped me throughout all these smaller projects, and not really taking any of this to my heart, saying that, oh, I've been rejected and all of that. Never happened to me, never, till date. And as he said, there was no straight line, so it was never been with me. I got so used to rejection that if it doesn't come, I like, something is wrong.
I want to try to dive a little bit deeper into that. How do you handle rejection on an ongoing basis? Because I mean, like Pipanshu said, it's part of the entrepreneurial journey. And You know, what is it that you have, what is it that you found helps you going through the ups and downs, inevitable ups and downs?
No, I think completely resonate. I think getting rejected is like getting an extra gem in your crown, right? That's how I see it. Saying, you know, yes, there are smarter people than I am. They have a reason, and some of them are generous enough to share their reason of rejecting you. Some of them will give you gyan, just saying, okay, just ignore, saying this is noise. I think there's a concept that I am working with again. This is the PhD in me talking. It stuck with me. There's something called circle of influence. Saying I am in the center. There is a small, very small circle of influence around it. Things that I can control. Things that I can change. And I love staying in that circle of influence and control. Anything outside of that to me is circle of worry, circle of concern, and I can't do anything about it. The more I think about it, the worse off I am. You know, when we are starting to build, we have like really large companies who donkey amounts of money in the category. We knew foundationally that they are like they are doing a stupid next step and will not work out. But they had billions of dollars. I had billions. I had like very little money, and we said, okay, fine, it's absolutely fine. You know, sometimes it shakes you, right? Because all the smart people are doing something in a particular manner. You are flowing against the tide, and you're saying, shit, you know, am I like, you know, am I in the wrong river? Like, you know, there is self-doubt that will come, and like I'm sure it happens up to everyone, saying you will doubt, saying, am I doing something stupid because all the so-called smart people are doing? And that's where foundationally what you're doing and keeping, you know, there's something I really love doing is keeping everything very simple and straightforward. Because simplicity में hide करने का जगह नहीं होता है. So you know, if my business is at the core a very simple business, you know, then you can also double click and check, you know, am I going wrong? But that's how we've taken rejection. There are, and it is bound to happen. So any overnight success, anything that we keep reading, ये वो केस को देखो, ये अचानक से एक साल में unicorn बन गया. They have their own stories of how they became, what happened, how much effort went into becoming an overnight success. I don't think there is in entrepreneurship an overnight success. And as I said, take rejection. If you can't take rejection, then I'll probably really request people to not even wonder, you know, come in this kind of environment, because it will mentally destroy you, right? If you mix your circle of concern into your circle of influence, you keep kind of swimming out of that circle of influence into your concern areas. Like you, it will destroy your life and what you are capable of. It will also destroy people you care about. Because entrepreneurship, I'm now mid-40s, right? It's not a one-man journey, or it's a family journey, right? You know, like a job which can be very individual, like, you know, I am doing a job. Entrepreneurship में पूरी family entrepreneur होती है. Like, you know, it cannot be कि मैं entrepreneur हूँ और मेरी family, my wife, my kids are not like thinking, because it takes a toll on everyone. Like, you know, so you have to be like really sure that you're going to.
I'll actually ask you about that a bit, because that's something I'm very curious about. You know, for those, like you became an entrepreneur once you had a family, you already had many responsibilities. How do you take that leap then? You know, you've been in salaried positions. How do you manage, you know, right from the basics of up to month में salary credit होगी नहीं, salary तो जाएगी. You know, how do you manage those kind of stresses within a family?
Again, personal experience. You know, so I was married very young. Like, you know, I was 24 when I got married. My wife was 21 when we got married. So we pretty much grew together, like in our professional experiences. And she is my best friend. So you know, we kind of exchange notes and say, "यार करने का मन तो है. Are you with me on this?" Like you know, are you really sure? And to bounce it off her. And being sure meant a few things. Again, as a mid-career change from a job to an entrepreneurship, is providing for some financial security for the family. I don't come from a rich family. Like, pretty much earn most of the money myself. And what I told Nidhi there was that, you know, at least for 4-5 years, I will assure a certain degree of lifestyle that both of us and our kids are comfortable with. And that is what then, you know, helped us. There are some sacrifices in that, what will be possible, what will not be possible, and both of us were very synced up on that. And I think that decision back then, before you took a decision and jumped into an entrepreneurship, so it's not like कि अच्छा आज 40th birthday उठे सुबह की चलो आज job से निकल जाइए. It doesn't, like the storytelling I can say कि आज ऐसा aha moment आया, it needs a lot of thinking, planning to it. Thankfully, I've never believed in debt. All my life been debt free, so didn't have a liability to worry about etc. The family was then extremely
Speak
supportive.
about some of that a bit. What kind of financial management helps an entrepreneur in early years?
So I'll probably talk more broadly, and I know very young people here. So till you hit 40, okay, your risk appetite in life should be at more than 100%. Okay, आप job करोगे, entrepreneur बनोगे, doesn't matter. Like invest in India, invest in the stock markets. Don't trade. That's not what I mean. कि आप जाके कल से सट्टा खेलने लग जाओ. That's not what I mean. But earning between 14 to 15% of on your saving in India is a very realistic goal. And it's again a very cliche statement that compounding is the eighth wonder of the world. I am a living example of compounding is the eighth wonder of the world. Save as much as you can, and I know I will sound like an old man, maybe some of your parents would be of my age, right? But saving as much money as you can and not spending as much money as you can in the first 10 years, when you start earning, as an entrepreneur, as a job, anything that you do, will make you free by 40. Right, so, and it's tough, right? You will have a lot of your friends who will be spending money on fancy things that they really can't afford. But because of peer pressure, they are doing lifestyle, etc. We were very comfortable doing that. And even when we went to Singapore, for example, we could live as rich a life in Singapore. And we had some luxuries there. But more fairly grounded. And again, Nidhi also comes like me from a very simple, straightforward family. दोनों को यहाँ पे ढाबा में खाना पसंद है versus eating in a 5-star hotel. We still are like that, right? Even when we can afford probably the best hotel restaurants now. But there are simple things in life that give us comfort, and we are not judgmental. So a lot of people tell me कि यार तू पागल है, you are not going to a star hotel, or you're not going to Maldives for a holiday, you are happy in Goa. मुझे वो Instagram को खुश नहीं करना है, मुझे मेरे family को खुश करना है भाई. मेरी family यहाँ खुश है, I'm happy, and it doesn't matter. So I think that's the piece that's worked very well for us. We work very hard for our financial freedom. And God's been kind. It takes not again. There are times when things don't go as per your plan. But I am a big believer in taking risks. Again, as I said to everyone out here, entrepreneur or not, please do not spend money that you do not own. Right? It's the worst thing that you can do. Compounding works both ways. Compounding, you can positively compound your money and time, and it can negatively compound as well. I have enough friends who got into they earn crores and crores of salary today. At the peak of their performance is professionally with negative bank balances. Even today, वो 5 लाख रुपए की सैलरी थी जब से जानता हूँ. आज 4-5 करोड़ की सैलरी है, लाइफ वहीं पे कभी अटकी हुई. But it becomes a habit, and you can't it's like a drug. You can't undo it. So either you take it as a positive drug in your life, or you take it as a negative drug, or it will kind of eat you up. So that's one suggestion I would have. Really.
Thanks, Amit. No, I remember that when I realized Michael Jackson went bankrupt and he was in debt, it was like, oh my goodness, and this can happen. It doesn't have anything to do with how much you're earning. You can always outspend whatever it is that you're earning. I remember that was a big, somehow personally, a big learning for me. I know that when you became an entrepreneur, a large part of that was to secure financial, future for your family. So any suggestions you have for young people who are considering entrepreneurship? How should they manage their finances, their money, so that they can actually take the risks which an entrepreneur needs to take?
I think for me, there was nothing else. And let's not forget social media. I'm 38 right now. Social media emergence has happened in the last 10 years, almost. And before that, the upbringing and conditioning for us already happened. We could absorb whatever is available online with Facebook newly coming in, Orkut and some of these social media things. There was not this much, noise which we were getting every day. So I think it was a blessing to some extent. But personally for me, there was no kharcha ever. Zero kharcha. I told you I didn't have any hobby. I didn't have friends. Where will you spend money?
Zero kharcha you can't do with family.
There was zero. I was with my family. There is no kharcha. I mean, some food. How much food can you eat? Okay, so my whole savings were actually only and only to start something on my own. If something fails, I will again go back to job, save some, and then again go back and invest that. That was something which got, really difficult with my family. They're like, this is what I'm saying. They were like, what are you doing? You're not saving money. You're not investing in FDs. So whatever money you have, you make some, and then you invest in something, and then it doesn't work out. Then you again find out what do I do?
Investing in the businesses.
Yeah, investing in the businesses. Whatever pilot projects I wanted to do, I will invest here a bit, or it is not working, as I told you, working for free as well. So, no kharcha, or a lot of kharcha when you have a lot of wealth. So, with me it was never in between. I don't even today have an in between. It's either there or here. Because if you don't have much kharcha, then what are you going to do? And that kharcha generally happens either through family. Now, with family also, I mean, it was taken care of, the basic livings. But after a certain point, there was a lot of friction started happening with family. And unlike you, I didn't have any support. So my family didn't really, believe in me after a certain while. They said, कुछ भी करता है, कुछ हो नहीं रहा है, कुछ चलता नहीं है. They didn't know, they couldn't see what I was seeing. And my marriage also broke because of this. So a lot of sacrifices has went in this entire journey. So I think that financial management with me, I would say I'm a little bad there, because I could really just save, accumulate enough, and then and then do what with that? Unless it goes in fueling my dream. There was nothing else.
Thank you so much for sharing. One thing which is in common, both of you, I mean, of course, you started at very different points. You already worked for a long time, had some savings.
Another thing I want to add here, this will also help you not make your salary being a drug. Okay? Salaries are a drug. You get diseased.
You get addicted for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So the more salaries you get, the more sweet you are eating. That's how you need to think, like that. The more the salary, especially for entrepreneur type people.
Very true. In fact, one of the most well-known tech entrepreneurs in India once told me that some of the smartest people in India are trapped in the 1 CR trap, the earnings trap. वो छोड़ ही नहीं सकते job.
It's actually a very intelligent way for corporations, to retain good talent. In one of my projects, I was working with MobiQuick, and we were just chit-chatting over tea with some colleagues of mine, and I was so boastful about entrepreneurship and all of that. The founder came and talked a little less loud. Everybody will hear, and then everybody will leave the job. If that's how you think, I was like, I don't understand. Why would you do a job? Yeah, and that, passionate about entrepreneurship. So I think salaries, be very cautious on how much you get promoted.
This is so interesting because I actually have seen a lot of entrepreneurs live very frugally. Not what you expect really, but live very frugally till they become very big.
And after a while it will just become a habit. It's just like you live a certain way, and then you'll be like, I'm okay with this, and money or no money. And then eventually, with me especially, what had happened is because no money, no success, no family, I have become spiritual to the core. I think it has altered my entire personality. So it has been a real hardcore journey for me, which has altered my entire viewpoint and lifestyle and everything. Everything.
One of the things both of you said when we were just chit-chatting was that you said you're not a startup. You said you're not a startup because you both have believed in making money right from the start. Can you speak a little bit about where some of that orientation comes from and what the implications of that, both positive and negative?
So for us, two things. One, we started with our own money. We are pretty much a bootstrap company even today, right? So खुद का पैसा होता है तो discipline अपने आप आ जाता है. Now you're not playing on someone else. Like मुझे कोई VC फंड आके कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि I know there was an investment thing today in the morning, but so we basically like pretty much my entire life saving is poured into my own company, and that keeps us disciplined. We, as I said, for us, we were never very worried about what my neighbor is doing or what my larger competition is doing. Foundationally, we believe there is a massive opportunity in India, and if you keep building, all of us will become a large company. So it's not that, I don't think in India the beauty is that very few categories you are building something to win a market share. In most things that you will see, you actually participating in where the market itself is growing, and you can take a piece of the puzzle and say, okay, ये कितना piece of cake है, because the cake is constantly growing, which is very different versus say the US market or a Europe market and stuff, where the cake size is already fixed, and anytime you think of doing something, you have to basically win from somebody else, and they go to market, their marketing, their strategy, they have defined that way. So I think that kept us very grounded, and we, on day one, for us, we got a very professional chairman to our board, someone who's mentored me in my career a long time, and we requested him, saying, sir, aap aao and talk to us as owners of our business, not necessarily as Lalajis of our business. So what we mean, we said, my aspiration is Davados should last for 150 years. Right, which will mean that it will outlast my life. That there is no magic pill I can need to live till 200 years of age. It's not possible. Correct. So we said we help us think that through, and if we make stupid mistakes, hold us accountable as CEO, CFO, whatever of the business. And he is brutal. He is brutal. In a board meeting, he will rip us apart. Early days, etc. And that kind of helped us be very disciplined about how we got to. The last piece on entrepreneurship, on the business part of it that helps is, for any business that we end up doing, it's important to know how will I make money and how will I spend money. Our business is very simple. I have to buy X, market by X points, sell it at Y. In that markup, I have to take out my kharcha. That's the simplest business it can possibly have, right? At the core, वही धंधा है मेरा. Right, so it was very clear कि मेरा markup क्या होगा वो मेरा decision है, because I already promised a customer कि आपको 50% saving मिलेगा. So there was a ceiling at which, beyond which I can't price up my products, and we said okay इसके अंदर का खर्चा इतना है, then like figure out a business within that. So that I think is very important, because I've seen a lot of people, a lot of very fancy startups, etc., both in India, outside of India, being built. जहाँ पे आपको डे वन को मालूम नहीं होता है कि आपका बिजनेस है क्या, राइट? एंड यू थिंक कि मेरी बिजनेस तो आ जाएगा. देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ वेरी फैंसी jargons, right? You can write a book about fancy investing jargons or consulting jargons if I have to know these things. But वो एट द कोर अगर आपको ये नहीं मालूम है आपके बैंक से पैसा क्यों जाता है और बैंक में पैसा कैसे आएगा, राइट, और आ रहा है उसमें से बीच में कुछ पैसा आपको घर में रहना चाहिए, then there is something foundationally wrong. And at least in India context, I can speak from whatever experience I have, is at any scale you will never be able to figure it out. So if we look at, say, I will not name people, but say the largest e-commerce company in India, now probably gone through a journey, right, close to 20 years of existence, as much success as you can think, right, have 40-50% market share, GMV है, सब कुछ है. बट एट दी कोर अभी एक ट्रांजैक्शन में कैसा पैसा कमाएंगे, कोई ट्रांजैक्शन में पैसा नहीं कमाते, आज भी नहीं कमाते. दे 20 साल पहले भी नहीं कमाते थे, आज भी नहीं कमाते, बिकॉज एट द कोर दे डोंट नो हाउ टू डू दैट. लाइक एंड आई थिंक दैट्स द challenge. There is, yes, a lot of sexiness around building some of these fact-driven ideas, but अगर आपको वो नहीं मालूम है, then it will sooner or later take you into a problem.
So my resonance to a particular type of format or a category or an industry happened in 2007. So freshly graduated from MBA, and I was like, big recession coming from US. Lehman Brothers crashed and everybody crashed. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Why are they crashing? Why don't they have enough money? And then I'm like, okay, this is extremely sensitive, categories which I don't want to be in. I want to be in only education, healthcare, or food like roti, kapra, makan, like essentials. And so that's how I identified the categories, that these are the only categories which will be ever profitable or can be profitable. Other businesses are something which I don't know. And how will they become, from a common logic perspective, then how are they profitable? And just what he said, see, all of these special situation startups are jargons and all of that are actually, their product is not what they're selling to the customer. Their product is valuations, and it's a financial product. It's not a product, they don't have a product. Their product is financing. So when your product is financing, then you have to be good at financing, right? Not good at what you're doing in terms of how you're making money. For that, there are people you can hire through financing. So I couldn't really relate to that at all, because I'm not from finance background. In fact, he is. I'm wondering why are you on that side of it. Being a CA, you should probably be able to do more with valuations. So with me, it was like कि boss basics क्या है बंदे के, product क्या बेच रहे हैं, उससे पैसा कैसे बनेगा, rather than the whole valuation story. And the valuation stories to India is very new. Let's understand that. So the generation today, especially to all of you youngsters, I would say that no matter what's happening around you, be very mindful of how businesses are generally built instead of fads and short-term cycles which come and go. So and then I remember 2020, COVID happened, and people were calling me, oh, you're very lucky. I said, my luck started in 2007 when I identified that I have to be in these three categories, and that's how our business boosted in online meat, essentials. So I think if you observe, as I said, very closely everything around the ecosystem, your own internal journey, it connects with everything, and that's it. You stay to that. Don't change that. If you keep changing that because of what's happening around, you will be led to something which you would not know. Where am I? What has happened? So, and this is precisely one of the reasons I didn't have any friends, because most of them were, and friends, relatives, all of them will keep talking something which will misguide you to something which really you don't want to do.
I just had one last piece on similar that just struck me. As you think of building something, again, it's important to think it through. Be very patient on what you are building, right? Don't get impatient around that, but be extremely impatient on execution. Okay. The worst thing you can do is do the reverse. You will see a lot of people being extremely impatient on the idea and saying, "अरे आज इसमें ये एक नया feature डाला है, मुझे कल चाहिए." Like the whole company is now moving in that direction and saying, "मुझे वो कल बनाना है." You've forgotten what you started with. And so if you call it North Star goal, again, मैं तो आपने ऐसे पढ़ा लिखा नहीं, so pardon if I get this wrong. बट एक कंपनी का गोल होना चाहिए जो आपका पर्सनल मिशन है. कंपनी का पर्सनल मिशन और आपका पर्सनल मिशन तो हमेशा ही एक होगा. इफ यू आर एंटरप्रेन्योर, इट कांट बी टू डिफरेंट थिंग्स. So that is like day in day out, you and your team and everyone in the company has to be crystal clear company है क्या, and be extremely impatient on the execution of that, because that is where you should make tons of mistakes on the execution, right? Because that is how you will learn, that is how your team will learn, that is how you will grow and your company will grow. If you are very slow on the execution, you are thinking like a consultant कि मैं पूछता हूँ, थोड़ा play safe करता हूँ, थोड़ा ऐसा करूँगा, थोड़ा वैसा करूँगा. So it doesn't work. One of the foundational principles in my life that stuck, and it's the number one principle of our company as well, is something that I call one is greater than zero, which is doing something is better than doing nothing, right? You can ideate all day long, create fancy strategy documents, and I can create some of the fanciest strategy documents. I've done that for a living, right? I've worked TNG, I used to lead strategy. I've worked in private equity, consulting, right? So वो मेरे DNA में है. I can create as fancy strategy documents for anyone very quickly, but ultimately, if I am not making mistakes and I'm not honest about it, and my team is not making mistakes, then there is a larger problem in hand, because then we are not innovating and we are not thinking through. I think what at least I have seen is a lot of people mixing it up. They are extremely conservative on the execution part of it because they keep conceptualizing. And as your team builds up, as you get more people in your organization, everyone is on a CYA route, right?
I absolutely love this, by the way, as just a rule, you know, that be really quick on the execution and take your time to think through what the direction is. I think
Couple of things to support, you know.
In the meanwhile, just start thinking of any questions you have. And back to you, Dipanshu, just raise your hand when you have a question.
So I completely agree with him. I think the first rule to execution is distribution. So execution and distribution should be the mantra in my mind. And the way you can build distribution is have 80% of the team in sales. Okay. That's something which I have learned the hard way. That, you know, we started investing in, we want to do quality, we want to do this, we want to. So there is so many things which people want you to do when you start the business. And you know, that's the reason when I said that your focus has to be like that horse which has the covers. And I'm saying this even with investors. Or if you raise capital, do not you know, listen to everything what investors say. Okay, because they have not done the business. You are on the ground doing the business. So where you could learn from them, absolutely, but execution eats learning 10 times, you know, all over again and again. So they'll probably be surprised, and I can tell you with me, I mean, I've made my investors surprised, really, till today. Like, how do you do it? I didn't learn it from you. So you could get inspired, guided, all of that is, you know, great. The only thing I'm saying is that the more you are distracted, and including your product. So when we are talking about execution, it's the same thing that you're distracted with something else for your business or your product, right? So the focus has to come towards not more than one or two things, which is for business making money, getting money out from what you're selling, or in a particular time frame it should come out to you. That is one focus. And the other could be, you know, maybe quality or sustaining certain things, but too many things will really spoil the whole thing. So limited, you know, diversification everywhere, including consumption of content and interventions and interferences from anybody outside of, you know, your core team, even if it is alone you. That's it.
Wow, that's such an interesting rule. 80% should be in sales. So you've heard two amazing entrepreneurs who are still in, I would say, the first phase of your journey, first 10-ish years of your journey, which is such an eventful time. You know, your business has taken off, both of you have been profitable right from the start. You have a certain philosophy of business, which is, it's not about the valuation, it's about profitability, it's about building it from the ground up. Any questions that you guys have? They're two amazing teachers. Yeah, go ahead. One and then two. Yeah, please go ahead. You'll have to hand him a mic though. Someone will have to hand him a mic. No, there's someone in the back who. Yeah. So when just stand up your turn and then someone here. Right? That will be, you'll be next.
Good afternoon. I am Ashish Kaushal, and I just want to direct my question to Mr. Chanda. From being told that you should be a brand and creating your own brand, you have traveled a lot of long journey. Sir, I have a question for you. That is, some people have a very great idea, a very good idea, but it becomes very fragile to implement it. It becomes very difficult to implement such ideas. So what is your strategy, your plan regarding that? So at the end, like, do you consider to keep that idea or not?
Very good question, Ashish. Amazing question. So idea does have a lot of importance, but I don't think beyond 20-30% of the entire scheme of things. So, and in my case, I've worked on so many different ideas, so much, and I learned that, you know, idea has very little to do with, you know, as compared to execution. So don't get hung up to, you know, the one amazing idea you have. Your idea should be the first 100 customers. That's it. That is the idea to me. If you don't have that, then it's not an idea. It's a concept.
Thank you.
Gentleman here.
Good afternoon. My question is to Chaudhary sir. Sir, you were mentioning that there are first principles, and you said that marketing first principles should be set in 2 minutes. So, could you please say that?
I wanted myself.
So, okay, this is. I hope the marketing professors are not at the room. Okay, so मैंने marketing का आज तक कोई किताब नहीं पढ़ा है. So please pardon if I get the language wrong on this. My 2-minute understanding of marketing, everything in marketing is about, first is reach. How do you reach your audience? Right. Second step is how do you get them to try. So उसका fancy word CTR होता है, called whatever. I don't know the full form of CTR. Yeah. Conversion ratios, whatever, right? Again, fancy stuff. And then there is retention. That is marketing, okay? आप TV marketing कर रहे हो, AdWord में online marketing कर रहे हो, कुछ भी कर रहे हो, दुकान के अंदर भी वो कर रहे हो, in our offline world. That is, pick up any industry, okay? Pick up bank. बैंक के लिए है कि reach is मतलब, like say HDFC Bank, उसके लिए reach का मतलब है कितने branches होंगे, am I reaching say crores and crores of people? ट्रायल इज की फर्स्ट डिपॉजिट अकाउंट ओपनिंग हो रहा है कि नहीं, रिटेंशन है कि उसका बैंक बैलेंस बढ़ रहा है कि नहीं, मेरे पास उसका बैलेंस है कि नहीं. दैट इज से रिटेंशन फॉर माय बिजनेस में इन एन ऑफलाइन वर्ल्ड. आई कम टू ऑनलाइन एग्जांपल सो दैट यू नो व्हाई आई एम एबल टू एक्सप्लेन माय पॉइंट. मेरे लिए रीच है, मेरे रेलवे स्टेशन पे दुकान है, 1 लाख लोग रोज जाते हैं, 1 लाख लोग इनको 30 days 30 लाख पीपल का रीच है. I do 300 transactions a day or say on an average in that place. So 1% का मेरा trial है. And then how many of that 300 people am I able to sell again? Right. That is my repeat and retention pieces. Right? So no, I've seen PNG. I've seen like a lot of companies in different aspects, and I can talk this in industry by industry. But मेरे को लाइफ में इतना ही चमक में आया कि भैया, this is something that one of my mentors in PNG taught me. Who was the CEO of a business in Singapore. मैं इंडिया से कंफ्यूज ही गया था सिंगापुर की, मुझे मार्केटिंग नहीं चमक में आता था. Then he said कि तू पहले मार्केटिंग समझ ले, then you do this funnel, and marketing has this very classic funnel, everything is a funnel in life, right? Saying ये 3 स्टेप समझ जाएगा तो लाइफ में कभी कंफ्यूज नहीं होगा, सब जार्गन को मार दे कोई. Right? So PNG is a world full of jargons, acronyms, very fancy people. Right? मैं बोला ये सीख गया, now I can talk marketing. You tell me to anyone in the world in any sector, I can tell them. That's my understanding of first principles of marketing.
प्रोफेसर को कितना ग्रेड मिलना चाहिए आप बता दीजिए.
इसीलिए एग्जाम नहीं निकाला.
ये तो कुछ है नहीं बुक में. आप ही क्या पढ़ा रहे हो?
बुक ही नहीं पढ़ा.
बुक में वो तो बेचारे सब यही पढ़ रहे हैं.
I don't know, I've never read about it.
Please go ahead and ask your question.
Out of syllabus.
Dr. Mark, so basically, I will ask 2 small questions. Hello? Yeah, so when you get an opportunity or an idea, so how should you focus on it? It should come out of intuition, gut feeling, or it should be based on facts or market research, or you should deliberate with the people those you trust. And I must say one question to you. You talked about that till the age of 40, your risk appetite should be very high. But so when we see our age group, like we take a lot of burden about academics, placement, like education loan, family expectation. So that risk-taking capacity is coming to negligible almost. So how should we, as a youngster, should do? Because there is family expectation also that they want that they should have everything, but in very least period of time. So these are the 2 small questions.
I go first and so on the first point, think of an analogy. Think of yourself as a small cell of a mother. Right? And I'm not a science student, so again, वो होता है characteristic कि वो हर चीज absorb करता है and keep getting bigger. Right? I hope that I got that piece right. I was here, right? So सारी गलतियाँ मेरी है, आपकी नहीं है. Right? So समझाने में गलती है. Right. So think of, so to your point and all the things that you said, should I think of doing more research? 100%. should I ask more people? एक सबसे बड़ा बेवकूफ़ी होता है, आदमी को लगता है कि मेरा आइडिया सबसे यूनिक है दुनिया में, आज तक किसी ने नहीं सोचा है, वो सबसे बड़ा मिथ है. हर आइडिया, everything that unless you are building a rocket or something, that's again outside my circle of understanding, so I will not comment on that. But any normal 99% of whatever idea comes to you has been thought of in some shape and form, has been already being done in some shape and form. So be more generous in sharing and ideating with people and asking for as many people as things. One thing that's worked very well for me, when even at 40 when I was thinking कि retail, मुझे 5 साल पहले API का फुल फॉर्म भी नहीं मालूम था. Like anyone, both the API, like tech में API का क्या मतलब होता है और health care का API का क्या मतलब होता है. And I was trying to build a health tech company and said मैं तो health tech बनाऊंगा, ये जिस vision है लाइफ में कुछ तो कर लूँगा. And then I approached people and they trained me, guided me, and now like मुझे बैठा दो कोई भी tech founder के साथ दुनिया में कहीं भी मैं बैठा दो. Pick up any founder you want and I can talk to him in his tech language better than he can on his subject. Because वो अंदर से ड्राइव होना चाहिए कि मैं सीख लूँगा. बिकॉज नहीं आता था यूट्यूब पे, कोविड के टाइम पे यूट्यूब वीडियो देख देख के कोडिंग सीख गया कि मैं चलो ये करता हूँ. मेरे पास डेटा एनालिस्ट नहीं था तो SQL क्वेरी लिखना सीख गया कि भाई चलो खुद ही करना है, पड़ेगा नहीं उपाय नहीं है. राइट, सो इफ यू हैव दैट माइंडसेट या मुझे करना है, then the solution will come automatically and idea to that journey will happen there. Second question and then we can have him answer this.
So there is no answer to your second question. जो मैंने बताया कि वो एक बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट बैलेंस है. पर्सनल लेवल पे जो मर्जी ज्ञान देख लो, बुक्स पढ़ लो, कुछ भी कर लो, वो एक इंडिविजुअल स्टोरी है, ठीक है. एंड इट विल अगेन कम बैक टू व्हाट आई स्टार्टेड एंड सेड द फर्स्ट थिंग. व्हाट इज योर ड्राइव? व्हाई डू यू वांट टू डू समथिंग इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट देन what is in front of you or what is coming to you or whatever it is. Because अगर वो ड्राइव बहुत स्ट्रांग है ना तो आपको जो भी डिस्टर्बेंसेज हैं वो मैनेज हो जाएंगी. बिकॉज सी इफ यू सी ह्यूमंस इन जनरल, हमने कोविड तक देख लिया यार, अभी देखा था कोविड, तो फिर ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता है कि कुछ पॉसिबल नहीं है. पॉसिबल, एवरीथिंग इज पॉसिबल irrespective of whatever roadblocks you are coming across, whether it is your fee structure or your expectation of parents कि शादी करनी है, ये करना है, वो करना है, जो भी करना है, ठीक है. सो द बिगर पिक्चर इफ यू हैव क्लियर कि मेरे को बिजनेस करना है, बाकी सब अपने आप हो जाएगा तो ठीक है, नहीं होगा तो भी ठीक है. सो सरेंडरिंग टूवर्ड्स अ लार्जर गोल इज सुप्रीम. ओके, सुप्रीम. इफ यू डोंट डू दैट तो वैसे भी कुछ नहीं होगा. नौकरी में भी कुछ ना कुछ हो जाएगा. घर वाले बोलेंगे अच्छी नहीं है, नौकरी चेंज कर लो. बीवी आएगी बोलेगी ये तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, ट्रैवल इतना हो रहा है, फिर क्या करोगे? सबकी सुनते रहोगे ना.
Just one last thing on this part so that I am clear on what I intended to say earlier. यार देख, लाइफ में एक ही फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल है, जो भी कमाई है आपकी उससे कम खर्चा करना है, जो पैसे बचाए हैं उसको इन्वेस्ट करना है. इफ यू आर नॉट श्योर, एंड दिस इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, राइट, आई एम सेइंग लाइफ इन जनरल में. आप एंटरप्रेन्योर अभी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कोई टेंशन नहीं है. बट एंड यू माइट नेवर वांट टू बिकम एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, राइट. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हर आदमी एंटरप्रेन्योर. यहाँ पे 325 लोग हैं इस कैंप पर अभी आपके बैच में, तो उसमें से शायद 5-10 पागल लोग निकलेंगे जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेंगे, बाकी सब जॉब ही करेंगे. दैट इज डेटा एंड स्टैट्स, राइट. So don't worry about that. The point I was trying to make was to be financially free, right? Saying by the time you say hit 40, which is for most of you would be say 15-16 years of post MBA thing. अगर आपने ये फॉलो कर लिया कि मैं एक ही लाइफ में मोटो है कि जितना भी कमाता हूँ, some of you will get very good salary, very good raises, some of you will do average in life. मैं जितना भी कमाता हूँ उससे कम खर्चा करूँगा, बैलेंस रुपये को अग्रेसिवली इन्वेस्ट करूँगा, वो पैसा ग्रो होगा. बिकॉज वेल्थ वहीं से क्रिएट होगी. आपको एक्स्ट्रा सैलरी मिलके कभी भी वेल्थ नहीं क्रिएट होगी, कुछ भी करो. Like I started with some 5 lakh rupees of salary.
Sorry to interrupt. उसका question is through because most of the personal challenges with family that I think if I'm understanding it correct कि so वो question जो है थोड़ा और complex है because families can't be managed. Okay, they need to be handled. Okay? So in that view.
Can I add? Basically, the family wants that their kids earn the best exponential returns, but in the least period of time. But they don't accept the fact that it will take a longer period of time to get that exponential.
What is your family into? Is service or business? They should not have such strong expectations then, because they will know कि भाई business में पैसे लगा के कितना काम आता है. Actually क्या है ना, societal influences बहुत सारे हैं. आसपास आपके सब IIM करके बाहर चले गए, ठीक है, वो बाहर कुछ ही jobs में हैं, living a life, a certain life, so they want you to have an easy life. That is their personal goal. But this is a difficult life. So you need to make them realize that you are born for tough things. Maybe they don't see that in you, that you are a tough nut to crack. Have you shown that to them? So maybe if you do that, they will believe you that this guy can do it. So that belief will come from, you know, your day-to-day. I mean, showing sincerity or showing hard work in a particular direction which you are clear, being stubborn about certain things and doing it and showing it to them. See, internal family conviction is very difficult to get initially, because कोई भी विश्वास ही नहीं करेगा आपके ऊपर. और this is the most unfortunate thing, because if a parent cannot, you know, have conviction, बाहर वाला तो वैसे ही नहीं करेगा आपका ट्रस्ट, तो वहाँ से कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा मिल जाता है initially. That's the reason I said you can't just keep looking at कि मैं कैसे confidence build up करूँ around me. That's not your job. Your job should be मुझे क्या करना है, कब करना है, क्यों करना है. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
One final question only. None of the women have asked a question, so if there's a woman with a question, they're going to get a preference.
And you've been asking questions.
I don't count. So if there's a... Alright, so please hand the mic here. So one of the things I want to share is women work as entrepreneurs a little bit differently from men. There's been a couple of studies by the World Bank to see how women fare differently as entrepreneurs. And within women there's a very wide range, right? There are, as you know, Nika's founder who's, you know, super successful in a very traditional way. But a lot of women become entrepreneurs for different reasons than male counterparts. And one of the key reasons why women become entrepreneurs is for independence. And having independence in what they do, having financial stability versus, you know, slightly lower risk appetite, but financial stability and a mission that they believe in. So I'll just, you know, just take say the IIM women, because that's who you are. IIM women tend to become entrepreneurs slightly later in life than, you know, the men in the batch do. A lot of it is sometimes dictated by what's happening in the family, and those who choose to start a family, you know, sometimes those factors play. But by and large, women entrepreneurs from IIM tend to do quite well. They tend to work in conventional sectors before they, you know, move out on their own. And most will tell you that there has been nothing as satisfying for them as being an entrepreneur. So despite, you know, being extremely successful in traditional organizations, and telling the women here, you may find, for some of you at least, that your greatest joy will come sometime later in life when you start something up. So yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So my question is related to something I personally face. So usually when we think about an idea and we think about executing it in the form of a startup, what I face is that I have an idea, but unless I have an end-to-end action plan for how to put it out into the industry, I wouldn't take action on it. So I have an idea, but unless I have an entire plan on how things are supposed to be, I wouldn't try and I wouldn't take the first step into, you know, starting a startup. So what is your suggestion on it? Whenever you're starting a startup, should I have the end-to-end action plan, or should I just go with the flow and maybe I'll figure it out?
So again, personal experience, like no right or wrong answer there, right? Having a broad sense of the direction you want to take, you'll never, so first point, like one step back, right? You'll never have an end-to-end plan. Day 1, day 0, day 500, year 6 now, year 10 now, I'm sure I can speak on his behalf as well. There is never a perfect Excel file. You can't draw up everything. I'll give an example from PNG days, so it's not just about entrepreneurship. PNG I used to lead a team of forecasters, etc. Like PNG has globally close to 5,000 people who only do forecasting. And their job is to forecast for 3 weeks of what demand will be. And we always get it wrong. 3 weeks का forecast 5,000 people put together can't do, तो एक आदमी नहीं कर सकता है. Forget like 5. सब लोग बोलते हैं ना 5-year plan बनाओ, 10-year plan बनाओ. आप डायरेक्शन ही कर सकते हो. मुझे I know for example कि मुझे 1,000 करोड़ की सेविंग मेरे कंपनी से लाके मेरे कस्टमर को देनी है. That is my long-term plan. There is a finite time frame I have in mind. The journey is completely unknown. Right? Like go to market में again दवा दोस्त का experience बता रहा हूँ. तो we started as an offline player. Then we built an online platform. So we right. Then we said that in deeper penetration, go to market, distribution nahi ho raha hai. So distribution was super critical. So we built a program called Dawa Didi, which is like going to villages of 50 households each, and also ensuring that medicine is available and affordable to them. Right. So you keep learning on the way. 5 years back I didn't know. And other business ideas come out of that one core idea. Like our second company, Medviki, was born out of Dawa Dost. Because at the counter we used to get a lot of queries where customers or patients used to come and ask us ये दवाई क्या है, ये पर्चा क्या है, थोड़ा सा बीमारी के बारे में बता दो. And we said, you know, there is so much of conversational search happening. There is doubts in people's mind around healthcare. So we built like a conversational health platform called Medviki, where in 2 years now, Medviki is 2 years old, just completed 2 years. We are now global leaders in healthcare content, right? And sometimes a small spark can lead to a larger idea. So till the time you're clear on how this is, in the direction you are going, that is important. The only tip I would have to close the piece on my end, right? Know how you will earn money on this. So if you think कि like मैं पैसे की गड्डी लेके खड़ा होगा और सबको बांट दूंगा और फिर बाद में मालूम चलेगा कि पैसे तो खत्म हो गए, and then I will figure out the business. If you're not sure on how you will earn money, you might not earn money. That's absolutely okay. But if you don't know how to earn money, then there is a big problem.
I think mostly he's answered it. Action plan, you know, should be not more than 3 month plan. If the action plan is more than 3 months, then it's almost like a goal. So if your question is more about that, how do I make the first step towards executing on my idea, then you don't need like, you know, more than a 3 month plan. If you have a 3 month trajectory in front of you, that this is what I'm looking at doing, other than the vision and all, of course that has to be there, but you know, making it shorter for you, that execution is more important, where you can do an immediate return on whatever efforts you are making, not from only monetary, but your own conviction level. For example, you want to you have an idea that you want to sell medicines in space tech. So like that, you would first need to do research, right? You do basic research about what the space market is like, how many spaceships are going, all of that. So like that, you identify certain, you know, parts of that, and then do some studies, maybe some small survey, which will help you learn about what the consumer wants you to do. That's it. उसके बाद you should just get onto the market. Everything else between वो कभी खत्म नहीं होगा.
Thank you. So we're at the end of our time. Amit, Banshu, really want to thank you. I mean, so many things really stuck out for me. Both of you had quite different journeys, and I mean, you can just see that temperamentally also there's some things that are quite different. But what's so many things that are similar. Your, you know, absolute understand the basics of the business, build the business from the grounds up. Your, you know, groundedness in the entire idea of how you're building up your business, the fact that you're very frugal, wanted to be profitable right from day one, the fact that, you know, while you've experimented, but the moment you found something, you've executed quickly, you built on that. Your very strong sales orientation, your very strong execution orientation. I also want to thank both of you for sharing two very different personal journeys along the way. Obviously, life stages were very different when you were starting out, and life stage has an implication on, you know, how the entrepreneurial journey plays out. By the way, for those of you who ever wonder, you know, you can be an entrepreneur at any age. You don't have to be 20-something to be an entrepreneur. That's not the only way, even though those are the most glamorous like examples. But research shows that people who become entrepreneurs 40 plus actually have much higher rates of success And for women, women peak a decade later than men, by the way, so professionally. So just keep that in mind, that women are on a different timeline, men are on a different timeline, because even today women often take on the majority of the responsibilities at home. So there are different timelines. So you can be an entrepreneur at many different stages of life, and that will have its own implications. But what's common is this whole, being very clear about what you're doing. And then being very focused. And in your case, it was like, not being distracted in any way. This is what I'm going to do, whether so-and-so says this or that, this is it, this is where I'm headed. And in your way, expressed differently, but it sounds very, very similar. So there's just so much that I've learned. I mean, even the ups and downs of the journey and what it means, and the fact that you need extraordinary resilience as an entrepreneur, if and when you choose to become one, to stay the course, to be able to say, stay optimistic while you're hearing no's, pretty much as a part of your job day after day. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for such an insightful session.
Our esteemed speakers and moderators have truly given us food for thought, leaving us inspired and motivated. Now, I would like Piyush to continue with your thanks.
Distinguished panelists, esteemed keynote speaker, revered faculty, and fellow students. On behalf of the entire organizing team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for contributing to the resounding success of Genesis. To our investors, esteemed panelists, and keynote speaker, your insights and expertise have greatly enriched our understanding. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shalini Lal for skillfully steering the discussions. A special acknowledgement to our dedicated faculty whose support and mentorship have been invaluable. Our IT team deserves a huge thanks for the seamless execution of this event.
Lastly, a huge thanks to Center of Entrepreneurship, who spearheaded the event's organization, the faculty editor of Center of Entrepreneurship, Dr. Chetan Chitre, the Media and Public Relations Cell for amplifying our outreach, 50mm, the Photography Club for capturing the essence of our summit through their lenses, and last but not the least, the Placements Committee of IIM Amritsar for ensuring the event's professional decorum and success. Thank you, everyone, for making eSummit 4.0 a remarkable journey. Let's continue to inspire and innovate for a better tomorrow. Now, I would like Priti to come up on the stage and announce the winners of the Startup Expo. Finally, the moment that we've all been waiting for. The winners of the Startup Expo. While all the presentations were remarkable, showcasing utmost creativity and innovation, the following startups have won the hearts of our investors and audience alike. Starting with the audience favorite startup. Do we have any guesses as to which startup? Okay, so our audience have used their voting power and they have crowned Road Pilot as their favorite startup. I invite Professor Chitre and our investors on stage to award the favorite startup. Let's have a huge round of applause to them. the second runner-up for the day.
Is it coming?
Any guesses? So this position for second runner-up goes to Fermentech. I invite Professor Shwetandi to felicitate the winners. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Positivity truly outshine, and his business model has clearly convinced our investors of his determination. Please put your hands together for P. Kapoor. I would like to thank Professor Ashwini to come up on stage and award the winners. With an amalgamation of technology and sports,